Eternity by Greg Bear. Copyright 1988 by Greg Bear. Narrated by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains a marker allowing direct access to the beginning of the book.
Annotation. A messenger from the end of time topples the precarious balance of power between the old natives of Earth and their benefactors, the human members of the Hexamon, who live inside the asteroid Thistledown. Sequel to Eon, RC 24498. 1988. From the book jacket. Beyond the most staggering human achievements, beyond ambition, beyond war, beyond death, there waits eternity. A handful of novels like Arthur C. Clarke's Rendezvous with Rama and Olaf Stapleton's Star Maker have the power to let readers feel the boundlessness of the universe, the limitlessness of the human spirit. Now, celebrating the passion of dreams, the power of desire, and the stark poetry at the most challenging frontiers of human knowledge, multiple Nebula and Hugo Award winner Greg Bear returns to the wonder of his acclaimed novel, Eon. To an Earth struggling from the ravages of nuclear death, to the amazing asteroid starship Thistledown, its cyber-civilization not quite from our far future, and to the Way, an endless corridor carved from the mathematics of space, slicing across universes. Desperately stopping an invasion by the non-human Jarts, Thistledown severed its link to the Way, and as the asteroid settled in Earth orbit, as scientist Patricia Vasquez tried and failed to reclaim her family and her past, and as a flying city hurtled at near light speed down the Way, the tunnel vanished and became a self-contained universe snaking through the cosmos. 40 years later, on Earth, leader of the first expedition to Thistledown, Gary Lanier, has grown old, bitter, weary, unwilling to live. Suddenly he reunites with General Pavel Mirsky, who cannot possibly exist, because Mirsky disappeared with the Way. On Gaia, where Alexander's empire has reigned for more than 2,000 years, young Rita Vasquez pursues the legacy of her dead grandmother, the enigmatic Sophie Patricia, and, seeking Earth, plunges her world into unutterable, mind-numbing horror. On Thistledown, physicist Konrad Korzanovsky faces the challenge of 2 lifetimes. He was murdered for creating the Way, and resurrected to oversee the sundering. Now a growing faction want Korzanovsky to reopen the corridor, no matter what the risk. And it is here that a former defense chief will find the ancient remains of a Jart, and soon learn how disastrously humans have underestimated their ancient enemy. A main selection of the Science Fiction Book Club. About the author. Breathtaking in their vision, scope, and sheer drama, multiple Nebula and Hugo Award winner Greg Bear's works include Eon, Blood Music, The Forge of God, and The Wind from a Burning Woman. Dedication. For David McClintock, friend, fellow admirer of Olaf Stapleton, and above all, bookseller. Only when space is rolled up like a piece of leather will there be an end to suffering, apart from knowing God. Shveteshvatara Upanishad 6:20. In the end there is cruelty and death alone over the land. Not in a single ray of light or grain of sand will you find solace, for all is dark, and the cold gaze of God's indifferent, heavy-lidded eyes falls on all with equal disdain. Only in your inner strength is there salvation. You must live just as a tree must live, or the cockroaches and fleas that flourish in the land and ruin of earth. And so you live, and feel the sting of knowing you live. You eat whatever comes to hand, and if what you eat was once a brother or sister, so be it. God does not care. Nobody cares. You whore, and if you whore with man or woman, nobody cares. For when all are hungry, all are whores, even those who use the whores. And disease flourishes when all are whores, for germs must live and spread across the land and ruin of earth. Some say we will climb back to the sky on our own. Some say we all should have died for penance. But that was not to be. For by time's freak and history's whim, the angels come from the stone, to march over the land and offer what solace the land cannot, to push back the clouds and smoke and let sun pass through, to sow our crops and harvest our food, then to pass the ploughs on to us. You marvel at this, and do not curse the angels in the madness of your guilt, for they are a glory like a dream, and you do not truly believe. They minister to your disease, and in time you join them to minister unto others. Medicine becomes religion, help the sole commandment, healing the greatest gift to God one can imagine. They bring miracles from out of the stone. They stay among us, but are not of us. And a few grumble, but the few are ignored, as the chaff is ignored. What the few grumble about is division and dissatisfaction, for we are never happy, and never content, and never satisfied. But the angels do not listen. And then from the Bible lands and points east, from the lands of the book and out of the people of the book, comes rebellion. For their lands have not been scorched, and they can still find strength in the soil, and they are ingenious and know the law of tree and flea. Because they are chosen of God, they fight these angels who are not angels, but devils to them. They fight, and they are subdued by miracles and made pacific. And the people of the book sleep the sleep of the Pacific, building and working, but not fighting. So it is in the land where humankind first opened its eyes. And then in the land sunk in evil at the tip of the heart of darkness, like white dregs in a black bottle, from this land comes speakers of Afrikaans and English in their fine uniforms, driving ahead of them their slave armies, to despoil all the untouched southern lands of the earth. They fight, and they are subdued by miracles, and made pacific in their way. And they sleep the sleep of the Pacific, building and working and not fighting. So it is at the bottom of the amphora of Africa. Light and learning begin again above the soil, for strength returns to the soil and to the flesh. All this we owe to the angels. And if they are only men, only our own children come back clothed in light, what is that to our gladness and gratitude? They lift us from the law of tree and flea, and make us human again. Gershom Raphael, The Book of the Death, Surah 4, Book 1. 1. Recovered Earth, Independent Territory of New Zealand, A.D. 2046. The new Murchison Station Cemetery held only 30 graves. Flat grassland surrounded the fenced-in plot, and around and through the grassland a narrow runoff creek curled protectively, its low, washing whisper steady above the cool, dry wind. The wind made the blades of grass hiss and shiver. Snow-ribboned mountains, shawled in grey cloud, glowered over the plain. The sun was an hour above the two-thumb range to the east, its light bright but not warm. Despite the wind, Gary Lanier was sweating. He helped shoulder the coffin through the leaning white picket fence to the new dug grave, marked by a casually lumpy mound of black earth, his face a mask to hide the effort and the sharp twinges of pain. 6 friends served as pallbearers. The coffin was only a finely shaped and precisely planed pine box, but Lawrence Heinemann had weighed a good 90 kilos when he died. The widow, Lenore Carlson, followed 2 steps behind, face lifted, puzzled eyes staring at something just above the end of the coffin. Her once grey-blonde hair was now silver-white. Larry had looked much younger than Lenore, who seemed frail and phantasmal now in her 90th year. He had been given a new body after his heart attack, 34 years before. It was not age or disease that had killed him, but a rockfall at a campsite in the mountains 20 kilometers away. They laid him in the earth, and the pallbearers pulled away the thick black ropes. The coffin leaned and creaked in the dirt. Lanier imagined Heinemann was finding his grave an uneasy bed, and then dismissed this artless fancy. It was not good to reshape death. The priest of the new Church of Rome spoke Latin over the grave. Lanier was the first to drop a spade of damp-smelling dirt into the hole. Ashes to ashes. The ground is wet here. The coffin will rot. Lanier rubbed his shoulder as he stood with Karen, his wife of almost 4 decades. Her eyes darted around the faces of their distant neighbors, searching for something to ease her own sense of displacement. Lanier tried to look at the mourners with her eyes, and found only sadness and a nervous humility. He touched her elbow, but she was having none of his reassurances. Karen felt as if she didn't belong. She loved Lenore Carlson like a mother, and yet they hadn't talked in 2 years. Up there, in the sky, among the orbiting precincts, the Hexamon conducted its business, yet had sent no representative from those august heavenly bodies, and indeed, considering how Larry had come to feel about the Hexamon, that gesture would have been inappropriate. How things had changed. Divisions, separations, disasters. Not all the work they had done in the recovery could wipe away these differences. They had had such expectations for the recovery. Karen still had high hopes, still worked on her various projects. Those around her did not share many of her hopes. She was still of the faith, believing in the future, in the Hexamon's efforts. Lanier had lost the faith 20 years ago. Now they laid a significant part of their past in the damp earth with no hope of a second resurrection. Heinemann had not expected to die by accident, but he had chosen this death nonetheless. Lanier had made a similar choice. Some day, he knew, the earth would absorb him too, and that still seemed proper, though not without its terror. He would die. No second chances. He and Heinemann and Lenore had accepted the opportunities offered by the Hexamon up to a certain point, and then had demurred. Karen had not demurred. If it had been her under the rock-slide rather than Larry, she would not be dead now. Stored in her implant, she would await her due resurrection, in a body newly grown for her on one of the precincts, and brought to earth. She would soon be as young or younger than she was now. And as the years passed, she would not grow any older than she wished, nor would her body change in any but accepted ways. That set her apart from these people. It set her apart from her husband. Like Karen, their daughter Andia had carried an implant, and Lanier had not protested, something that had shamed him a little at the time. But watching her grow and change had been an extraordinary enough experience, and he realized he was far readier to accept his death than this beautiful child's. He had not overruled Karen's plans, and the Hexamon had come down to bless the child of one of their faithful servants, to give his own daughter a gift he did not himself accept, because it was not, could not be, made available to all the old natives of Earth. Then irony had stepped in and left a permanent mark on their lives. 20 years ago, Andia's airplane had crashed in the eastern Pacific, and she had never been found. Their daughter's chances for a return to life lay in the silt at the bottom of some vast deep, a tiny marble, untraceable even with Hexamon technology. The tears in his eyes were not for Larry. He wiped them and drew his face into stiff formality to greet the priest, a pious young hypocrite Lanier had never liked. "Good wine comes in strange glass," Larry had once said. He came into a wisdom I envy. In the first flush of wonder, working with the Hexamon, all had been dazzled. Heinemann had, after all, accepted his second body gladly enough, and Lenore had accepted youth treatments to keep up with her husband. She had later dropped the treatments, but now she seemed no more than a well-preserved 70. Most old natives did not have access to implants. Even the terrestrial Hexamon could not supply everybody on Earth with the necessary devices, and if they could have, Earth cultures were not ready for even proximate immortality. Lanier had resisted implants, yet accepted Hexamon medicine. He did not know to this day whether or not that had been hypocrisy. Such medicine had been made available to most, but not all, old natives, scattered around the ruined Earth. The Hexamon had stretched its resources to accomplish that much. He had rationalized that to do the work he was doing, He needed to be healthy and fit, and to be healthy and fit while doing that work, going into the Deadlands, living amidst death and disease and radiation, he needed the privilege of the Hexamon's medicine. Lanier could read Karen's reaction. Such a waste. All these people dropping out, giving up. She thought they were behaving irresponsibly. Perhaps they were, but they, like himself and like Karen, had given much of their lives to the recovery and to the faith. They had earned their beliefs, however irresponsible in her eyes. The debt they all owed to the orbiting precincts was incalculable, but love and loyalty could not be earned by indebtedness. Lanier followed the mourners to the tiny church a few hundred meters away. Karen stayed behind near the graves. She was weeping, but he could not go to comfort her. He shook his head once sharply and glanced up at the sky. No one had thought it would ever be this way. He still could hardly believe it himself. In the single-story meeting-room of the church, while 3 younger women set out sandwiches and punch, Lanier waited for his wife to join the wake. Groups of 2 or 3 gathered in the room, ill at ease, to step forward as one and pay their respects to the widow, who took it all with a distant smile. She lost her first family in the death, he remembered. She and Larry, after their retirement from the recovery 10 years ago, had behaved like youngsters, hiking around South Island, taking up various hobbies, occasionally going to Australia for extended walkabouts, once even sailing to Borneo. They had been, or had seemed, carefree, and Lanier envied them that. "Your wife takes this hard," a red-faced young man named Fremont said, approaching Lanier alone. Fremont ran the reopened Irishman Creek station. His half-wild merinos sometimes spread all the way to Twizel, and he was not considered the best of citizens. His station mark was an encircled Kia, odd for a man who made his living from sheep. Still, he had once been reputed to say, "I'm no less independent than my sheep. I go where I will, and so do they." We all loved him, Lanier said. Why he should suddenly open up to this red-faced half-stranger he did not know, but with his eye on the door, waiting for Karen, his mouth said, "He was a smart man. Simple, though. He knew his limits. Fremont cocked a bushy eyebrow. "We were on the stone together," Lanier said. "So I've heard. You were all confused with the angels." Lanier shook his head. He hated that. "He did good work here and all over," Fremont said. "Everybody's decent at a funeral." Karen came in through the door. Fremont, who could not have been more than 35, glanced in her direction and then turned back to Lanier, speculation in his eyes. Lanier compared himself with this young and vigorous man. His own hair was solid gray, hands large and brown and gnarled, body slightly bent. Karen seemed no older than Fremont. 2. Terrestrial Hexamon, Earth orbit, axis Euclid. "Let's talk," Suli Ram Kikara suggested, turning off her collar picture and folding up in a chair behind Olmi. He stood by her apartment window, a real window, looking through the axis Euclid's interior wall at the cylindrical space that had once surrounded the way's central singularity. Now it revealed swimming aeronauts with gauzy, bat-like wings, floating amusement parks, citizens tracting on causeways formed by faint purple fields, and a small arc of darkness to the left, near Earth space visible beyond the interior wall. The colors and activity reminded him of a French painting from the early 20th century, a park scene suddenly bereft of gravity, strolling couples and children of Orthodox Naderites scattered crazily every which way. The view changed constantly as the axis's body rotated around the hollow at its center, a streaming display of Hexamon life and society, of which Olmi no longer seemed a part. "I'm listening," he said, though he did not look at her. "You haven't visited Toppy in months." Toppy was their son, created from their mixed mysteries in Euclid's city memory. Such conception had only returned to favor the past 10 years. Before that, when Orthodox Naderites had dominated Euclid's precinct government, natural births and ex utero births had been the order of the day. and the hell with centuries of Hexamon tradition. Hence the children playing in the floor park beyond Ram Kikara's window. Olmi blinked, guilty about avoiding his son. The point was always quickly reached with Suli Ram Kikara. "He's doing fine. He needs us both. A partial on-demand is no replacement for a father. He's up for his incorporation tests in a few months, and he needs—" "Yes, yes." Olmi almost wished they had never had Tapi. The weight of responsibility now, with his researches also heavy on him, was too much. He simply did not have time. "I don't know whether to be mad at you or not," she said. "You're facing something difficult. I suppose a few years ago I could have guessed what it is." Her voice was rich and even, well controlled, but she could not hide concern mixed with irritation at his quiet obtuseness. "I value you enough to ask what's bothering you." Value. They had been primary lovers for more decades than he cared to count. 74 years, his implant memory stores reminded him, unbidden. And they had lived through, and taken part in, some of the Hexamon's most turbulent and spectacular history. He had never seriously courted any woman but Ram Kikara. He had always known that wherever he went, whomever else he established a brief liaison with, he would always return to her. She was his match, a homorph, neither Naderite nor Gesell in her politics, lifelong advocate, one-time senior corp rep for Earth in the Nexus, champion of the unfortunate, the ignored, and the ignorant. With no other would he have made a Tapi. "I've been studying, that's all." "Yes, but you won't tell me what you've been studying. Whatever it is, it's changing you." "I'm just looking ahead." "You don't know something I'm not privy to, do you? Coming out of retirement? The trip to Earth?" He said nothing, and she pulled back, lips tightly pressed together. "All right. Something secret. Something to do with the reopening." "Nobody seriously plans that," Olmi said, an edge of petulance in his voice, unseemly in a man over 5 centuries old. Only Ram Kikara could get through his armor and provoke such a response. "Not even Korzhenovsky agrees with you." "With me? I've never said I support reopening." "It is absurd," she said. Now they had both probed beneath armor. "Whatever our problems or shortages, to abandon the Earth—" "That's even less likely," he said softly. "And reopen the way. That goes against everything we've worked for the past 40 years. "I've never said I wanted it," he reiterated. Her look of scorn was a shock to him. Never had their distance been so great that either could have felt intellectual contempt for the other. Their relationship had always been a mix of passion and dignity, even in the years of their worst dispute, which this showed signs of equaling or surpassing, though he refused to admit disagreement. "Nobody wants it, but it sure would be exciting, wouldn't it? To be gainfully employed again, to have a mission, to return to our youth and years of greatest power, to open commerce with the Talcet again. Such wonders in store." Olmi lifted one shoulder slightly, a bare admission that there was some truth in what she said. "Our job here isn't finished. We have our entire history to reclaim. Surely that's labor enough." "I've never known our kind to be moderate," Olmi said. "You feel the call of duty, don't you? You're preparing for what you think will happen." Suli Ram Kikara uncurled and stood, taking him by the arm more in anger than affection. "Have we never truly thought alike? Has our love always been just an attraction of opposites? You opposed me on the old native's rights to individuality. Anything else would have damaged the recovery." Her bringing the subject up after 38 years, and his quick response, showed clearly that the embers of that dispute had not died. "We agreed to differ," she said, facing him. As Earth's advocate in the years after the sundering and in the early stages of the recovery, Ram Kikara had opposed Hexamon efforts to use Talcet and other mental therapies on old natives. She had cited contemporary terrestrial law and taken the issue to the Hexamon courts, arguing that old natives had the right to avoid mental health checkups and corrective therapy. Eventually, her court challenge had been denied under Special Recovery Act legislation. That had been resolved 38 years before. Now, approximately 40% of Earth's survivors received one or another kind of therapy. The campaign to administer treatment had been masterful. Sometimes it had overstepped its bounds, but it had worked. Mental illness and dysfunction were virtually eradicated. Ram Kikara had gone on to other issues, other problems. They had stayed lovers, but their relationship had been strained from that point on. The umbilicus between them was very tough. Disagreements alone, even this, would not cut it. Ram Kikara could not, and in any event would not, cry or show the weaknesses of an old native, and Olmi had given up those abilities centuries ago. Her face was sufficiently evocative without tears. He could read the special character of a Hexamon citizen there, emotions withheld but somehow communicated, sadness and loss foremost. "You've changed during the past 4 years," she said. "I can't define it, but whatever you're doing, however you're preparing, it diminishes the part of you that I love." His eyes narrowed. "You won't talk about it, not even with me." He shook his head slowly, feeling just another degree of withering inside, another degree of withdrawal. "Where is my Olmi?" Ram Kikara asked softly. "What have you done with him?" "Sir Olmi, your return is most welcome. How was your journey?" President Kees Farron Cilium stood on a broad, transparent platform, the wide orb of the earth coming into view beneath him as axis Euclid rotated. 500 square meters of stressed and ion-anchored glass and 2 layers of traction field lay between the president's conference chamber and open space. He seemed to stand on a stretch of open nothingness. Farron Cilium's dress, white African cotton pants, and a tufted black sleeveless shirt of thistledown, altered linen, emphasized his responsibility for 2 worlds, recovered Earth, the eastern hemisphere of which rolled into morning beneath their feet, and the orbiting bodies, axes Euclid and Thoreau, and the asteroid starship Thistledown. Olmi stood to one side of the apparent void in the outer shell of the precinct. The Earth passed out of view. He picketed formal greetings to Farron Cilium, then said aloud, "My trip was smooth, Sir President." He had waited patiently for 3 days to be admitted, using the time for the awkward visit to Suli Ram Kikara. Countless times before he had waited on presiding ministers and lesser officials, fully aware, as centuries passed, that he had developed the old soldier's attitude of superiority over his masters, of respectful condescension to the hierarchy. "And your son?" "I haven't seen him in some time, Sir President. I understand he is doing well." "A whole crop of children coming up for their incorporation exams soon," Farron Cilium said. "They'll be needing bodies and occupations, all of them, if they pass as easily as I'm sure your son will. More strain on limited resources." "Yes, sir." "I've invited 2 of my associates to attend part of your briefing," the President said, hands folded behind his back. 2 assigned ghosts, projected partial personalities, acting with temporary independence from their originals, appeared a few meters to one side of the President. Olmi recognized one of them, the leader of the Neo-Geshells and Axis Euclid, Tobert Thompson Tick, one of Euclid's 30 senators in the Nexus. Olmi had investigated Tick at the start of his mission, though he had not met with the senator personally. The image of Tick's partial looked slightly more handsome and muscled than his original, an ostentation gaining favor among the more radical Nexus politicians. The presence of projected partials was both old and new. For 30 years after the sundering, the separation of Thistledown from the Way, Orthodox Naderites had controlled the Hexamon, and such technological displays had been relegated to situations of extreme necessity. Now the use of partials was commonplace. A neo-Gesell such as Tick would not be averse to casually scattering his image and personality patterns about the Hexamon. Sir Olney is acquainted with Senator Tick. I don't believe you've met Senator Ross Maschini, Senator for the Territory of Greater Australia and New Zealand. He's in Melbourne at this moment. Pardon the time delay, Sir Olney, Maschini said. No fear, Olney said. The audience was purely a formality, since most of Olney's report was contained on record in detailed pics and graphics. But even so, he had not expected Pharyncylium to invite witnesses. It was a wise leader who knew when to admit his adversary, or adversaries, into high functions. Olney knew little about Maschini. Let me apologize again for disturbing your well-deserved retirement. Earthlight flooded the President. As the precinct rotated, the earth again seemed to pass below them. You've served this office for centuries. I thought it best to rely on someone with your experience and perspective. What we're dealing with here, of course, are largely historical problems and trends. Problems of cultures, perhaps, Tick interposed. Olney thought it brash for a partial to interrupt the President, but then that was neo-Gesell style. I assume these honorables know the task you set for me, Olney said, nodding at the ghosts, but not the whole task. The President picted assent. The moon slipped beneath them, a tiny, bright platinum crescent. They all stood near the center of the platform now, the partials' images flickering slightly to indicate their nature. I hope this assignment was less strenuous than the ones you're famous for. Not strenuous at all, Sir President. I've been afraid of losing touch with the details of the Hexamon, or indeed the human race, he thought, living so calmly and peacefully. The President smiled. Even for Olney it was hard to imagine an old war-horse like himself living a life of studious leisure. I sent Sir Olney on a mission around the recovered Earth to provide an independent view of our relations. This seemed necessary in light of the 4 recent assassination attempts on Hexamon officials and Terrestrial leaders. We in the Hexamon are not used to such extreme attitudes. They might be the last vestiges of Earth's political past, or they might indicate breaking strains we are not aware of, reflections of our own belt-tightening in the orbiting precincts. I asked him to bring me an overview on how the recovery was proceeding. Some believe it is finished, and so our Hexamon has designated the Earth itself recovered, past tense, job accomplished. I am not convinced. How much time and effort will be necessary to truly bring the Earth back to health? The recovery goes as well as could be expected, Sir President. Olney consciously altered his speaking and picting style. As the Senator from Australia and New Zealand is aware, even the Hexamon's vast technologies cannot make up for a lack of resources, not when you wish to accomplish such a transformation in mere decades. There is a natural time required for Earth's wounds to heal, and we cannot accelerate that by much. I estimate that about half the task has been accomplished if we say that full recovery is a return to economic conditions comparable to those preceding the death. Doesn't that depend on how ambitious we are on Earth? Ross Maschini asked. If we wish to bring Terrestrials to a level comparable with the Precincts or Thistledown— He did not finish his sentence. It was hardly necessary. That could take a century or more, Olney said. There's no universal agreement that old natives want such rapid advancement. Some would doubtless openly resist it. How stable are our relations with Earth just now? The President asked him. They could be much improved, sir. There are still areas of strong, overt political resistance, Southern Africa and Malaysia among them. Ross Maschini smiled ironically. Southern Africa's attempted invasion of Australia was still a sore memory, one of the greatest crises in the 4 decades of the recovery. But the resistance is strictly political, not military, and it's not very organized. Southern Africa is subdued after the Voortrekker defeats, and Malaysia's activities are unorganized. They do not seem worrisome at the moment. Our little sanity plagues have done their job? Olney was taken aback. The use of psychobiologicals on Earth was supposed to be highly confidential. Only a few of the most trusted old natives knew of them. Was Oikoumenē one such? Did Pharyncylium trust Tick so much that he could mention them casually? Yes, sir. Yet you've had qualms about these mass treatments? I've always recognized their necessity. No doubts whatsoever? Olmi felt as if he were being toyed with. It was not a sensation he enjoyed. If you're referring to the opposition of Earth's former advocate, Suli Ram Kikara, we do not necessarily share political beliefs, even when we share beds, Sir President. These are past matters now. Forgive my interruption. Please continue, Sir Olmi. There's still a strong undercurrent of tension between most old natives and the ruling parties of the orbiting bodies. That's a painful puzzle to me, Pharyncylium said. I'm not sure it can be surmounted. They resent us in so many ways. We robbed them of their youth. We pulled them up from the death, the President said sharply. Oikoumenē's assigned ghost gave a faint smile. We've prevented them from growing and recovering on their own, sir. The terrestrial Hexamon that built and launched Thistledown rose from just such misery. Independently. Some old natives feel perhaps we've helped too much, and imposed our ways upon them. Pharyncylium picketed grudging agreement. Olmi had noticed a hardening of attitude against old natives among Hexamon administrators in the orbiting bodies the past decade. And the old natives, being what they were, many still rough and uneducated, still shocked by the death, without the political and managerial sophistication earned through centuries of experience in the way, had grown to resent the firm but gentle hand of their powerful descendants. The Terrestrial Senate is quiet and cooperative, Olmi said, avoiding Oikoumenē's eyes. The worst dissatisfactions, outside those already mentioned, seem to be in China and Southeast Asia. Where science and technology first arose after the death, in our own history, willful and strong peoples. How resentful are the old natives overall? Certainly not to the point of worldwide activism, Sir President. Consider it a prejudice, not a rage. What about Gerald Brooks in England? I met with him, sir. He is not a threat. He worries me. He has quite a following in Europe. At most 2,000, and a recovered population of 10 million. He's vocal, but not powerful. He feels deep gratitude for what the Hexamon has done for the Earth. He merely resents those of your administrators who treat terrestrials like children. Far too many of that kind, he thought. Resents my administrators. The President paced on the platform. Olmi watched this with a deep ironic humor. Politicians had certainly changed since the days of his youth, even since the Sundering. Formal deportment seemed an art of the past. And the religious movements? As strong as ever. Pharyncylium shook his head, seeming to relish bad news to fuel a smouldering irritation. There are at least 32 religious groups which do not accept your administrators as temporal or spiritual rulers. We don't expect them to accept us as spiritual rulers, Pharyncylium said. Some officials have tried several times to impose the rule of the good man on old natives, Olmi reminded him, even on the honorable Nader's contemporaries. How long ago had it been since a fanatic Orthodox Naderite corp rep had recommended using an illegal psychobiological to convert the faithless to star fate in Numa? 15 years? Olmi and Ram Kikara had helped suppress that notion before it had even reached a secret Nexus session, but Olmi had almost converted overnight to her radical views. We've dealt with these miscreants, Pharyncylium said. Perhaps not harshly enough. Many are still in positions of influence and continue their campaigns. At any rate, none of these movements advocate open rebellion. Civil disobedience? That is a protected right in the Hexamon, Olmi said. Used very seldom the past few decades, Pharyncylium countered. And what about the renewed enterprisers? Not a threat. No? The President seemed almost disappointed. No. Their reverence for the Hexamon is genuine, whatever their other beliefs. Besides, their leader died 3 weeks ago in the old territory of Nevada.
A natural death, Sir President, Dick said. That's an important distinction. She refused offers of extension or downloading to implants.
Refused them, Olmi said, because they were not offered to her followers.
We do not have the resources to give every citizen of the terrestrial Hexamon immortality, Pharyncylium said, and they would not be socially prepared at any rate.
True, Olmi acknowledged. At any rate, they never opposed Hexamon plans beyond their immediate territory.
Did you meet with Senator Kanazawa in Hawaii? Ross Mashini asked with a hint of distaste.
Olmi suddenly understood why the senator was attending. Ross Mashini was heart and soul in the camp of the orbiting bodies. No, Olmi answered. I wasn't aware he had been anything but cooperative with the Hexamon.
He's gathered a lot of power to himself in the past few years, particularly in the Pacific Rim. He's a competent politician and administrator, Pharyncylium said, reining in the senator with a glance. It isn't our duty to keep power forever. We're doctors and teachers, not tyrants. Is there anything else of significance, Sir Olmi?
There was, but Olmi knew it would not be discussed before these partials. No, sir. The details are all on record.
Gentlemen,
the President said, raising his arms and opening his hands to them.
Have you any final questions for Sir Olmi?
Just one,
Tick's partial said.
How do you stand on the reopening of the way?
Olmi smiled. My views on that issue are not important, Sir Tick.
My original is most curious about the views of those who remember the way vividly.
Tick had not been born until after the Sundering. He was one of the youngest Neo-Geshells on Axis Euclid.
Sir Olmi has a right to keep his opinions to himself,
Pharyncylium said. Tick's partial apologized without any deep sincerity.
Thank you, Sir President, Mashini's partial said. I appreciate your cooperation with Earth's Parliament. I look forward to studying your complete records, Sir Olmi.
The ghosts faded, leaving them alone above the dark, fathomless void, now empty of both earth and moon. Olmi looked down and spotted a glimmer of light amidst the stars. Thistledown, he thought, and his implants quickly provided a calculation that confirmed his guess.
One last question, Sir Olmi, and then this meeting is completed. The Neo-Geshells, if they manage to get the Hexamon to reopen the way, do we have the resources to continue the Earth's support at present levels?
No, Sir President. Successful reopening would cause long delays, at the very least, in major rehabilitation projects.
We're already strapped for resources, aren't we? More than the Hexamon is willing to admit. And yet there are Terrestrials, Mashini among them, who believe that in the long run reopening would benefit us all.
The President shook his head and picked at a symbol of judgment and a symbol of extreme foolishness. A man sharpening a ridiculously long sword. The picked symbol no longer had a connection with war per se, but its subtext was still a little surprising to Olmi. War with whom?
We must learn to adapt and live under the present circumstances. I believe that deeply,
Pharyncylium said.
But my influence is not boundless. So many of our people have become so very homesick. Can you imagine that? Even I. I was one of the firebrands who supported Rosengardner and demanded a return to Earth, to what we thought of as our true home. But no one alive in the way had ever been to Earth. How sophisticated we think we are, yet how irrational and protean our deepest emotions and motivations. Perhaps a better grade of Talcet would help, no?
Olmi smiled noncommittally. The President's shoulders slumped. With an effort, he squared them again.
We should learn to live without these luxuries. The good man never availed himself of Talcet.
He walked to the edge of the platform, as if to avoid the abyss beneath their feet. Earth was coming into view again.
Have the Neo-Geshells carried their activities to Earth? Beyond people like Mashini?
No. They seem content to ignore the Earth, Sir President.
The least I'd expect from such visionaries. That's a political wellspring they'll regret overlooking. Surely they can't believe the Earth will have no say in such a decision. And on Thistledown?
They're still openly campaigning. I found no sign of subversive activities.
Such a delicate balance a man in my position holds, trying to play so many factions against each other. I know my tenure in this office is limited. I'm not good at hiding my beliefs, and they are not the easiest beliefs to hold these days. I've fought the notion of reopening for 3 years now. It will not die. But I can't help believing that no good will come of it. You can't go home again, especially if you can never decide where home is. We're in a delicate time. Shortages, weariness. I see the inevitability, some day, of reopening, but not now, not until we have finished our tasks on Earth.
Varensilium regarded Olmi with an expression near pleading.
I'm as curious as Senator Tick, I'm afraid. What are your opinions about the way?
Olmi shook his head slightly. I'm resigned to living without it, Sir President.
Yet you won't be able to renew your body parts soon. Or are the shortages already acute?
They are, Olmi admitted.
You'll resign yourself to city memory willingly?
Or death, Olmi said. But that won't be for years.
Do you miss the challenges, the opportunities?
I try not to worry about the past, Olmi said. He was being less than candid, but he had learned long before when to be open and when not.
You've been an enigma for all your centuries of service, Sir Olmi. So the records tell me. I won't press you. But in your brief considerations of the problem, have you thought of what might happen to us, should we reopen the way?
Olmi did not answer for a moment. The President seemed to know more about his recent activities than Olmi found comfortable. The way could be reoccupied by Jarts, sir.
Indeed. Our eager neo-Geshels tend to overlook that problem. I can't. I'm not unaware of your researches. I believe you show extreme foresight.
Sir?
Your researches in city memory in the Thistledown libraries. I have my own active rogues, Sir Olmi. You seem to be accessing information with a direct bearing on reopening, and you've been studying for years at some personal cost, I imagine.
Varensilium regarded him shrewdly, then turned back to the railing, knocking it lightly with the knuckles of one hand.
Officially, I'm releasing you from any further duties. Unofficially, I urge you to continue your studies.
Olmi picked at assent.
Thank you for your work. Should you have any further thoughts, by all means let me know. Your opinions are valued, whether or not you think we need them.
Olmi left the platform. The Earth had rotated into view again. Perpetual responsibility, unfamiliar home, sign of pain and triumph, failure and regrowth. 3. Gaia, island of Rhodos, Greater Alexandreian Oikoumenē, year of Alexandros, 2331 to 2342. Rita Berenike Vaskaisa grew wild on the shores near the ancient port of Lindos until she was 7 years old. Her father and mother let the sun and sea have their way with her, teaching her only what she was curious to know, which was a great deal. She was a brown, bare-limbed, wild thing, wide-eyed and elusive among the brown and white and faded gold battlements and columns and steps of the abandoned Acropolis. From the bright expanse of the porch of the sanctuary of Athene Lindia, palms pressed against the crumbling walls, she stared down the cliffs into the azure, unending sea, counting the steady, gentle march of waves against the rocks. Sometimes she crept through the wooden door into the shed that housed the giant statue of Athene, rising thick-limbed and serene in the shadows, looking decidedly Asiatic, with her radiant brass crown, once gold, and her man-high stone shield. Few Lindians came up here. Many thought it was haunted by the centuries-dead ghosts of Persian defenders, massacred when the Oikoumenē regained control of the island. Sometimes there were tourists from Aegyptos or the mainland, but not often. The Middle Sea was not a place for tourists any more. The farmers and shepherds of Lindos saw her as Artemis and believed she brought them luck. In the village her world seemed full of welcoming smiles from familiar faces. On her 7th birthday, Berenike, her mother, took her from Lindos to Rhodos. She did not remember much about the island's biggest city besides the imposing bronze Naos Colossus, recast and erected 4 centuries ago, and now missing all of one arm and half of another. Her mother, with red-brown hair as wide-eyed as her daughter, led her through the town to the whitewashed brick and stone and plaster home of the first-level Academia Didaskalos, the master of children's education. Rita stood alone before the Didaskalos in the warm, sunny examination chamber, barefoot in a plain white shift, and answered his simple but telling questions. This was little more than formality, considering that her grandmother had founded the Academia Hypatia, but it was an important formality. Later that day her mother told her she had been accepted into the first school, her lessons to begin at age 9. Then Berenike took Rita back to Lindos, and life went on much as before, but with more books and more lessons to prepare her, and less time to run with wind and water. They did not visit the Sophie on that journey. She had been ill. Some said she was dying, but she recovered 2 months later. This all meant very little to young Rita, who knew almost nothing about her grandmother, having met her only twice, in infancy and at age 5. The summer before she began her formal schooling, her grandmother called upon her to return to Rhodos, and to spend some time with her. The Sophie was reclusive. Many Rhodians thought she was a goddess. Her origins and the stories that had grown up around her supported their beliefs. Rita had no fixed opinions. What the Lindians said and what her father and mother told her were confusingly far apart on some points and close on others. Rita's mother was almost frantically thrilled by this privilege, which Patricia had accorded to none of her other grandchildren. Her father, Ramon, accepted it with the calm, self-assured air he had in those days, before the Sophie's death and the factional fighting at the Academia. Together they took her to Rhodos by horse-cart, driving along the same cobbled and oiled road they had followed 2 summers before. Patricia's house stood on a rocky promontory overlooking the great naval harbor. It was a small gypsum plaster and stone dwelling in late Persian style, with 4 rooms and a separate study on a low cliff above the beach. As they walked up the path through the vegetable garden, Rita looked over a brick wall at the ancient fortress of Camibses, across the harbor, rising like a huge stone cup from the end of a broad mole. The fortress had been abandoned for 70 years, but was now being refurbished by the Oikoumenē. Workmen clambered along its thick crumbling walls, tiny as mice. The Naos Colossus guarded the harbor entrance 100 arms beyond the fortress, still armless, standing with more dignity withal on its own massive block of brick and stone, surrounded by water. "Is she a witch?" Rita asked Ramon softly at the front door. "Sss!" Berenike warned, crossing Rita's lips with her finger. "She's not a witch," Ramon said, smiling. "She's my mother." Rita thought it would be nice for a servant to open the door, but the Sophie had no servants. Patricia Vascaisa herself stood smiling in the doorway, a white-haired, brown-skinned, dried stick of a woman, with shrewd, deep-seeing eyes wreathed in leathery wrinkles. Even in the heat of summer the wind blew cool on the hill, and Patricia wore a floor-length black robe. She touched Rita's cheek with a dry finger-tip, and Rita thought, "She's made of wood." But the Sophie's palm was soft and warmly sweet-scented. From behind her back she brought out a garland of flowers and looped them around Rita's neck. "An old tradition from Hawaii," she explained. Berenike stood with head bowed, hands pressed firmly to her sides. Rita saw her mother's awe and vaguely disapproved. The Sophie was very old and very skinny, to be sure, but not frightening, at least not yet. Rita tugged at the flowers around her neck and glanced at Ramon, who gave her a reassuring smile.
We'll have lunch," Patricia said, her voice husky and almost as deep as a man's. She walked slowly ahead of them into the kitchen, measuring each step precisely, slipper-shod feet scuffing the rough black tile floor. Her hands touched a chair back as if she were greeting a friend, then tapped the rim of an old black iron basin, and finally smoothed along the edge of a bleached wooden table laden with fruit and cheese. "After my son and daughter-in-law, sweet people that they are, but they intrude, after they go home we can really talk." The Sophet glanced sharply at Rita, and despite herself the girl nodded agreement, conspiring. They spent much of the next few weeks together, Patricia telling her tales, many of which Rita had already heard from her father. Patricia's Earth was not the Gaia Rita had grown up on. History had gone differently there. On a warm, hazy day, when the wind was still and the sea seemed lost in glazed sleep, her grandmother walked slowly ahead of her in a nearby orange grove, a basket of fruit slung over one arm. "In California there used to be orange groves all over, beautiful big oranges, much bigger than these." Patricia lifted a reddish, plum-sized fruit in her thin, strong fingers. "The groves had almost disappeared by the time I was your age. Too many people wanted to live there. Not enough room for the groves." "Is California here or there, grandmother?" Rita asked. "There, on Earth," Patricia said. "There's no such name here." She paused, staring up at the sky reflectively. "I don't know what's happening where California would be in this world. I suppose it's part of Nea Kharkedon's western desert." "Full of red men with bows and arrows," Rita suggested. "Maybe so. Maybe so." After eating alone together in the kitchen, Rita listened quietly to the Sophet in the welcome cool of the summer's evening, an old oil lamp glowing and smoking sweetly on a wicker table between them, supplementing the twilight as they shared glasses of warm tea. "Your great-grandmother, my mother, comes to visit me now and then." "Isn't she in the other world, grandmother?" Patricia smiled and nodded, her face a mass of wrinkles in the golden-orange light. "That doesn't stop her. She comes when I sleep, and she says you're a very bright girl, a wonderful child, and she's proud to share her name with you." Patricia leaned forward. "Your great-grandfather's proud of you, too. But don't let us get you down, dear. You've time enough to play and dream and grow up before your day comes." "What day, grandmother?" Patricia smiled enigmatically and nodded at the horizon. Aphrodite dazzled and shimmered over the sea like a hole in a dark silk lampshade. Rita returned to Patricia's house 2 years later, no longer a wild child made polite by the presence of an impossibly old grandmother, but a studious, well-groomed young girl, intent on becoming a woman. Patricia had not changed. To Rita she seemed like a preserved fruit, or an Egyptian mummy that might survive forever. Their talk this time was more about history. Rita knew quite a bit about Gaia's history, and not precisely as the Oikoumenē wanted it taught. The Academia Hypatia used the distance between Rhodos and Alexandreia to some advantage. Decades before, the imperial Hypsilothes Cleopatra, the 21st, had given the Sophet far more discretion as to curriculum than the royal advisers found pleasing. At 11, Rita was already aware of politics, but she was proving even more adept at numbers and the sciences. In the long evenings on the porch, watching the death of days along purple and grey and red horizons, Patricia told Rita about Earth and how it had almost killed itself. And she told Rita about the stone that had come from the stars, hollow like a gourd, or some exotic mineral, built by Earth's children from a future time. Rita puzzled over the subtle geometries that allowed such an enormous object to be whipped back through time into another closely similar universe. But her head seemed filled with sunlit bees when Patricia described the corridor, the way, that Earth's children had attached to the stone. She slept restlessly and dreamed of this artificial place shaped like a never-ending water pipe with holes leaking onto an infinity of worlds.
As they gardened, weeding and killing insects, planting barricades of garlic around tender young flowers, Patricia told Rita the story of her arrival on Gaia. She had been young then, 60 years ago, when she'd been given the chance to seek a gate in the way that might take her to an Earth free of nuclear war, where Patricia's family might still live. Instead, she had miscalculated and come to Gaia.
"I became an inventor at first," she said. "I invented things I knew from Earth. I gave them the Bikliklos, farm tools, things I remembered."
She waved her hands as if to dismiss them.
"That lasted only a few years. Soon I was working for the Museion, and people began to believe my stories. Some treated me as if I were more than human, which—"
She shook her head firmly.
"I am not. I will die, my dear, probably very soon."
Within 5 years of her arrival on Gaia, Patricia had been called to the palace to meet with Ptolomaios, 35 Nikephoros. The old ruler of the Oikoumenē had questioned her closely, examined the devices she had brought with her and managed to keep safe, and proclaimed her a true prodigy.
He said I was obviously not a goddess and not a demon, and attached me to the court. Those were hard times. I made the mistake of describing Earth's weapons to them, and they wanted me to help them build bigger bombs. I refused. Nikephoros threatened to imprison me. He was feeling quite pressed by Libyan desert armies then. He wanted to wipe them all out with one blow. I told him again and again what the bombs had done to Earth, but he didn't listen. I went to prison in Alexandreia for a month, and then he released me, sent me to Rhodos, and told me to start an Academia there. He died 5 years later, but the Hypatheon was well established. I dealt with his son well enough, a nice boy, rather weak, and then his granddaughter. First her mother, of course, a strong, willful woman, but brilliant. But then the imperial Hypsilotes herself, as she came of age. "Do you like it here?" Rita asked, adjusting her broad straw sun hat. Patricia pushed her wizened lips out and shook her head ruefully, admitting and denying nothing. "This is my world, and it is not my world," she said. "I would still go home, given a chance." "Could you?" Patricia nodded at the bright sky. "Perhaps, but not likely. Once another gate opened on Gaia, and with the Queen's support I spent years searching for it. But it was like a marsh ghost. It vanished, reappeared somewhere else, vanished again. And now it has been gone for 19 years. "Would it take you to Earth if you found it?" "No," the Sophet said. "It would probably take me back into the way. From there, however, I might be able to go home."
Rita felt sad, hearing the old woman's soft voice fade on the last word, her face deep in shadow under her hat, feline black eyes closing, opening halfway, infinitely tired. The Sophet shuddered and looked appraisingly at her young granddaughter.
"Would you like to learn some interesting geometries?"
Rita brightened.
"Yes."
She lay half asleep on her cot in the bare whitewashed room, listening to waves from a distant storm breaking just a few dozen arms away, great poundings of Poseidon's fists on the rocks, coinciding in her dreams with a slow thump of the hooves of a huge horse. Moon filled a near corner with cold light. Rita opened her eyes to slits, feeling a presence in the room with her. A shadow crossed the moonlight, carrying something. The girl stirred on her leather bed, still not fully awake, her body lost in comfort. The shadow came closer. It was Patricia. Rita's eyes closed and then opened slightly again. She was certainly not afraid of the Sophet, but why was she in her room at this late hour of the night? Patricia grasped her granddaughter's hand in her own dry, strong fingers and placed it on something metallic, hard and smooth, unfamiliar, yet pleasant to touch. Rita murmured an incoherent question.
"This will know you, recognize you," Patricia whispered. "By your touch, you make it yours, years from now when you mature. My child, listen to its messages. It tells you where and when. I am too old now. Find the way home for me."
The shadow passed from her room, and the moonlight faded. The room filled with darkness. Rita closed her eyes, and soon it was morning. On this new morning, Patricia began teaching Rita 2 languages that did not exist on Gaia, English and Spanish. The Sophie died, attended only by her 3 surviving sons, in the bare room where 5 years before her granddaughter had slept and dreamed of horses. Now a young woman, beginning her 3rd-level studies at the Hepateion, Rita hardly knew what emotions she felt. She was of middle height, but gawky, her face bluntly, boyishly attractive, her figure slight. Her hair was reddish-brown, and her brows arched quizzically over green eyes, her father's eyes in her mother's face. What part of her was Patricia? What did she carry of the Sophie? Her father was a slow, careful man, but his grief and worry were evident as he led the staid, long funeral procession across the sun-beaten, carved stone roadway to the merchant's harbour, taking the Sophie's frail body to the boat that would carry it out to sea. His 2 brothers followed, Rita's uncles, teachers of language in the Hepateion. After them came the entire faculty of the 4 schools, dressed in grey and white. Rita walked a step to one side and behind her father, saying to herself, "I do what she wanted me to." Rita studied physics and mathematics. That was what she carried of the Sophie. Her talents. 1 year after the funeral, as spring greened the orchards and the vineyards and olive groves came into flower, Rita's father took her to a secret cave, a dozen stadia northwest of Lindos, not far from where she had been born. He refused to answer her questions. She was a grown woman now, or thought she was. She had already taken a lover, and she objected to being ordered about, being led mysteriously to places she knew and cared nothing about. But her father insisted, and she did not enjoy defying him. The caves were blocked by thick, narrow steel vault doors, ancient with rust, but with hinges well oiled. Overhead a flight of Oikoumenē jet gull-craft maneuvered, probably from desert aerodromoi in Cilicia or Judea, leaving 5 nail scratches of white against the soft blue sky. Her father opened the vault doors with a ponderous key and 9 twists of a combination dial hidden in a locked recess. He preceded her into the cool darkness, past casks of wine and olive oil and dry stores of food hermetically sealed in steel drums, through a second door into a tiny rear tunnel. Only when the gloom became impenetrable did Ramon press a black button and turn on a light. They stood in a low, wide cavern, the air sweet with the smell of the dry rock. In the yellow glare of the single light bulb, her father advanced behind his looming shadow to a rough-hewn, stout wooden cabinet and pulled out a deep drawer. The wood's groan sounded heavy and sad between the hard walls. Within the drawer were several fine wooden boxes, one as large as a travelling case. He withdrew that one first and carried it to where she stood, kneeling before her and unlocking the lid. Within, surrounded by a cushion of velvet moulded for something at least 3 times its size, was an object barely as wide as her 2 palms spread together. It resembled a pair of handlebars from one of the Sophie's bicycloi, although much thicker, with a curved saddle pointing away from the juncture. "These are yours now, your responsibility," he said, lifting his hands as if refusing to touch the box any more. "She was saving them for you. You were the only one she thought could take up her work, her task. None of her sons were up to the job. She thought we were suited for administration, not adventure. I never argued with her. These things scare me." He stood and backed away, his shadow swinging off the box and its contents. The sculpted-looking thing within gleamed white and pearl. "What is it?" she asked. "It is one of the objects," he answered. "She called it a clavicle." The Sophie had brought 3 objects with her from the way in her wonderful journey to this world. Their powers had never been explained to Rita. Patricia had simply told her what some of them did, not how. Her father brought forward the other boxes, laying them on the dry floor of the cave, opening them. "This was her toikos," he said, indicating a flat metal and glass pad, a little larger than her hand. He reverently touched 4 small, shiny cubes nestled next to the pad. "These were her personal library. There are hundreds of books in these cubes. Some have become part of the Hepation's sacred doctrine. Some have to do with Earth. They're in languages that don't exist here, mostly. I suppose she taught you some of them." His tone was not resentful, merely resigned, perhaps even relieved. Better his daughter than him. He opened the 3rd box. "This kept her alive while she came here. It gave her air to breathe. All of these are yours." Bending over the largest box, she reached for the saddle-shaped object. Even before her finger brushed the surface, she understood that this was the key that opened gates from within the way. It was warm and friendly, not unfamiliar. She knew it, and it knew her. Rita closed her eyes and saw Gaia, the entire world, as if marked on an incredibly detailed globe. The globe spun before her and expanded, drawing her down to the steppes of Nordic Rus, Mongolia, and Jinqing, lands beyond the power of the Alexandreian Oikoumenē. There, in a shallow swale, above a trickling muddy stream, glowed a brilliant, red, 3-dimensional cross. She opened her eyes, terrified and pale, and stared down at the clavicle. It was 3 times its former size now, filling the molded velvet cushion. "What's happening?" her father asked. She shook her head. "I don't want these things." She ran to the cave opening and into the sunshine. Her father trailed after, slightly hunched, almost obsequious, calling out, "They are yours, my daughter. No one else can use them." She outran him and hid in a cleft between 2 weathered boulders, wiping tears from her eyes. She suddenly hated her grandmother. "How could you do this to me?" Rita asked. "You were crazy." She pulled her knees up to her chin, bracing her sandaled feet against the rough, dry rock. "Crazy old woman!" She remembered the shadow and the darkness when she was a girl, and kicked out against the stone until her heel was bruised. The months Rita had spent almost alone with her, listening to her stories, thinking of that fabulous world. She had never imagined that it actually existed, as real as Rhodos or the sea. Patricia's world had always been as far away as dreams, and as unlikely. But grandmother had never lied, never even stretched the truth about anything else they had discussed. She had always been perfectly straightforward, treating her as an adult, explaining carefully, answering her questions with none of the dissembling adults often hid behind. Why should she have lied about the way? As dusk softened the outlines of the tree branches overhead, visible through the cleft, Rita emerged from the rocks and walked slowly down the slope to the cave. There her father waited, sitting beside the vault door, a long green stick held in both hands across his knees. She didn't even consider the possibility he might hit her. Ramon had never physically punished her. The stick was just something to fiddle with and contemplate. Gentle, careful father, she thought. Life was complicated for him. The politics of succession at the Oikoumenē was getting nasty. He didn't need any more grief. He stood, threw the stick away, and wiped his hands on his pants, staring at the ground. She went to him and hugged him fiercely. Then they returned to the cave, gathered up the objects in their cases, and, fully burdened, carried them down the hill to the whitewashed house where Rita had been born. 4. Terrestrial Hexamon. Axis Euclid. The journey into Axis Euclid city memory was brief. Olmi chose a downline link and dropped a complete copy of himself into the matrix buffer to await entry into the central creche. His body appeared to sleep. In fact, a partial in his 3 implants was processing data on recorded Talcet ambassador interviews, searching for behavioral oddities that could give him clues to true Talcet psychology. He knew he had no time for rest. He could feel it as well as think it, an itch, a compulsion, a restless impatience difficult to control. If he felt a personal kinship to any male beside Korzeniowski, it was Toppy, his son. He had known many children in the city memory creche, sometimes as a tutor, sometimes as a judge. Few were as high in quality as Toppy, and Olmi was convinced his opinion was objective. In less than 5 years of city memory education, the youngster was progressing to a level of sophistication rare in the creche. Olmi doubted the boy would have any difficulty earning an incarnation. Still, the exams were not easy. He had resented Ram Kikara's motherly suggestion that he visit Toppy, and yet, without her making the suggestion, he might have sacrificed such a luxury to his work. Fatherhood was not a simple proposition. They had applied to create Toppy 7 years ago, 2 years after Olmi's official retirement. At that time, the conflicts between the orbiting bodies and old natives on Earth had not seemed particularly strong or destructive. The recovery had seemed on track, and both had felt there would be time to create and nurture a child. They had planned the boy's mentality in close cooperation, deciding against the orthodox naderite fashions of less structured creation, as well as physical childbirth. Ram Kikara, with a feminine sensibility that had struck Olmi with its strength and conviction, had said, "A mother and father are not made by a few hours of pain and awareness of bad physical design." They had referred to the great philosophical treatises on mentality, and used classic design templates for non-parental aspects that Olmi, actually Olmi's tracer, had found uncatalogued in Thistledown's third-chamber library. Working in city memory for 8 days, almost a year in accelerated time, they and their partials had combined the parental mysteries, selected large blocks of parental memory for endowment at certain growth stages, and overlaid the templates with great care to create the mentality they would call Toppy. The name came from Toppy Salinger, a 22nd-century novelist they both admired. Some conceived in city memory had as many as 6 parents. Toppy was biparental, with a predisposition toward masculinity. He had been born, achieving active status, 6 years before, both parents in attendance, one of only 30 children quickened in city memory that year. His body image at that time had been a 6-year-old boy, Polynesian in appearance. Polynesians and Ethiopic blacks had been considered the most beautiful of the human races in Ram Kikara's youth, and extremely puckish in behavior. Indeed, Ram Kikara had begun to call her son Robin instead of Toppy, but as he had matured and sobered, though never losing the spark of Robin Goodfellow, Toppy prevailed. For the first year of their son's life, Ram Kikara and Olmi stayed in constant personal attendance, leaving city memory only for pressing duties, which were few. They had established several fantasy living spaces, allowing Toppy to grow in several simulated eras almost simultaneously. The wonder of city memory was the flexibility of mental reality. With most of the resources of Hexamon libraries a part of the memory matrix, construction of simulated environments was a matter of a few moments' effort. The wisdom of historic time, as documented and as perceived by the Hexamon's greatest scholars and artists, was available to Toppy, and he had thrived on it. Then difficulties had arisen, not with Toppy, but with the Hexamon itself. The political winds had shifted, and some had even hinted at reopening the way. The Neo-Gesell party had grown in strength, countering the best prognostications of the Naderite political advisers. Olmi had felt the cold draught of history compelling him to prepare. And as the next few years passed, he spent less and less time in person with Toppy, leaving the duty of fatherhood to permanently downloaded partials. Ram Kikara had also found less time, but still maintained close contact with Toppy. Toppy had never shown resentment, nor had his growth slowed, but Olmi often felt the pangs of regret. The downline buffer was given access, and Olmi's original was loaded directly into the city memory creche. Toppy waited for him, his self-designed image now that of a young man, a good approximation of what a natural son of his parents might have looked like. Olmi's build and unaltered eyes and lips, Ram Kikara's nose and high cheekbones, a handsome young male, with the few stylish flaws that were the hallmark of intelligent body design. They embraced, an electric concatenation of physical and mental mergings that in an earlier time might have been considered embarrassingly intimate for father and son, but which was the norm in city memory. Olmi measured his son's progress from that embrace, and Toppy was given a healthy dose of parental approval. Picts and speech were unnecessary in city memory, but resorted to none the less. Direct mind-to-mind communication was laborious and time-consuming, used only when precise communication was necessary. "I appreciate your coming, Father," Toppy said. "Your partials were growing tired of me." "I doubt that," Olmi said. "I kept testing them to see if they matched you." "Did they?" "Yes, but I irritated them." "You should always be polite to a partial. They carry tales, you know." "You haven't accessed their memories?" "Not yet. I wanted to see you fresh." Toppy projected a haze of body plans for Olmi's approval. The young man's body would be self-contained, but without the reliance on Talcet parts and other maintenance items in short supply. His design would not be able to exist so long without maintenance and nutrition, but for these times it was a better design than Olmi's. It was certainly more practical. "What do you think?" "It's very good. You've earned council approval?" "Provisional." "You'll get it. Elegant adaptation," Olmi said, and meant it. He almost wished he could apply for reincarnation and try it out. Still, he had lived with Talcet parts for so long. "Do you think they'll reopen the way?" Olmi gave him the mental equivalent of a grimace. "Don't race ahead," he said. "I haven't got more than a few memory hours, and I don't want to spend them discussing politics. I want my son to teach me all he's learned." Toppy's enthusiasm was electric. "Wonderful things, Father. Did you ever study Mersenne structures?" Olmi had, but only briefly, finding them tedious. He didn't tell his son this. "I've made the most remarkable correlations," Toppy continued. "At first I thought they were tedious abstractions, but then I plugged them into analysis of synthetic situation and found the most incredible judgments. They allow the most complex predictive modeling. They act as self-adapting algorithms for social scaling and planning. They even model individual interactions." Toppy moved them into a private buffer. "I decorated this myself," he said. "Nobody's seen fit to overwrite yet. I think that's a compliment from my creche mates." It certainly was. Private buffer decors in the creche were usually as vulnerable and fleeting as ice in a fire. The decor, to Olmi's view, an exhausting array of mental tests and demonstrated algorithms, was far more complex and accomplished than anything he could have done. "I took some liberties with my formal lessons," Toppy continued. "I applied the Mersenne structures to external events." "Oh? What did you learn?" Toppy displayed a jagged and discontinuous curve. "Many breaks. The Hexamon is under severe strain. We're not a happy society anymore. We were once, I think, in the way. I compared the present dissatisfaction with psychological profiles of nostalgia for previous stages of life in natural-born homorphs. The small mimics the large. The algorithms show that the Hexamon wants to return to the way. My teachers haven't graded me very well on this, I'm afraid. They say the results lack rigor." "What you're saying is we all want to go back to the womb, no?" Toppy agreed with smiling reluctance. "I wouldn't put it so baldly." Olmi studied the jagged curve with a combination of pride and the familiar sinking feeling. "I think it's very good. That's not a simple parental compliment, either." "You think it will predict?" "Within limits." "I may be acting foolishly, but I thought there was strong predictive value here, too. So I've made my decision on primary vocation. I'm training for Hexamon defense." Olmi regarded the boy's image with more pride and an even stronger sensation of sorrow. "Like father, like son." "I've studied your history, Father. It's admirable. But there are ways I think I can improve on the pattern." Toppy's image burst into an enthusiasm of colors and then reshaped itself, dressed in Defense Force black. "I will try to aim for higher office toward the latter stages of my career, within 1 or 2 centuries of active duty normal time. I wonder why you never made the move toward leadership roles." "If you studied your father closely enough, you'll know." "The old ways, old disciplines. Once a soldier, always a soldier. The best and highest expression." Olmi nodded. Those were honest sentiments. "But your abilities. You've tended in recent years to feel less regard for your superiors.
You say to yourself this is because their abilities have declined. But I think it may be suppressed and diverted expression of your own desires to shape history.
That's my son, Olmi thought, quick and to the point. And doubtless right on the mark. Leaving partials with you is like leaving lambs to guard the lion.
Thank you, sir.
You're probably correct on all counts, but if you enter that hierarchy, you'll have to suppress and divert your own cocky compulsions, too. The most difficult road to leadership is through the defense forces.
Yes, Father. That would instill discipline and self-control.
Unless it shapes you in a mold you're reluctant to break, Olmi thought.
Do you approve of reopening?
No escape, not even in creche. I observe and I serve.
Toppy smiled. I've missed you, Father. Not even correct partials shine like the original.
I have apologies to make, Olmi said, for past and future actions. I'm going to be very involved in work from here on, more so than in the past.
You're working for the defense forces again?
No, this is personal. But I may not be able to meet with you any more often than I have in the past few years, maybe less often. I want you to know that I am proud of you, and appreciate your growth and maturity. Your mother and I are both exceptionally pleased.
Proud of mirror images, Toppy said with a hint of self-deprecation.
Not at all, Olmi said. You're more complex and organized than either of us. You're the best of both of us. My absence is not disapproval, and it is not what I would choose.
Toppy listened, smiling.
My consent for incarnation is on record, Olmi said. I have assumed responsibility in the Hexamon for your actions. Your mother has done the same.
Toppy was suddenly solemn. Thank you for your confidence.
You are no longer our creation, Olmi said, following the long-established ritual. Now you make yourself. I'll recommend a commission in the defense forces, and I'll try to visit you. Honesty, he thought, would be the best policy. But that's probably not going to be often.
I will do you honor, Toppy said.
I have no doubt.
Olmi glanced around the decor.
Now, I'm interested in these Mersovin structures. Let's quiet this place down a bit, and I'd like you to show me how you reached your conclusions.
Toppy set about eagerly to do just that. Olmi departed from Axis Euclid within 6 hours, one of 3 passengers in a shuttle to Thistledown. He didn't feel like conversing. The other passengers were too self-absorbed to pay him much attention. 5. Earth. Lanier sat on the edge of the bed to put on his hiking boots. He allowed himself a small grimace as he bent over to tie the laces. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and a brief squall had passed over the mountains, dropping a freshet of rain and casting a sweet draught of wind from the sea. The bedroom was still chill. His breath condensed in front of his face. Standing, stamping his boots on the worn rug to settle them, testing the tightness on his ankles, he frowned again at a different kind of ache. Another memory he could not blank. Donning his jacket by the broad window in the living-room, he looked over a few hedges and tall ferns at the green and craggy hills beyond. He knew his route through those hills. He had not walked there for years, but today seemed like a good day to reacquaint himself. He sought no panacea, no rigorous exercise to bring back a youth he had rejected, merely a diversion from his thoughts, which of late had been particularly bitter. 3 months had passed since Heinemann's funeral. Karen had not said good-bye before leaving on an errand to Christchurch. She had taken the new Hexamon 5-wheel truck. The roads were still rugged in the wet, and the old truck was not always up to country barely fit for horses. Some day, he thought, he would become ill in this house, and it would be a half-hour or more until an emergency vehicle would reach them, and then, like Heinemann, he would be dead. One way to rid himself of the bad memories. "Toll, toll, pay the toll," he sang softly, his voice husky with the cold. He coughed. Age, not disease. He was healthy enough.
Years more would likely pass, too many, before the memory blotter came and sucked his cares away. He had done so little in his decades of service, as far as he could tell. The Earth, after 40 years, was still a gaping wound, despite its official name. On its way to recovery, to be sure, but a place of constant reminders of death and human stupidity. Why did the past come back to him so vividly now, of all times? To distract him from the frustrations of his widening rift with Karen? She had been positively stony since the funeral. 29 years ago. A nameless town deep in the forests of southeastern Canada, a cold and snowy trap for 300 men, women, and children. The men emerged from their solid, low-slung log cabins, emaciated beyond even Lanier's experience, to confront the sky travelers. Lanier and his partners, 2 Hexamon operatives, a man and woman, were well fed and healthy, of course. They walked resolutely across the snowy field between their craft and the nearest hut, addressing the men in French and English. "Where are your women?" the female operative asked. "Your children?" The men stared at them, eyes elfin with starvation, ethereally beautiful, faces white, hair gray and patchy. One man staggered forward, jaw slack, arms out, and hugged Lanier with all his strength, like being squeezed by a sick child. Lanier, close to tears, supported the man, whose yellowed eyes shone with something like adoration, or perhaps just relief and joy. A rifle shot rang out, and the female operative spun back across the snow, her chest a well of gore. "No, no!" cried another of the men, but more shots clipped bark from trees, splashed snow, sang off the hull of the craft. A single middle-aged man with a thick black beard, less emaciated than the others, carrying a rifle that seemed even more nourished and fleshy than he, stood in the town's lone road, cursing loudly. 11 years, 11! Where have you gods been these 11 awful years?" The male operative, whose name he could no longer recall, knocked the man over with a hot flash of ball lightning spun from their only weapon. Lanier stood over the wounded operative, quickly assessing her condition. She would not survive unless they retrieved the marble of downloaded personality from the back of her neck. Lanier bent down and felt her pulse, letting her eyes flutter shut, allowing her to enter the first stage of death. Ignoring everything around him, he took out a folding scalpel and sliced open the woman's neck just below the skull, feeling with his fingers for the black marble, pulling it from its socket, slipping it into a small plastic bag as he had been trained. While he did this, the town's men slowly and methodically stomped the riflemen to death. The male operative tried to pull them away, but however weak they were, he was one, and they were dozens. The man who had hugged Lanier kept his silence during the operation, frightened out of his wits at this outrage, and then got down on his ragged knees and pleaded with Lanier not to destroy their town. The women and children emerged from the log huts, more dead than alive. The people of this makeshift town had survived 11 winters, even the hard first 2 winters, but they would not have survived this one. "For whom the bridge tolls," he muttered. "My wife is vital and young. I am old. We make our decisions and we pay the tolls." He stood still in the hallway for a moment, eyes tight shut, trying to force the fog out of his head. Wool-gathering, his grandfather had called it, appropriate in New Zealand. This wool was thick with brambles, however. We did not save everybody, not even all the strong and capable. The death was too universal, even for angels from heaven to spread succor to all. He had not worried about such things for decades, and it irritated him that these thoughts came to him now like pale substitutes for guilt, a guilt he did not believe he should feel. I did my job. God knows I devoted 30 years to the recovery. And so had Karen, but she did not look like a worn-out rag. Picking up his stick, he opened the door. Grey clouds still skated overhead. If he could catch pneumonia, the old man's friend, he might deliberately try to do so. But among the benefits conferred upon all old natives by the terrestrial Hexamon was freedom from most disease. Their resources in that regard had been ample. Every man, woman, and child on Earth carried organisms that policed their bodies against any possible outside invaders. He caught a glimpse of himself in the front porch door's storm-glass pane, face strong but deeply lined, the lines around his mouth curved down, clefts on each side of his nose, eyes sad, upper eyelids drooping, making him appear worldly wise. It was with a mix of satisfaction and perverse disgust that he realized he felt older than he looked. Lanier regretted his vow to scale the first leg of the high switchback before resting. At the second bend of the mountain trail, doubled over, hands gripping his trembling knees, he sucked in jagged volumes of air and puffed them out, sweat dripping from his brow. He hadn't done much hiking or even exercise for years, and unless he truly wanted to end this life, to overexert on his first long hike was a foolish luxury. The miracles of Hexamon medicine could only do what he had allowed them to do, that is, keep him reasonably vigorous for his age and disease-free, and unaffected by excess radiation, of which he had an abiding horror. His breath coming back to him, the pain in control now, he looked down from the precipice trail at the valley floor 300 meters below. Flocks of sheep, maybe they belonged to Fremont, the young owner of Irishman Creek Station, flowed across the mottled green and sun-yellow grasslands, echoed by great rain-heavy gray and white clouds crossing their own intense dust-blue pastures. Overhead an eagle soared, the first he had seen this season. The wind this high was cold and bracing even in the November springtime. 1,000 and more meters up the mountain there were still patches of snow, dotted with the inevitable filamentary scarlet fungi the shepherds and farmers called Christ's blood. He finally allowed himself to sit on a rock. His shins ached. His calf muscles threatened to knot. For the first time in months, maybe years, he actually felt pretty good, justified somehow for existing. The wind called his name. Startled, he turned around, looking for a hiker or shepherd on the trail below or above, but saw no one. Satisfied the sound had been an illusion, he pulled a goat cheese sandwich from his backpack, unwrapped it, and began to eat. The wind called him again, this time more clearly, closer. He stood and glanced up the trail, frowning. The call had come from that direction, he was sure of it. Stuffing the sandwich back in its wrapper, he marched around the second bend and 100 yards up the trail, boots grinding into the pebbly surface and sliding on succulent grass still damp with dew. He was alone on the trail. Singing to keep his rhythm, he paused to catch his breath and let the clean air pass into his blood, clear his mind of cobwebs gathered from months of sitting indoors. He needed to riddle his situation. While pitying his fellow humans, he had also come to hate them. It seemed that in their agony, more often than not, they flailed about in a way that made things worse. Sometimes those who had been treated cruelly, losing homes, family, cities, nations, had reacted by treating other survivors even more cruelly. Lanier's favorite reading of late had been the 20th-century philosopher and novelist Arthur Koestler, who had thought humankind fatally flawed in design. Lanier had few doubts. He had seen men, women, and even children subjected to deep psychological probing and treatment, plucking out their demons, leaving them better adjusted and better able to effectively confront the reality around them. Lanier had simply stayed quiet in the dispute over such healing. The treatments had cut decades off the recovery, yet he still could not decide whether he approved. Were human beings such weak, ill-designed machines that so few could heal themselves, self-diagnose, self-critique? Obviously. He had become a pessimist, perhaps even a cynic, but there was a part of himself that hated cynics. Therefore, QED, he was not fond of himself. A wide mantle of cloud drifted over the land, a circular hole precisely in its middle. He resumed his seat on the boulder by the trail and squinted at the brilliance of the broad beacon of sunlight crossing the valley. So full of warmth, so hypnotic, that kilometre-wide patch. If he simply let his mind rest, sunlight on grass might answer all his questions. He felt vague, sleepy, ready to set all his burdens down, lie back, let the sun dissolve him like warm butter. A few 100 meters up the trail, a man, dressed in black and gray and carrying a hiking stick, descended toward him. Lanier wondered if this was the voice in the wind. He wasn't sure whether he appreciated company or not. If the man was a shepherd, fine, he could get along with rustics. But if he was a day-tripper from Christchurch, perhaps the other hiker would ignore him. "Hello," the man greeted him, boots crunching in the gravel behind Lanier. Lanier turned. The hiker stood before the brilliant leading edge of the cloud bank. His hair was dark, cut short. He was just under 6 feet tall, young-looking, broad-shouldered, upper arms heavy with muscle. He reminded Lanier of a young bull. "Aye," Lanier said. "I've been waiting for you to come up here and lead me down," the man said, as if they were friends of long standing. Lanier identified his mild accent. Russian. Lanier frowned at him. "Do I know you?" he asked. "Perhaps," the man smiled. "Our acquaintance was brief, many years ago." Lanier's mind refused to dredge up where he had seen the man before. Puzzles irritated him. "Memory fails me, I'm afraid." He turned away. "We were enemies once," the man said, seeming to enjoy the exchange. He did not come any closer, however, holding his stick in front of him. Lanier glanced back at him again. He wasn't warmly dressed and carried no backpack. He couldn't have been on the mountain for long. "You're one of the Russians that invaded Thistledown?" Lanier asked. His question, asked of a man so obviously young, was not stupid, though it might have been once. The hiker didn't appear to be over 40. Still, he might have undergone youth therapy on one of the orbiting bodies or in the Hexamon Earth stations. "Yes." "What brings you all the way out here?" "There's some work to do, important work. I need your help." Lanier held out his hand. "I'm retired." The stranger helped him to his feet. "Those days were very long ago." "What's your name?" "I'm disappointed you don't remember me," the man said petulantly. "Mirsky. Pavel Mirsky." Lanier laughed. "Good try," he said. "Mirsky's the other side of heaven by now. He rode the Geschel precincts and the way sealed up behind him. But I appreciate your joke." "No joke, friend." Lanier searched the man's features carefully. By God, he did resemble Mirsky. "Did Patricia Vasquez ever find their way home?" the man asked. "Who knows? I'm not in the mood for guessing games. And what the hell do you care?" Lanier surprised himself with his vehemence. "I would like to find her again." "Fat bloody chance." "With your help." "Your joke is in lousy taste." "Gary, it is no joke. I am back." He stepped closer. The resemblance to Mirsky was uncanny. "I have been waiting up here for you to come, someone who recognizes me and can take me to the right people. You have been important in the recovery, no?" "I was," Lanier said. "You could be his brother." "His exact twin, actually." "You should take me up to Thistledown. I must speak with Korzanovsky and Olmy. They are still alive, are they not?" Konrad Korzanovsky had designed the Way, once attached to the 7th internal chamber of the asteroid starship Thistledown. Thistledown and 2 sections of the Axis City were still in a 10,000-kilometer orbit around the Earth, one polar cap removed, exposing the 7th chamber. The Thistledown had been blown from the end of the Way to allow the escape of the nadirite portions of the Axis City, 40 years ago. The Way had briefly opened into empty space. It had almost immediately sealed itself, closing its infinity off from this universe forever. Those who had elected to stay within the Way, Pavel Mirsky among them, were more distant than the souls of the dead, if the dead had souls. Lanier stammered something unintelligible, then coughed at a catch in his throat. His neck hair bristled. "Jesus," he said into his hand. "What's going on here?" "I've traveled a good distance in space and time," the man said. I have a very strange story to tell.
Are you a ghost?
That was an old, useless thing to ask. He did not mean ghost in the Hexamon sense. His face flushed. No, you shook my hand. I'm solid flesh, mortal. In a fashion.
How did you come back?
Not by the shortest route. He grinned hesitantly, and set his stick down in the grass beside Lanier's boulder, then sat. Mirsky, if indeed it was Mirsky, something Lanier was not willing to concede, looked across the valley with its movements of sheep and cloud shadows, and said again, I must speak to Gorzanovsky and Olmy. Can you take me to them?
Why not just go directly? Lanier asked. You've made it this far. Why come back here?
Because I think in some respects you are even more important to me than they are. We must all meet and talk.
How long since you last spoke with them?
Years, Lanier admitted. There is a crisis coming in the government. Mirsky glanced up at Lanier, face calm, serious. The way is going to be opened again. Lanier didn't react. He had heard rumors, but nothing more. Still, he had isolated himself from Hexamon politics.
That's ridiculous, he said.
No, it is not, actually, Mirsky replied matter-of-factly. Either physically or politically. It is like a drug, that kind of technology, that kind of power. Even the pure of heart cannot hold their convictions forever. Will you arrange a meeting? Lanier's shoulders slumped. He felt defeated, too weak to muster up the proper words and defend his sanity.
I have a radio, a communicator in my house, he said, down in the valley.
He straightened his back.
You'll have to prove you are who you say you are.
I understand, Mirsky said. 6. Thistledown. Olmy sat before a personal quarters library terminal in Alexandreia, the second chamber city, in a district not yet repopulated. He had installed the terminal just a few days before in the apartment where he had spent his later childhood, and where Korzanovsky's unassembled partials had been hidden, all that had been left of the engineer after his assassination centuries before. Olmy had located those partials as a boy, and had later been responsible for reassembling and reincarnating Korzanovsky, with the help of Patricia Vasquez. In this obscure location on a supposedly untraceable private terminal, Olmy received a message from an old acquaintance. The Picts, loosely translated, read, Have something for you, crucial to your work. The message was completed by coordinates for an abandoned station in the fifth chamber, and a time for meeting. Alone, the Picts strongly implied. It was signed with a chop of Fior Markellen. Markellen was an old soldier and gate police comrade, about Olmy's age. He had been born during the later Jart Wars, the biggest push against the Way's invaders before the Sundering, when the Jarts had been repelled beyond 2X9, 2 billion kilometers down the Way. Those wars had lasted 40 years and had scoured hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the Way. The territory gained had been fortified, and gates had been opened to uninhabited worlds ripe for mining. These worlds had supplied the raw materials for the early Axis city, and then had supplied the atmosphere and soil which covered much of the Way's surface. Those years had been horrible and glorious, years of death and annealing. The Hexamon had emerged from them stronger, ready to command the paths between gates, attracting patrons and partners from inhabited worlds accessed through those same gates. In some instances, the Hexamon had assumed trade abandoned by the Jarts. In this way it had established strong mercantile bonds with the enigmatic Talset. It was the Talset who had told them the name of their enemies, as closely as it could be translated into human speech. The Jarts had not been defeated, of course, merely pushed far down the Way, and kept there by a series of powerful fortresses. Markellen had survived the last 20 years of the wars, and had then served in the fortresses beyond 1.9X9. Even those frontier outposts had not challenged him enough. He had joined the gate police, and there had met Olmy. They hadn't seen each other for centuries. Olmé was surprised to learn Markellen was on Thistledown. He would have thought him the type to join the Geschels in their push down the way. Clandestine arrangements irritated him. He had long since ceased to enjoy intrigue, especially when it was unavoidable. But Markellen had suggested he had something Olmé could not ignore, and whatever his old friend's peculiarities, he had never been deceitful. The fifth was Thistledown's gloomiest chamber, a kind of vast cellar. Many train lines passed through on their way to the sixth and, at one time, seventh chambers, but only one still stopped there, and that infrequently, by special request. There were few restrictions on travel to the only unoccupied chamber in the Thistledown, and each month a few hardy mountain climbers and river rafters visited the grim, cloud-shrouded landscape of raw asteroid mineral, sculpted by centuries of mining into fantastic grey and black and orange peaks and abysses. The excess waters of Thistledown ran red there, thick with rust and other dissolved minerals, not recommended for drinking, without having chelation implants to handle the metal content. The fifth chamber, on average, was only 40 kilometers wide. At the beginning of Thistledown's journey it had been 38 kilometers wide. The removed material had been used for construction and to replenish volatiles lost through the inevitable leaks in the asteroid's recycling systems. Nobody lived there on a permanent basis. It was patrolled only by remotes. Olmé took the empty train from the fourth chamber, sitting with arms folded as the black kilometers of asteroid wall between the chambers flowed smoothly by. Markellen's message had been so unexpected that he did not even try to guess where this would all lead. Assuming nothing, Olmé wasted little thought on what lay ahead, and instead re-explored what little Talcet cultural information had been acquired and stored in the libraries of the Axis City and Thistledown. He had been over this material frequently, and was now methodically churning it over again, hoping to answer a few intractable questions. The short journey gave him little time, however, and he watched the tunnel walls give way to a wild, improbable relief of thick black clouds, broken by shafts of silver tube-light, racing between saw-teeth of sombre red and green and grey-blue. The train had emerged from the exit of the curved tunnel at a cant, with windows on the right side pointing up at almost 30 degrees. He had always found a grim, emotional solace in these barren regions. The train slowed and moved along its 3 cradling rails to a small cupola-covered station nestled between 2 rugged walls of dull, oily-looking nickel and red iron. Rain splattered the stone platform beyond the cupola. Not far away came the roar of a tumult of water, seeking one of the broad brown lakes that dotted the chamber. Markellen waited for him inside the small deserted terminal, sitting on a stone bench that seemed more suited to resting machinery than humans. Thunder growled outside, a sound Olmé had seldom heard in Thistledown. But then he had seldom had time to visit the fifth chamber, where thunder was common. Markellen lifted 2 antiquated umbrellas in greeting. He projected a series of biographical picts at Olmé, with subsigns to indicate degrees of truthfulness and where it might and might not be polite to inquire more. Inquiries seemed to be generally discouraged. Olmé did likewise, though with even more equivocation and brevity. The rest of the conversation used both speech and picting. "I followed your career, Sir Olmé, as much as was made public. You're an illustrious fellow and a credit to the Naderites." "Thank you. I'm sorry to say I've lost track of you, Sir Markellen." "Glad to hear it, myself. I made it my duty to be as obscure as possible without downloading into city memory and going rogue." He picted an image of himself as a free-spirited rogue, crudely sketched, suggesting he might not be terribly successful. They both laughed, although Olmé's humour was more forced. "I hoped you didn't learn too much about me," Olmé countered. "No, your career was obscure as well, but parts have become history, and I've learned, perhaps impolitely, of your current interest." "Oh?" "You seem to believe we'll be confronting non-humans again soon. Perhaps even charts." Olmé said nothing. His lips pressed into a wry smile. His private researches had been surprisingly public, it seemed, at least for those who thought it worthwhile to know. Mark Kellen's obscurity became more understandable. This man had not downloaded, but he was a rare phenomenon, a corporeal rogue. Olmi picked at a yellow half-circle indicating interest and full attention. "I've come across something you might find useful, a holdover from centuries past, rather like the engineer's record." "Here?" Olmi asked. The old soldier nodded solemnly. "Do we have an arrangement, should you be interested? I assure you, you will be." "I'm not a wealthy man, not even a particularly powerful man." "I understand, Sir Olmi, but you still have the support of the Hexamon. You could provide me with all I require in the way of access and privileges, since I'm hardly a fool for Earth's gold." Olmi examined the man and closely analyzed his picting style. Mark Kellen was sincere, not bluffing, as far as Olmi could tell. "I'm retired," Olmi said. "My influence isn't nearly as great as it used to be. Within the limits of my present status—" "Sufficient status to procure my needs?" "If you truly have something I can use." "Agreed." Mark Kellen's abrupt, broad smile was wicked. "Agreed. Come with me." He handed Olmi an umbrella and showed him how to spread it wide. "This belonged to my Benny. You'll need it. Shields our tired old bones." Olmi held the umbrella over his head and followed Mark Kellen on a narrow trail away from the station. The trail had been cut into a slope of rock and wound through a gorge above a steady red rush of water. Here tube light barely filtered through clouds and rain. The landscape was lost in a shadow almost as deep as Earth night. Mark Kellen brought out a light and showed Olmi the way up an incline. The beam caught a hole in the rock. "It's warm and bright beyond that doorway. Come, just a few more minutes." They had been hiking for half an hour. "I found this while investigating resources for the Thistledown repopulation project," Mark Kellen said. "Routine work for a gentleman of leisure. It had been erased from all resource maps but one, and that one must have been an oversight. It didn't seem important to the project, so I didn't tell anybody. But I mentioned it to my Benny, and she was my mate," he confided suddenly, pausing on the incline to look over his shoulder at Olmi. "Only 30. Born since the Sundering. Imagine an old war-horse finding a young lady. Truly a lady. Old Naderite family. But she had adventure in her blood. She far outstripped me for enthusiasm. She wanted to explore, so we explored. We came here, and found—" He took a spry leap up into the cavity. Olmi followed more gracefully, but with less drama. A smooth black wall at the rear of the cavity reflected a meager dot from the light. Mark Kellen slammed his hand against a smooth black wall with painful force, face locked in a momentary grimace. "When we found it, it looked just like this. I knew the look. A security wall. Then I became enthusiastic. Nothing like a code to crack. Not easy, though. I had to crack 30 different coded blocks using analysis invented only in the last century. Math has become my hag, Olmi." He stroked the blackness, looking between it and Olmi. "But it's a hag I've mastered. Once upon a time this place was very secure." He picked at a quick flash of symbols, and the black wall brightened to gray, then simply vanished. Beyond was a well-lit tunnel. "Once inside, I suspected there were many lethal security measures. We looked for them, and found them, more than I would have thought necessary to guard anything. Most had reached their mandated limits of 5 centuries and had automatically deactivated. Obviously, nobody knew about it. Not even presidents. Well, so I assume. I may be wrong there." Again the wicked smile. They approached the wide, half-circle archway entrance. A mechanical voice of ancient style, at least as old as similar voices in Alexandreia, requested their identity. Mark Kellen announced a series of numbers and displayed his palm to an ancient ID panel near the opaque doors. "I've recoded with my own patterns," he told Olmi. The doors cleared and opened slowly. Within, a bare, stripped-down reception area awaited in semi-darkness. Markellen beckoned Olmi through and took him down a hallway to a small room, also lacking furniture or decor pictures. Markellen stood in the middle of the room's blank white walls, shadowless, hands folded in front of him. Olmi stayed in the doorway. "This room is the gateway to a very great secret," Markellen said. "Of no practical use to anybody, not now. But once it must have been very useful indeed. Maybe it was used, and none of us heard about it. Maybe it was considered too dangerous. Come in, come in." With Olmi standing beside him, Markellen lifted one hand, extended one finger, and pointed it at the floor. "Down, please." The floor vanished. The room was a lift shaft. They dropped quickly, without sensation, into darkness. Every few seconds a thin illuminated red line marking some unknown depth passed. This went on for several minutes. Olmi had never heard of inhabited tunnels extending more than 2 kilometers into the asteroid. They must have descended at least twice that far. "More and more interesting," Markellen said. "Buried very deeply, very securely. What could it be?" "How far down?" Olmi asked. 6 kilometers into the asteroid wall," Markellen answered. "The lower levels have their own power grid. It doesn't show up on any chamber accounts." "It's an illegal data dump," Olmi guessed. He had heard of such things, super-secure dumps used by police and politicians who in centuries past had feared falling out of favor with the Hexamon. But he had never actually seen one. "Almost correct, Sir Olmi. But not illegal. Extra-legal. The lawmakers had this built. Can the lawmakers do anything illegal, strictly speaking?" Olmi didn't answer. It was a truism, even in the highly ethical world of Hexamon politics, that no governing system could survive a totally rigorous enforcement of its own laws. A white square rose beneath them to become the floor again. A door opened, and Markellen led him down a short hall into a dim, cubical cell, barely 3 meters on a side. "This is the memory access terminal," Markellen said, sitting on a curved metal stool before a broad, featureless steel panel mounted at stomach level in one wall. "I played with it, and I found something horrible." He touched the panel, and faint, round lights appeared in 2 places. "Access general key code. I am Davina Tor Ingel." That name would have belonged to an ancestor, probably female, of the former infinite Hexamon presiding minister, Ilyin Tor Ingel. Markellen handled the board as if he had had some practice. "This was the tough part. The security systems have deactivated, but there were access mazes in place beyond them, built into the memory structure. They were very careful, our mysterious extra-legal people. If there had been no mazes, I might have given this to you for free, just one old friend passing something useful to another. But I wasn't alone when I made this discovery. I had Benny with me." Olmi detected a sharp rise in Markellen's emotions. The old soldier was experiencing grief, anger, and finally a grim kind of triumph. Markellen was sincere, but was he sane? He motioned for Olmi to step forward and place his hand on the panel below a green light. "Don't worry, just keep your personal barriers ready. You can handle it. I barely managed, but it caught us by surprise." Markellen said, "Access occupant, guest of Ingel." Olmi's head jerked back and all his muscles locked. He was getting impulses from something within the panel, something not used to a human body. He saw snatches of visuals, more than just distorted, almost incomprehensible. And he heard a voice far more alien than that of a Frant, or even a Talcet messenger. "Time concern, duty concern, inactive unknown time." Olmi jerked back his hand with considerable effort. Markellen's features had contorted into a rictus of enthusiasm. The old soldier was sincere, but he was also irresponsible. He had been shocked by his experience here, perhaps even emotionally damaged, and yet had managed to almost completely conceal his condition from Olmi until now. Markellen laughed and sucked in his breath to regain composure. "It killed Benny. After we riddled the maze, It distorted all her neural paths, even reached into her implant memories and scrambled them. There wasn't anything left to download into city memory. But her body was perfectly intact, alive. I killed what was left of her and disposed of it myself. That's why I have to charge you." His face was blank and pale. "For her loss, for her pain." "What do you think they stored in here?" "I don't know," Olmi confessed. "I have a good theory. If I'm right," he stuck his chin out and grinned his wicked grin, "they must have captured it a long time ago. They must have downloaded its personality, or whatever the equivalent is, in secret in this clandestine memory store, and then they abandoned it. It waited all these centuries dormant for Benny and me to stumble across it. You believe we'll face Jarts again, am I right? What would the mentality of a captured Jart be worth to the Hexamon if that happens, eh?" Olmi shook his head, too stunned to answer. "Come look at this. I didn't find it until after she was gone, after we'd— Yes, come." He stepped toward the wall opposite the doorway. The wall separated in 5 L-shaped segments and withdrew silently, smoothly. They entered a large, dark chamber, cool air eddying around them. "Show yourself, you bastard!" Lights came on in a circle high overhead. A block of transparent crystal lay in the center of the octagonal chamber, occupied by a creature unlike anything Olmi had ever seen. It had a large, blue-gray, vertical, hammer-like head, cut through with 3 horizontal clefts. Out of the uppermost cleft protruded shimmering white tubes tipped with black eyes, perhaps, and out of the 2 lower, long black tufts of hair. Behind the oversized head, roughly the size and shape of a man's trunk, stretched a long, smooth, green horizontal thorax. Bifurcated pale pink tentacles, each as thick as Olmi's wrist and as long as his arm, rose in a crest along the back. To the rear, behind the tentacles, was a bristle of short red barbs or feelers. A thick, uplifted tail ended with a purple bugle flare. Perhaps strangest of all, 7 pairs of lower legs or supports lined both sides of the body, not legs or limbs in the traditional sense, but poles or long, sharp-tipped spikes, each the color of obsidian, and just as shiny. Below the head, or perhaps emerging from the lower head itself, were 2 sets of many-jointed arms, one set tipped with appendages remarkably like hands, another with pink, translucent palps. Despite his years of experience dealing with non-humans, Olmi shuddered. As he stepped closer, against his strongest instincts, he frowned, appreciating a deeper truth about the creature, that this body was not alive, merely preserved so that it would not decay. There was something undignified, disordered about its awkwardness that told him it must be dead. "Beautiful, now?" Mark Callan circled the transparent block. The creature, fully extended, would have been about 4 meters long, from vertical head to uplifted tail. "Our ancestral defenders, perhaps people we knew, people who trained us. They caught a Jart, and he or she, or it, is stored right here. But why not spread the news? This sort of thing would have been sensational and valuable." Olmi knew what he meant. With the weapons possessed by both sides, battles were infrequent and cataclysmic. The Jarts had never responded to diplomatic overtures. In truth, after a few decades of the war, humans had stopped making them. Neither side could ever be certain what its enemies looked like. Decoys and deceptions had been used by both sides. Information of any sort was suspect. To capture a Jart, even a dying or dead Jart, and understand something of its thinking, that would have been special, indeed. Why keep it so secret, even down the ages? What had they discovered about their prize that required such caution? Markellen shrugged, his picture casting a stray, context-free blue symbol on the ceiling. Unless it's not real. Maybe it's a failed simulation. He tapped the console. But I suspect it's real. Our simulations weren't worth much, though we never encountered Jarts face to face. Nobody ever has, we were told, and returned to tell the tale. But this was kept secret from us all. Whatever, it must be worth something, Sir Olme. The old soldier pointed out a white plate to one side of the block. There are other ways of examining it. I tried them after Benny, my mate, after she died. I wouldn't touch the direct feed for months, but this is less dangerous, puts the damned thing on display, an analog of its mental activity. I suppose experts could read the signs back then. I can't. Olme watched the plate. A luminous cylinder formed above the plate. Like a geometric flower, it blossomed and extruded a haze of spinning lines. The lines danced hypnotically. The lower portion of the cylinder splayed out and assumed a tessellated variety of colors, black against gray, blood red against green, white against green, red against black, and so on, fixed and unmoving. "Tame so far?" the old soldier asked. Olme glanced at him, then back at the display. He could not begin to riddle what was being shown. "This is a diagram of the being's mind?" "It's a Jart," Markellen said, agitated. "It must be. This shows the Jart's mind and its memories. I've spent hours here watching it. Sometimes I've said to myself, this is what killed Benny. Then I've had to leave or risk going mad." Olme contemplated the pattern, fascinated. He had touched the very edge of the being's personality, not enough to determine whether it was whole or a partial, damaged or intact, or even to guess whether it had been an active memory or inactive. But here was an unparalleled opportunity and an impenetrable mystery. Olme felt his body stabilize a hormonal surge. "Gives one a chill, doesn't it?" Markellen asked. "Too many mysteries." "Indeed." He approached the preserved body, letting his own mind and implant processors mull over the problem. "You've shown this to nobody else?" Markellen shook his head. "I've been out of touch. Benny was—" His eyes met Olme's, half-lidded, face wrinkling in pain. "Healing me, bringing me back." Olme turned away from the old soldier's anguish. He had gone in harm's way more often than he could remember. He had tried his courage with perverse regularity. Not even pure Talcet, something he hadn't enjoyed in 4 years, could relax the hard little knot of desire for challenges. Yet he did not so much relish danger as experience. There had been very little extraordinary experience in the last few decades. He, too, had finally wearied of Earth with its quagmire of needs and excess of misery. But never in all of his lives had he felt the kind of fear he did now. Whatever lay within the memory storage, almost certainly a Jart personality, if Markellen's suppositions were correct, had been strong enough to kill Markellen's mate and damage Markellen. "Don't thank me," Markellen said, smile gone. "Now that I've brought you here, I'm—" He picted a fury of red and yellow symbols, personal symbols, meaningless to Olme, but structured in an old Naderite prayer form. "I don't want anything, really. I don't even care about advantages. There isn't much I do care about now. I killed her, bringing her down here." Olme broke from his reverie. "You've found something very important," he said. "I'm not quite sure what it is yet." "I'm not curious any more. If it's important, I leave it to you." "I've really lived too long," Markellen said softly, his face glowing by the light of the Jart patterns. He blinked slowly, then licked his lips and glanced at Olme. "Haven't you?" 7. Gaia, near Alexandreia, year of Alexandros 23:45. Rita stood on the aft deck of the steam ferry Ioannis, plying the waters between Rhodos and Alexandreia. To keep away the winter sea chill, she wore an Oikoumenē brown cape and a butter-colored Rhodian wool gown. Her eyes soft-focused on the ocean and the ferry's broad, churning wake. She was accompanied by a lone gull, perched a few arms away on the dark oak railing, beak open, curiously turning its head back and forth. The sombre grey sky brooded over a calm ocean the sullen colour of iron. Behind her, large motor wagons from Rhodos, Kos, and Knidos hunkered in the shadow of the covered main deck. At 21 years she felt even more mature than she had at 18, and that made her very mature indeed. At least her keen sense of fun had not yet deserted her. She had a healthy awareness of her own capacity for foolishness, and regretted finding little time to indulge it now. Her hair had kept its luminous reddish-brown shade of childhood, but now she cut it shorter. Little changed were her large, quizzical green eyes, pale skin, and her stature. She had not grown beyond middle height, though her shoulders had broadened somewhat. She had inherited her father's quiet physical strength as well as long-fingered hands and long legs. Rita had visited Alexandreia only twice, both times before she was 10 years old. Her mother, Berenike, had thought it best to keep her only child close to the Hypateion and away from the cosmopolitan seductions of the Oikoumenē's central city. Berenike had been an avid disciple of Patricia, and had married Ramon, the Sophie's youngest son, more out of duty than love. She had loved her daughter fiercely, seeing in her a young image of Patricia herself. In looks, however, Rita resembled her mother more than her grandmother. Now, with her mother dead a year, and Patricia dead almost 9 years, and her father still locked in a struggle for control of the Oikoumenē, in competition with theocratic elements her grandmother had openly despised, it had seemed best for her to take her talents and learning to the place where they might do the most good. If the Oikoumenē declined, at least she would be elsewhere, perhaps to establish a new Hypateion. These worries were not foremost in her mind, however. They made her feel almost comfortable and secure when compared with her major concern. For 60 years Patricia had searched for an elusive opening into a place she had called the Way. This gate had proven elusive, appearing at various times in various parts of the world only long enough to entice, never to be precisely located. Patricia had died without finding it. Rita now knew precisely where the gateway was. It had stayed in one fixed position for at least 3 years. Such knowledge did not comfort her. She had become accustomed to her role, though hardly less resentful. Knowing about the gateway had robbed her of her own life. Her grandmother, she thought, had imposed an almost impossible burden on a young girl by setting the instrument to recognize her touch, and hers alone. Perhaps Patricia had been a little crazy that year before she died. Crazy or not, she had given her granddaughter a terrible responsibility. Everything else, her petition to study at the Museion, her personal life, everything was subordinate to her knowledge. She had not even told her father. Rita had hoped for a quiet life, but with a sigh, watching the sea-bird preen a wing, she knew that was not possible, not in this world. Even without the objects, life at the Oikoumenē was going to be rough. All that she loved and was familiar with lay over the blue-black sea behind her. She carried the clavicle and life-support machine in a large, locked trunk. In a smaller suitcase she also carried her grandmother's slate, an electronic tablet for reading and writing upon. These were guarded by Lugatorix, her Celtic bodyguard, in her cabin. Lugatorix was unarmed, bowing to the Sophie's abhorrence of weapons and warfare, but hardly less lethal for all that. Ramon, for all the Hypateion's pacifist philosophy, was a practical man, on occasion surprisingly resourceful and worldly. Lugatorix's service was being paid for in goods more valuable than money. His 2 brothers now studied at the Oikoumenē. With such an education, they might overcome the prejudices that had handicapped those of Celtic descent since the uprising of Century 21. Rita felt a steady, unobtrusive connection with the clavicle. If anything happened to it, she would know, and she would probably be able to find it, wherever it was taken. With Lugatoric's standing guard, few would try to take it, but not even the Celt knew what he was protecting. In good time, Rita would petition Queen Cleopatra for an audience. She would present her evidence. What happened after that, she did not care to dwell upon. Having had enough sea air for the time, it was thick with cinders as the smoke shifted on the changing wind, Rita returned to her small, stuffy cabin, sending the hulking, quiet, black-haired Celt to his own cabin for a rest. She removed her clothes and put on a simple Hindi cotton nightshirt. Crawling between the short bunk's thin blankets, she switched on a feeble electric lamp and removed from her suitcase the smaller wooden toikos, the book-box containing her grandmother's slate and the cubes of music and literature, including her own diaries. Nothing like the slate existed on this earth, though in a few years the Oikoumenē mathematicians and mechanikoi promised to create great electronic calculating machines. Patricia had provided some of them with a theory of such machines, in meetings conducted just before her death. Rita realized her responsibility in caring for these objects. In a real sense, she carried the fate of the Rhodian Academia with her. The objects were proof of Patricia's truth-telling. Without them, if, for example, the ferry were to sink in the sea and the objects were lost, there would be no proof, and in time Patricia's story would be considered myth, or worse, a lie. But whatever the danger, wherever she went, Ramon had ordered that Rita was to have these objects with her always. Rita had read her grandmother's notes many times, comparing the history of her Earth with the history of Gaia. She took comfort in the notes on the slate, as she might have taken comfort from reading familiar fairy stories. The modern Earth her grandmother described was such a fabulous, if horrifying place, a world that had burned itself alive with its own genius and madness. One cube held several complete histories of Earth. Rita had read these carefully, coming to know the other world's story almost as well as the story of Gaia. She knew that on Earth, Megas Alexandros had tried to conquer Hindustan and had only partly succeeded, as he had on Gaia. But on Earth, Alexandros had not fallen from an overturned ferry into the swollen river Hydaspes, had not contracted pneumonia and been forced to lie sick for a month to fully recover and live to a ripe old age. On Earth, the great world-master had been forced to turn back by his troops, had fallen sick in another location and died young in Babylon. And there, Patricia had told her, was the juncture where their two worlds had separated. Rita often thought of writing fantastic novels of that other Earth, what her grandmother would have called romances. Perhaps in time she would. She favored literature when she wasn't deep in her studies of physics and math. But who could imagine a world in which the Oikoumenē had fragmented among the loyal successors? Wars between the successors, the transformation of Alexandros's empire into competing kingdoms, Egypt dominated by Ptolemaios's dynasty, Syria by the Seleucids, and eventually with the rise of Latini, all of the Middle Pontos coming under the control of Roma. Roma, in Rita's world, was a small, troubled city in strife-torn Italia, hardly the successor of Hellas. Yet on Earth Roma had risen to destroy Carchedon, Carthago in the Latin language, ending that trading empire's history a century and a half before the birth of the little-known Judean Messiah, Jeshua, or Jesus. Carchedon would never have gone on to colonize the New World, and Nea Carchedon would never have rebelled from its mother country and asserted itself on the Atlantean Ocean, to become, along with the Libyans and Nordic Rus, one of the enemies of the Oikoumenē. On Gaia, Ptolemaios, 6 Soter III, had defeated the tribes of Latini, including the Romans, in YA 84, thereby guaranteeing that the Ptolemies would be awarded with perpetual stewardship of Aegyptos and Asia. On Gaia there were nuclear power plants, huge experimental things, built in the Cyrenaica west of the Nilos. There were jet gull craft and even rockets putting satellites, but not men, into orbit. But there were no atomic bombs, no continent-shattering missile barrages, no death-ray battle stations in orbit around the world. Many of these wonders were part of the secret lore of the Oikoumenē. Patricia had learned hard lessons in her encounters with Cleopatra's grandfather. Gaia, despite its troubles, seemed a more secure and livable place to Rita. Why then go hunting Earth? Why ask for that kind of trouble? She wasn't sure. In time, perhaps, she would understand her own compulsions, her own loyalties. Until then, she simply did what destiny had bid her do from childhood, what her grandmother had, without words, asked of her. Rita scrolled through the slate text recorded by her grandmother and came to the description of the way, reading it through for perhaps the 100th time. Here was a world even more fabulous and strange than Earth. Who in the Oikoumenē, or in all this world, could understand or believe such things? Had Patricia dreamed, at least, these wonders, made them up out of her nightmares? Humans without human form, a man who had survived death several times, a cosmos shaped like a water pipe and immensely long. In time she napped. Soon the dinner bell rang, and she dressed again, leaving her cabin once more in Lugatorix's charge. He ate alone from a pail provided by the ship's galley. Rita ate with her fellow passengers, mostly Tyrians and Eudaeans, in the cramped dining hall above the main deck, ignoring the licentious stare of a richly dressed Tyrian trader. She would miss the Hippotheon and its easy equality of the sexes as well. The skies over Alexandreia were clear, as they almost always were. The ferry smoked past the 400-arm-high Pharos lighthouse at dawn the next morning. Rita stood bundled against the cold at the stern. This Pharos was the fourth of its kind, the tallest of all, an iron, stone, and concrete monster built 160 years before. The crowded buildings on the low hills of Alexandreia glowed pink in the morning light, dusky green in the shadows. The marble and granite palace buildings on the Lokhias Promontory were an orange blaze above the placid grey-blue royal harbour. The great caissons sunk into the harbour floor northeast of the promontory to hold the harbour water back from subsided palace buildings studded the shore like ivory game pieces, linked by lines of piled stone and masonry. To Rita it hardly seemed real, this most famous of the world's cities, the centre of human culture and learning, Oikoumenē culture, at least. The ferry docked in the great harbour and disgorged its motor wagons across a broad steel tongue. Greasy smoke and escaping steam wafted from the wagon deck to the passenger ramp, where Rita and the Celt lugged their bags. Crossing the ramp amid Ethiopian businessmen in their formal skins and feathers, and Egyptian hawkers, raucous and insistent in their black robes, the pair managed to cross the quay unmolested. Rita kept her eye out for somebody to meet them, not knowing quite what to expect if indeed her grandmother's influence still reached to Cleopatra. Off to one side of the pier, in a narrow corridor reserved for motor taxis and horse-drawn cargo trucks, a long, shabby black passenger wagon puffed steam, while its driver smoked a foot-long black cigar redolent of cloves. A slate chalked with the message, "Was Kaiser Museon," leaned against one open door. "That's ours, I think," Rita said. It wasn't the most elegant of receptions. There were no security guards present, none she could see, anyway. As they approached the passenger wagon, she felt bucolic in her innocence. The city, a palpable, odoriferous presence now, thick, acrid fuel oil, sweet, spattering clouds of steam, gassy horse-dung, unwashed masses of travellers and merchants, could swallow her whole, chew her up, and not be held to any kind of account. For the first time, Rita acutely felt her lack of power. Her grandmother had always seemed so self-assured. How could she possibly be emulated in the face of such a huge, overpowering place? Rita and Lugatorix presented themselves to the driver, who stubbed out his smoke against an often smudged door-guard, stuffed the butt into a grimy pants pocket, and climbed into the elevated front seat. They boarded the wagon. With a hiss and a jerk, the wagon labored them down a broad boulevard lined with ancient marble colonnades. Turning left into a high marble archway, it took them onto the grounds of the Museion, the great library and university of Alexandreia.
"She's a very handsome young woman," said the bibliophylax of the Museion, adjusting his floor-hugging stool before the Queen. "She has more of her mother's looks than her grandmother's, but her former pedagogue assures me she is the equal of the Sophie Patricia. She's arrived in the harbour with some great northern brute, a servant, my scouts say, and will be in her temporary quarters within the hour."
Cleopatra the 21st shifted her short, stout body on the informal throne. The scar that sucked a line across her face from left temple to right cheek, marring the bridge of her nose and half-closing one eye, was a pale shell-pink against her fair, otherwise smooth skin. She had little of the beauty of her youth. The Libyan Hassissins had seen to that within 20 years before, during her state visit to Ophiristan. Having no further interest in lovers, she had lost her 3 favourite consorts on that one hateful day. She did not mind her appearance any more. Cleopatra was simply thankful she still had her health and a sound, agile mind. The famous dry Alexandreian sunshine crossed the foot-worn white marble of the royal dwelling's inner porch in a golden stripe and touched the Queen's left slipper, highlighting an unpainted but finely manicured toe.
"You know I indulged that Sophie beyond reason," she said.
Her grandfather had decreed that Patricia Luisa Vascaisa set up an Academia on Rhodos. The Rhodian Academia, named the Hypateion after a woman mathematician none in Alexandreia had ever heard of, had for the last 50 years competed with Callimachus's Museion for research funding, more often than not receiving substantial royal awards. Useful and even startling work had come out of the Rhodian Academia, but everyone in the palace, and in much of the popular press, knew that the Sophie's highest priority had been finding a way to return to her home. Most had thought her more than a little mad.
"You are stating a royal opinion, my Queen." "Be straight with me now, Callimachus."
The bibliophylax's syrupy expression acidified.
"Yes, my Queen. You overindulged her at the expense of far more worthwhile scholars with more formal backgrounds and useful proposals."
She smiled. Hearing this from the bibliophylax made it seem less true.
"No one in the Museion has done so much for mathematics and calculation. For cybernetics," she added, pronouncing the word as the Sophie would have. She dabbled her toe in the sunshine as if it were a stream of water. For a moment the simple colour of the sunlight, warm and full of God, and the dry, cool breeze from the sea, took her away from reality. She closed her eyes. "Even a queen needs a hobby," she murmured.
Callimachus kept a respectful silence, though he had much more to say. The Oikoumenē Mechanikoi League had made its weapons procurement proposals to the palace 2 weeks ago. The rebel government of Nea Carchedon, across the Atlantean Sea, had 20 times in the past year raided the Oikoumenē's southern hemisphere supply routes. The rebels had, a decade before, repudiated all contracts made by Carchedon, and were forming an alliance with the island fortresses of Hibernea Pridden and Anglia. The bibliophylax hoped that all the necessary defence work could mean fine, rich contracts for his Museion. Instead, he sat discussing the Sophie Patricia's granddaughter. The Sophie and her family had dogged his footsteps for all the 30 years he had been in office, and the footsteps of his predecessor more decades before that. Cleopatra smiled at Callimachus, a sympathetic, motherly smile despite the scar, and shook her head. "You must take her into the Museion. She must be accorded the rank of her father." "No match for his mother, that man," Callimachus said. "And she must be allowed to continue her search." "Pardon my insolence, dear Queen, but why does she not stay at the Hypateion in Rhodos? Surely she could better carry on her grandmother's tradition there."
Her petition states she wishes the assistance of your mechanikos, Zeus Amon Demetrios. Demetrios has agreed in a private conference with me. I hope this does not tread on your toes, beloved Kalamakos."
She knew it did, and she gambled he would ignore the slight. He benefited too much from his relationship with Her Highness to let small, if constant, irritations like the Vaskaiser family irritate him unduly.
"Your will be done," the
bibliophylax said, bowing and touching the collar of his black scholar's robes to the floor. Overhead came a shrill, hawk-like scream, followed by a shudder in the palace foundations, and a distant, innocuous crump. Kalamakos got to his feet as the Queen rose and followed her deferentially, hands folded, onto the outer porch. She leaned on the railing and saw a pillar of smoke in the Brucheon, right in the middle of the Jewish quarter.
"Libyans again," she said.
He could see deeper red in her scar, but her voice was smooth and calm.
"Have we any news from Carcathon?"
"I do not know, my Queen. I am not privileged in such communications." The Jewish militia would be even more irritated by this, and already it was common knowledge they did not favor Cleopatra. He wondered how he could use this new outrage to his benefit. Cleopatra turned around slowly and returned to the inner porch, where she picked up the mouthpiece of an ornate golden telephone. With a nod she dismissed the bibliophylax. Within the hour after conference with her generals and the head of the Oikoumenē security staff, she dispatched a squadron of jet-fighter Gullcraft from Canopus to bomb the Libyan rebel city of Tunis. She then returned to her simply decorated private quarters and sat cross-legged on a Berber wool rug. Eyes closed, she tried to still her deep rage. She had very little time, indeed, for her hobbies, but her word was still law in the Museion, if not always in the contentious Boulay. Rita Berenike Vaskaiser. Cleopatra no longer believed a doorway to another world would ever be found. But even in a time of horrible civil strife, and the worst threat to the Oikoumenē in her lifetime, she believed in allowing herself at just foolish obsession. 8. Earth. Half of the Lanier's house was century-old stone and rough wood, perched on a stone and concrete cellar and foundation dug deep into a tree-shaded hillside. The other half, added 40 years before, when they had first moved in, was more modern in appearance, white and austere, though well laid out and comfortable, with a new kitchen and accommodations for the equipment he had needed for his work. That equipment still waited against one wall of the study, a small console of communicators and processors that had allowed him to keep track of the state of virtually any spot on Earth, his link with the terrestrial Hexamon through Christchurch and the orbiting precincts. He had not entered the study for 6 months. Lanier's neck hair constantly reminded him of his guest's presence on the road beside him. They climbed the steps up the hill, Lanier's leg muscles already aching, and stood on the broad covered porch as Lanier opened the unlocked door. He did not know whether Karen had returned home or not. Frequently, when busy on her own missions, she stayed overnight or longer in Christchurch, or some of the nearby villages. It actually concerned him little that she might have one or more lovers, though he would have resented it if she had taken Fremont into her bed. He had no evidence of such, and besides, Lanier had never been susceptible to that kind of jealousy, sex being among the weaker of his passions. She was not at home. That relieved him. He didn't know how he would describe or explain their visitor. Still, surveying the empty house, he felt a brief, sharp stab of grief. They had lost so much in the past few years, almost all that had consoled them over the hard, cruel decades of the recovery. "Come in, please," he invited. Across the years he had adopted Karen's precise, almost Oxfordian style of English. Mirsky, or whoever this man actually was, Lanier had an explanation nearly as ludicrous as the visitor's own, wiped his boots on the porch mat and entered, smiling with pleasure at the house's antiques. "A fine home," he said. "You have lived here since—" "Between missions since 2007. Alone?
My wife and I. We had a daughter. She's lost. Dead.
I have not been in a normal house for— Mirsky lifted his eyebrows and shook his head. You can talk to Olmy and Korzanovsky from here? Lanier half shrugged, half nodded.
In my study at the back of the house.
Lanier hesitated at the closed study door, glancing back at the man. His theory, which seemed more convincing every minute, was that this fellow did indeed resemble Mirsky, but was not, could not be him. Somebody had created a duplicate of Mirsky, though he could not imagine why. How would he explain to Olmy or Korzanovsky, or anybody? They'd simply have to see for themselves.
"Come in,"
he invited, opening the door and liberating a faint smell of dust and old, cool air. From this room Lanier had worked after his official retirement to advise and guide those following in his footsteps. Karen had wanted them both to continue on full active duty, but he had refused. He had had enough. Perhaps that had been the beginning of their rift. More unpleasant memories returned as he stared at the projectors and control console mounted in the south wall of the room. So much misery and confusion communicated, so many missions assigned here, leading to the diagnosis or treatment of so many indescribable horrors. Mirsky entered the room. "Your own Earth station. Very important for you, even now." Lanier half shrugged again, as if to be rid of it all. He sat at the console and activated it. A rolling red status pic formed and then resolved into a live picture of Earth as seen from the stone, wrapped in a coil of DNA. A smooth, simulated voice asked, "What services, please?"
"I need to speak to Olmy. Prior reference individual. Or to Konrad Korzanovsky. Either or both."
"Is this official communication or personal?"
"Personal,"
Lanier replied. The rolling status pic returned, a beautiful spherical skein of intertwined red strands.
"Do you want to meet with them personally?"
Lanier asked Mirsky. The man nodded. Lanier lifted his eyebrows and faced the pic again. More suspicious. Yet who could or would want to mount an assassination attempt? Such things were not unheard of terrestrial Hexamon politics. Not recently, at least, but they were rare. And old natives did not have the technology to create physical duplicates. The more complicated his surmise became, the easier it was to assume the man actually was Mirsky. "Sir Olmy refuses communication at this period," the console informed him. "I have located Konrad Korzanovsky." An image of Korzanovsky appeared in the study, projected 2 meters to one side of Lanier. The legendary engineer, who had retired from the Recovery to do basic research, glanced with intense eyes at Lanier, smiled abruptly, and faced Mirsky. The image resonated slightly, with some unavoidable energy lag or off-world interference, then steadied, seeming as solid as anything else in the room.
"Gary, it's been years. Is Karen well? And yourself?" "We're fine. Sir Korzanovsky, this man tells me he must speak with you."
Lanier cleared his throat.
"He claims to be— He bears an amazing resemblance to General Pavel Mirsky, does he not?"
Korzanovsky asked.
"I didn't know you had ever met," Lanier said. "We did not meet in person. I've studied the records many times since." "You are Sir Mirsky?" "I am, sir. I am honored to meet such a distinguished individual, and pleased that you are well." "Is this man Pavel Mirsky, Gary?" Korzanovsky asked. "I don't see how he could be, Sir Konrad." "Where did he come from?" "I don't know. He met me on a mountainside near my home."
Mirsky listened to this without comment, face bland. Korzanovsky considered briefly.
"He still carries part of Patricia Luisa Vasquez," Lanier thought. "It's obvious in his eyes." "Can you bring him to Thistledown, first chamber, within 2 days?"
the engineer asked Lanier. Lanier felt a mix of deep anxiety, resentment, and an old, contradictory excitement. He had been away from important affairs for so long.
"I think I can arrange that," he said. "Is your health good?" Korzanovsky asked, some concern in his voice. None but old natives and the most fanatically orthodox Naderites refused all methods of prolonging life and health. Lanier was ridiculously decrepit by almost any accepted standard today. "I'm doing well enough," he answered shortly, feeling the ache in his legs and now his back. "Then I will meet you on Thistledown shortly after you both arrive, however long that may take. Sir Mirsky, I must say I am not completely surprised to see you." The image faded. Mirsky met Lanier's astonished glance. "A knowing man," he said. "Can we leave soon?" Lanier turned to the console and made the necessary arrangements. He still had influence, and he had never been displeased to exercise influence. The situation was evolving. Lanier was no less baffled, no less resentful, but more intrigued. 9. Thistledown. Accompanying the old soldier to the first chamber, Olmi had helped Markellen book shuttle passage to Earth. Markellen seemed to have gained a kind of mystic serenity after revealing his secret. They walked toward the borehole elevators, Markellen smiling faintly, shaking his head as he ran his eyes along the ground, scuffing his heels on the stone paving. "All I need is a few weeks to think things over. Might as well do it on the birth world. Benny was not quite orthodox, but she would appreciate my going down there. She told me it was beautiful." "Star, fate, and Numa be kind," Olmi said. "Formula, hm? Between two cynical old soldiers?" Olmi nodded. "Comforting sometimes." "Fairy tales after what we've seen and done." Markellen looked up at the tube light, squinting unnecessarily. "Maybe you'll need comforting now. I'm almost sorry for you. I thought you were the only one who could handle it, but maybe I did the wrong thing." "You didn't," Olmi said, not sure himself. "I'll climb a mountain for you," Markellen said. "A real one, not something in the fifth chamber, all carved away by machines. Tall, with wide glaciers and deep places. Taller than anything on Thistledown." He winked. "Goodbye." Olmi watched Markellen enter the elevator. He received a mental impression, perhaps intuition, perhaps a quick subliminal pict from Markellen's mind, that the old soldier would hike into wilderness, deep into a mountainous region, where he could be sure of never being found. Olmi returned to the old apartment, relaxing, contemplating. He used the library terminal to communicate with various legitimate and discreet research programs in Thistledown's extensive memory stores. When he had made certain his channels were secure, taking extra precautions to keep Farron Ciliom's tracers ignorant of his present location, he called in an old ally, a tracer he had built himself from the memories of a short-haired terrier. The tracer had proven itself to be remarkably thorough, and it seemed to enjoy its work, if enjoyment could be ascribed to something that was, after all, not a complete mentality. Olmi set the tracer one task: to find any and all references to the downloaded Jart in the records of Thistledown or the orbiting precincts. Many record centers within the asteroid were no longer active. Some were carefully hidden. But the tracer could maneuver into the most inaccessible memory, so long as some potential information link existed. Olmi backed away from the teardrop terminal and folded his hands, face set in an expression of patient watchfulness, eyes glancing this way and that at the picts thrown up almost at random by the tracer's beginning progress reports. This would take time. He had ascertained that Markellen's implant memory was antiquated and minimal. Benny, as a not-quite-orthodox Naderite, had had only the legally required memory backups. The Jart records had somehow killed the woman, scrambled her backups, and driven Markellen to the edge of insanity in less than a second of contact. It seemed unlikely, but it was possible that beyond the security maze the records had been left open and on download status, ready to be transferred. But the console only supported transfer to human minds or implants.
There were no connections for transfer to external storage. He could, of course, rig such an interface, but there had to be a reason one did not exist in the first place. A rapid download of channeled information into an unprepared and unaided brain could, in theory, fatally disrupt someone's mentality. But what kind of machinery or safety circuit would allow any damage to an unsuspecting investigator? Obviously, unsuspecting investigators were not expected. Only experts. Prepared experts. If extreme secrecy was desired, the machinery might be designed to scramble intruders' minds, but Olney had never heard of Hexamon agencies taking lethal protective measures against citizens in the entire history of Thistledown and the Way. Benny's first encounter, without implants to buffer the flow, might in fact have kicked in some kind of safety circuit. Thus, when Mark Kellen tried the second interface a moment later, not realizing Benny was injured, the safety circuit and the buffer of his more extensive implants might have blunted the flow enough to disrupt but not kill him. So many mysteries and questions. In all of his exploits, Olney had exercised a maximum of caution, commensurate with the time he was allowed to plan and act. Even so, he had been killed twice. He took risks gladly enough, but he did not seek them. If there was a safe and easy way to accomplish his task, that was the method he used. Now he was about to break his own rule. He knew he would not go to the Hexamon authorities with Mark Kellen's discovery. That would have been safe, and theoretically his duty would have been fulfilled. Instead, he told no one, and pondered different alternatives, all of them deliriously mad. Olney had lived through enough history to realize that at most times major human events were shaped not by rational acts, but by guesswork, and something akin to instinct. To take proper advantage of this mystery, in the time allotted to him, he would have to act alone. Turning it over to the Hexamon authorities would mean delays, investigations by committee, the usual bureaucratic dance around a controversial asset that could very easily be a debit. He strongly suspected, as Toppy's work had probably confirmed, that within less than a year the information this discovery contained would be needed desperately. Total caution was impossible, even inappropriate, especially when all that he put at risk, for the time being, was himself. He journeyed again to the fifth chamber, this time through the borehole, traveling alone on a small private shuttle. He climbed the trail, followed Mark Kellen's instructions to open the security door, and descended into the asteroid's thick ancient walls. In the Jart's crypt he contemplated the creature's static mind patterns. The image had changed little since Mark Kellen had first brought up the display for him. He walked around the image, again studying the Jart's preserved body. It was as ugly as he had suspected a Jart would be, and as strange. Perhaps stranger than anything they had met in the way, and that had included some very odd beings indeed, some difficult to define as alive but for their mental activity. What creature had ever walked on solid, sharp-ended poles? How did it eat? It was obviously not designed for speed or flexibility. What function did the tentacles and cluster of spikes serve? How could that narrow body service such a large head? Olney sat in the tiny chamber, subduing an old, pale fear of very small places. There was no chair, so he sat on the smooth ancient floor, back against the wall. Why is it here? A question equally as unanswerable as who brought it here, or how was it captured? Why would a Jart allow itself to be captured and have its personality downloaded? He stood and stretched his muscles and joints. His body still felt young, fully capable. His mind was equipped with sufficient implant memory and processing modules to house several human personalities beside himself. He hadn't used the excess since he had carried Korjanovsky prior to the engineer's reincarnation 4 decades ago. But it was still available. There were few people on Thistledown or anywhere else who matched Olney's potential either physically or mentally. Given a few weeks, he could probably riddle the buried chambers and discover how to use the equipment properly. But why would he do that? For the same reasons he had spent the last few years studying all that was known about the psychology of non-human intelligences. The terrestrial Hexamon, after decades of concentrating on very different problems, was not prepared, strategically or tactically, to return to the way. Yet they would almost certainly do so. He could feel the pressure of history, a familiar pressure. If Olney could give them expert advice, the Hexamon might survive its own foolishness. And of all the beings most likely to confront them in the reopened way, the Jarts were the most formidable. Even captured, imprisoned, quiescent for centuries, somehow they could still kill. It was essential that Olney extract what information he could from this source, at any personal cost. With a grin, he realized much of his rationalizing was to hide a basic truth. He did not trust the present leadership. They condescended to the past, rather than understanding it. His ingrained sense of soldiers' superiority had finally triumphed over his faith in the rightness of the command structure. "I'm going rogue myself," he confessed to the Jart's ancient corpse. "Damn it all to hell." 10. Gaia. Alexandreia was a lot filthier than she remembered from her visits years past. It seemed to wear a cloak of smoke and soot as protection against its many troubles. The fabulous marble causeways were pitted with decay. Many of the statues had been shrouded in great sheets of oilcloth. The representatives of the Bibliophylax, the director and archivist of the Museion, hurried her and her luggage off the street before the Museon's famous Eastern Stoa, then put her in a rickety cart, insisting that she ride rather than walk. The Women's Residence Hall was a brick-and-stone two-story block dropped inauspiciously in a dusty, treeless corner of the Museion grounds. Rita's heart fell when she saw it. Lugatorix, riding beside the driver on the cart, gave a low whistle of contempt. They pulled into the broken brick and pounded dirt courtyard. An elderly woman in a black shawl swept dust and sand half-heartedly in the shade of the inset double doorway, giving them barely a glance. The door opened, and a blonde, matronly young woman about the same age as Rita stepped out with hands clenched over her head in greeting. "Welcome, welcome," she shrilled, clicking her tongue and dropping her hands to lift her long brown robe out of the dust. "You are from Rhodos? From the Hippoteion?" Rita smiled and nodded at her. The cart jerked to a sudden stop, and the driver gave the Celt some small assistance in dropping her luggage to the curbside. "You can't stay here, you know," the woman told the Celt sharply. "No men here." "He's my bodyguard," Rita said. "My dear, bad as things are for us in the Museion, none of us need bodyguards. He'll have to stay elsewhere." "You are Rita Berenice Vasqueza?" "Yes." The woman hugged her briskly. "I am Jorea Yalos, from Galatia. Your house guide. You study mathematics?" "Yes." "Fascinating. I study animal husbandry in the School of Agriculture. I have been told to show you your quarters and answer your questions." Rita's hopes fell when Yalos urged her to the upper floor and bustled before her along a dark hallway. "We appreciate your coming here. I'm sorry we can't do better for you. In the summer, these rooms cool off more quickly at night. In the winter, that's not what you want. They're comfortably warm during the day, however." She withdrew a large iron key and inserted it into the padlock, pocketed both lock and key, and pushed and kicked the thin wooden door open. It scraped sadly over the broken tile floor. "Are you a daughter of Isis?" Yalos asked. Rita entered the room. It was like a cell in a monastery, with a pair of small windows mounted high in the outer wall and a leather bed pushed into one corner. Behind the door a wobbly stand supported a chamber pot and bowl. Against the right-hand wall a scabrous wooden desk had been propped under a faded mural of the canopic Isis with her small, wide-eyed, feathered infant son and protective snake. No, Rita managed to answer.
Pity. Dorca, the woman here before you, a lovely helper, she was quite fond of Isis. You can't redecorate without the Women's Council's permission.
I wouldn't dream of it, Rita said. She gestured for Lugatorix to bring in her luggage. He squeezed through the door with travelling case and wooden boxes under both arms, gently lowered them to the floor, and stood to one side, away from the suspicious Yalos.
He's a Celt, isn't he?
From the Parisioi, Rita affirmed.
There are plenty of Celts in Galatia, Yalos said. I'm of Nabatean and Hellenic ancestry myself.
Rita nodded politely.
We have a group council at the first hour of sunset. If you'd like to join us, you're welcome. Let me know if you need anything. We women have to stick together here. They don't much care for us, Kalamakos and his people. We're not good for his defense contracts.
Yalos stood in the doorway.
The Celt has to come with me now. I'll get him a room in the old baths, where the groundskeepers bed down.
Lugatorix flicked his slitted eyes from Yalos, whom he clearly loathed, to Rita.
Go, she told him. I'll be okay here.
She was none too sure of that, however. She already felt homesick and out of place. The Celt shrugged and followed the house guide. Rita suddenly thought of something and called to her in the hall.
Can I have the lock and key?
No locks,
Yalos said.
I need a lock,
Rita persisted, irritated now and worried for the safety of the objects.
Come to the council meeting. We'll discuss it. Oh, if you're not a sister of Isis, what are you?
Rita made up her answer with surprising speed.
I belong to the sanctuary of Athene Lindia.
Yalos blinked.
Pagan?
She asked.
Rothian, Rita replied. It's my birthright.
Oh.
Rita shut the door and faced her squalid cell. So much for her reception in the Museion. Her grandmother's shadow obviously did not stretch this far. Was this the Queen's doing, or was Cleopatra even aware of Rita's arrival? She sat for a while, shivering in the gloom. A single electric light over the bed cast a yellow glow over that corner, and little else. It was already midday, and the room was just beginning to warm. How much risk should she take with the objects, not to mention her own safety? How much risk would she take before, if, she reached her goal? Prying at a shutter jammed over one small deep-set window, she broke an already short fingernail to the quick. She swore beneath her breath, one green eye bright in her meagre success, a thin line of indirect sunlight. Rita wiped gritty dust from the desk, used a frayed withy broom to sweep the floor, and opened her trunk to put her clothes away. In the late afternoon, the guides had told her she would meet with the bibliophylax. She did not look forward to it. 11. Earth. The Russian, so it was most convenient to think of him, at least for the moment, stood with Lanier on the porch, waiting for the wink of a shuttle's lights. The night sky was a smear of aluminum dust across solid black, depth upon depth of stars. The air had cleared since the death, Earth's natural healing mechanisms removing most atmospheric traces of the conflagration. There were few pollution sources anywhere now, even with the recovery well along. Hexamon technology was non-polluting, self-contained. The first lights they saw were not in the sky, but along the road leading up the side of the valley to the cabin. Lanier pursed his lips and met the Russian's glance with a shrug. "My wife," he said. He had hoped to get the Russian away before her arrival. The rugged, all-terrain vehicle, modeled after types used by the first investigators on the stone, ground its tires along the gravel drive to one side of the cabin and stopped, its electrical motors cutting abruptly. Karen swung down from the cabin in the automatic glare of the outdoor floodlights, saw Lanier on the porch and waved at him. He waved back, feeling older just looking at her. In their life together, he had seen her age a decade or two, grow old along with me, then regress under therapy, the same therapy he had turned down. She looked a youthful 40 at most.
"I've been in town," she called out in Chinese as she dragged her duffel from the rear of the ATV. We're setting up an artificial social network so that—" She saw the Russian and stopped on the porch steps, biting her lower lip. She looked over her shoulder at the drive. No other vehicles. Then she queried Lanier with one raised eyebrow. "This is a visitor. His name is Pavel," he said. "We have not met," the Russian said, stepping forward and extending his hand. "I am Pavel Mirsky." Karen smiled politely, but her instincts had been aroused. "How are you feeling?" she asked, shifting her eyes to her husband. She glanced between them quickly, brow furrowed. "I'm fine. His name," Lanier repeated with some deliberate drama, "is Pavel Mirsky." "I know the name," she said. "Wasn't that the Russian commander on the stone? Went with the precincts down the way, didn't he?" Her eyes fell accusingly on Lanier. What is this? She had seen pictures of Mirsky in the history tapes. The game was up. She recognized him. "You look just like him." "I hope I haven't disturbed you," the Russian said. "He's a son, a look-alike?" she asked Lanier. He shook his head. She stood on the top step, hands clasped before her. "You're sure everything is all right? You're joking with me." She climbed up one step, paused again. Then, in Chinese, she asked Lanier, "Who is this man?" In Chinese, Lanier responded, "He's a good imitation, if not the real thing. I'm taking him to meet with Korzhanovsky." Karen walked slowly before them, examining the Russian, biting her lower lip. "Where did you come from?" The Russian looked between them. "I have not explained that yet," he said. "Better to wait until it all comes out." "You can't be Mirsky," Karen said. "If you're trying to hoodwink my husband, all we heard would have to be a lie." Surprisingly, Lanier hadn't considered that possibility. He had not, of course, actually seen Mirsky go down the way. "No lies," the Russian said. "I am pleased to finally meet you. I have always thought your husband a fine man, a true leader, with sound judgment. I congratulate both of you." "Why?" Lanier asked. "On having found each other," the Russian explained. "Thank you," Karen said sharply. "Have you offered our guest any refreshment, Gary?" She carried her duffel into the cabin. Her suspicion had turned into anger. "We're expecting the shuttle any minute," he answered. "We've eaten a little and had a beer." The Russian smiled at the mention of the beer. His enjoyment had been obvious. Karen made various small noises in the kitchen, then continued her interrupted conversation through the screened window opening onto the porch. "We're going to get 20 or 30 village leaders and political science students from Christchurch and fly them to Axis Thoreau. It's going to be a kind of conference, all in city memory, to establish social ties it would take years to make otherwise. They'll all act as if they were family afterwards, if it goes well. Think of all politicians having family ties with each other and their constituents. It could be wonderful." Her tone had changed. Now she was ignoring the mystery. Lanier suddenly felt exhausted. All he wanted was to lie back on the old couch before the cabin's fireplace and close his eyes. "Here comes the shuttle," the Russian said, pointing. A blip of white soared across the opposite side of the valley, then swooped in low just above the trees. Karen returned to the porch, face strained, and looked up at her husband. "What in hell are you doing?" she demanded in an undertone. "Where are you going?" Lanier shook his head. "To the stone." Everything was losing its edge of reality. Nothing seemed very probable. "I don't know when we'll be back." "You shouldn't go alone." "I can't go with you," she said. "I have to be in Christchurch tomorrow." She glanced at Lanier. Karen was no fool, but she was having a difficult time shifting gears. Her expression said that she knew just how odd this really was, and how important it might be. "Maybe you can explain to me after you get to the stone?" "I'll try," Lanier said. "I am sorry for the disruption," the Russian said quietly. "You shut up!" Karen cried, turning on him. "You're just a goddamned ghost." At that Lanier smiled. He put his hand on Karen's shoulder, both to reassure her and stop her from saying more.
The gestures come easily enough, he thought. Why not the feeling? They were off, cushioned in the free-form white interior of the shuttle, flying high above the dark earth. In the sky, staring out across the black-ridged horizon where bloom of stars met mountains, Lanier felt free. He hadn't flown in years, had almost forgotten the feeling. As soon as the shuttle pointed its blunted nose straight up and the view through the transparency in the hull tilted, his exhilaration changed to an opposite dread. Space. How nice just to fly in the thin film of air and avoid the larger issues. Flying was like a marvelous kind of sleep, above the hard reality of waking, but below the greater blackness of death. Across the aisle the Russian stared straight ahead, not bothering to examine the view, as if he had seen it all so often it could not affect him one way or the other. The Russian did not look thoughtful. He did not look concerned. There was no way to know what all this meant to him, or how he felt about the meeting with Korzanovsky, or about returning to the stone. If he was Mirsky, his return to Thistledown should hold a true emotional charge. The last time he had entered the stone, it had been through a fury of projectiles and laser beams, as part of the Russian invasion force, just before, perhaps as prelude to, the death. Lanier realized that if this was Mirsky, then from that fateful moment until he came to the valley he had not seen Earth again. The flight, smooth and quiet, seemingly effortless, did not reduce Lanier's sense of unreality. If he is Mirsky, where has he been since... What has he seen? 12. Gaia. The Museion had expanded considerably into the Neapolis and Brucheion, the Hellenic quarter, since ancient times, and had even set afoot, the School of Medicine, into the Egyptian district. The buildings of the School of Medicine, the Aristotrateion, abutted the smaller, less reputable library of domestic Oikoumenē studies, the one-time Serapeion. The University, Research Center and Library, actually 7 buildings spread around the original library, occupied a square about 4 stadia on a side in the middle of the city. Scattered throughout the older marble and granite and limestone buildings were new, boxy iron and glass centers for the study of science and mechanics. On top of the steep hill of the former Paneion, the university had installed, 5 centuries before, a huge stone observatory. It was more a relic than a functioning center of astronomical research, but its grandeur was impressive. Rita's neck ached from twisting back and forth. Her carriage rolled with an irregular rhythm over the cobbled and slated paths, between feathery trees and stately date palms. The sun dipped in the west, throwing an orange light across the city, just as she had seen it the day before on entering the great harbor. Smoke drifted in thin, dark ribbons from a tall brick stack appended to one science building. Students in white and yellow academic robes, mostly male, passed them on the path, eyeing Rita curiously. She returned their stares frankly, calmly, though feeling none too calm inside. She didn't like this place much, not now, perhaps not ever, and that bothered her. This was the center of culture and science in the Western world, after all. There was much for her to learn in Alexandreia, if the circumstances had been such that she could just study. The oldest intact building in the entire Museion, the original central library, now housed the administrative offices and academic quarters. Once it had been ornate and lovely. Now it looked a little bedraggled, though still magnificent. 3 stories of marble and onyx, decorated with gold leaf-covered bosses and 1,000-year-old grotesques from the time of the Second Occupation, during the Third Parsa uprising. Sheets of paler marble had been added less than 50 years before to repair time-damaged walls. Thus far, none of the Libyan rockets falling on the delta had struck the Museion grounds. The path led through an archway into the courtyard, polished granite and onyx paving stones arranged in a checkerboard cross, with exotic plantings from Ethiopia and the southern Great Sea occupying the corners, and an Arsakid Parsa stone lion fountain adorning the center. The cart lurched to a stop, and she stepped down. A young small man in a black tunic and Teutonic-style leggings, a popular street fashion in the city now, came forward, a large, toothy grin on his narrow brown face. "I am very pleased to meet the granddaughter of the Sophie Patricia," he said, dipping forward slightly and passing his hand over his head in salute. "My name is Seleucos, and I am from Nikaea, near Hippo. I am assistant to the bibliophylax. Welcome to the library." "Thank you," Rita said. He dipped again and beckoned her to follow. She closed her eyes briefly, checking on the status of the clavicle. It had not been moved or approached, and then walked after the young man. The ground-floor office of the bibliophylax was not large for his station. 3 male secretaries worked busily at a triangle of desks in one corner, beneath the light of an open window. Beside them, a press reaching to the ceiling overflowed with stacks of papers. A large electric graphomechanos hummed and clunked on a heavy wooden stand beside the press. The bibliophylax himself worked behind a 4-part Judean hand-carved cedar screen, beneath the largest window in the room, in the opposite corner. The young man ushered her politely behind the screen. The bibliophylax raised his shaven head and surveyed her coolly, then smiled the merest hint of a smile. He stood and passed his hand over his head. Rita did likewise, and took a withy cane seat at his request. "I trust everything is in order with your quarters?" he asked. She nodded, reluctant to quibble about small things. "It is an honor to have you here." He pulled forward a file, a finger's width of papers pressed between 2 paperboard sheets, and pulled out a long document. She recognized it as the transcript of her Oikoumenē studies and appended progress report. "You are a distinguished student indeed, especially in the area of mathematics and physics, I see. And you have chosen a similar curriculum here. Our professors have much to offer you. We are, after all, a much larger institution than the Oikoumenē, and we draw our teachers from around the Oikoumenē, and even outside." "I look forward to beginning my studies." "One thing interests me. You made an unusual request, even before you arrived," the bibliophylax observed. "Besides your appointment to the office of the mechanikos Zeus Ammon Demetrios, unusual in itself, you wish a private audience with the imperial Hypsilotes. Can you tell me the purpose of your visit to her?" Before Rita could speak, the bibliophylax raised a hand and said, "It is our business, because we look after the welfare of all students in the Museion." She closed her mouth, waited for a moment, and then said, "I bring a private message from my grandmother." "She's deceased," the bibliophylax observed, deadpan. "Through my father. A message the Sophie felt the Queen would be interested in." She paused, her lips set in a grim line. She could feel opposition radiating from the bibliophylax, even a professional kind of hatred. A private message. "Of course." His face soured slightly, and he flipped through more papers. "I have reviewed your course requests, and they are all in order. You are seeking a 5th in mathematics and a 3rd in physics, as well as a 2nd in science of city leadership. Can you handle such an academic load without strain?" "It's similar to my load at the Oikoumenē." "Ah, but Museion professors will not be awed by your ancestry. They might treat you less leniently." "I was not treated leniently on Rhodos," Rita said, keeping her irritation in check. She wanted to laugh at the man, kick her slippers off, and show him the bottom of her foot, but she stayed outwardly composed, though her stomach twisted. "No, I am sure you weren't," the bibliophylax said. His small black eyes dared her to say something more. "I do have one problem," she said, facing his stare. "Oh?" "My manservant. He is with me for protection at the direct request of my father, yet we have been separated." "No servants or guards are allowed in the Museion, not even for royalty." As it happened, there were no royal youths studying in the Museion. The Queen was childless, and most of the rest of the royal family had long since retired to Kypros for safety. "Please feel free to consult this office at any time," the bibliophylax concluded abruptly, closing her file and slipping it into a small, square withy basket on the left-hand corner of his desk. He smiled and passed his hand over his head, dismissing her. When she returned to her quarters, she sat in the cool of the room for an hour, trying to regain her composure. The objects had not been disturbed, but could she count on complete privacy and security for much longer? She did not trust the bibliophylax. The only hope she had was that the Queen had already taken up her case and was protecting her. Whatever, she hoped her audience would be soon. She suspected, once she told the Queen what she knew, and demonstrated its truth to her, that she would not long remain a student in the Museion. She would no longer be allowed the luxury of scholarship and studies. Discouraged, she left her room to attend the meeting of the Women's Council. The least she hoped to accomplish there was to get the lock back. "Is everybody here my enemy?" she wondered. 13. Thistledown. The Thistledown's axis borehole opened tiny and black in the middle of the vast depression marking the asteroid's south pole. The opposite pole, north for a sense of direction only, since the asteroid had no natural magnetic field, was now a gaping, rough-edged crater, with the seventh chamber opened wide to space. Using ships equipped with traction fields, the Hexamon had long since swept the debris of the sundering away from the seventh chamber, making it serviceable as a spaceport. Someday the orbiting precincts would need extensive repair. The seventh chamber dock would be ideal. For small ships, like the shuttle on which the Russian and Lanier rode, the South Pole entrance was more practical. Lanier hardly noticed the darkness swallowing the craft. His mind was still elsewhere. He felt a stronger queasiness and a flash of anger at his eternal unease. He closed his eyes tight, then opened them suddenly as the shuttle latched onto the rotating interior dock. "We are here," the Russian said. The first chamber had changed little. Even the derotation and re-rotation of the Thistledown had left it relatively unmarred. Of course, there had been little but sandy desert on the first chamber's floor in the first place. As they departed the elevator, a steady, cool breeze fell on them from the face of the chamber's southern cap, a great, demeaning grey wall behind them. Around the axis shimmered the hazy white light of the plasma tube, 20 kilometers above them where they now stood on the valley floor. To each side the chamber stretched as flat and normal as could be imagined for a dozen kilometers. Then, with a slow, lazy vault, began to creep upward, finally rising in an impossible vertical curve to meet overhead, behind the plasma tube, like some bridge for gods. After a good many years, how long had it been since his last visit? 10, 12? The dimensions of the Thistledown's inner chambers struck Lanier all over again. He remembered the feeling of those awful months before the death, when he had been swamped by administrative duties, by intrigues on earth and within the stone, by mystery and foreknowledge. He had called it being stoned. The rush of memories did not cheer him. He found it difficult to believe men had ever dwarfed themselves by such a creation. That was how he felt, small, overpowered. Stoned again. They were greeted by a tall man, skeletally slender and very bald, an assistant to Korzhanovsky. "My name is Svard. Ser Korzhanovsky sends his regrets that he does not meet you personally." He gave the Russian a quick appraising stare. Then he led them toward a tractor. "The engineer has a research compound in the middle of the valley, and he invites you to join him there." They boarded the tractor. The 8-passenger vehicle rode over the sand on a traction field, not treads or tires. It had been manufactured aboard Thistledown and was sleek and beautiful, with a pearly white exterior and a soft, adaptable gray interior that shaped itself to spoken or picted commands. Svard wore a picture, hidden within his low collar. Lanier had never quite learned the art of picting. "I trust you've had an interesting journey, Mr. Lanier, Mr. Mirsky," Svard said. Lanier nodded abstractedly. The tractor floated smoothly and swiftly over low scrub and brown and white patches of sand and soil. "What keeps Ser Korzanovsky busy now?" Lanier asked. "We haven't spoken for some time." "He has been doing research," Svard said. "For the Hexamon?" Lanier asked. "In part, mostly to satisfy his own curiosity." "Who pays the bills?" Svard smiled over his shoulder. "Really, Mr. Lanier, you should know that Ser Korzanovsky has, what is the old phrase, carte blanche to spend any reasonable amount, either in resources or money. He was given that privilege before his death, and the circumstances did not change with his resurrection." "I see," Lanier said. Directly ahead lay a complex of low, flat buildings, their walls gently curved to merge with the sand. The air above the complex shimmered like a mirage. Was it because of rising heat, Lanier wondered? Or something else? He squinted through the tractor's transparent nose, trying to define the shimmer. The tractor stopped a few dozen meters from the southernmost building and eased to the sand with a low sigh. The door flowed open, and Mirsky stepped out first, Lanier following, watching the man's reaction closely. The Russian looked around the valley floor, glancing up at the plasma tube. "He knows the stone," Lanier thought. "He's been here before. It doesn't hold pleasant memories for him." Svard bent low to exit the tractor and rose gracefully to his full height, large eyes blinking. "This way. Ser Korzanovsky is in his private quarters." Lanier savored the extra spring in his step. The stone's spin imparted a pull of 6/10 of Earth's gravity on the floor of each chamber, one of the few qualities of the Thistledown that had always been pleasant to him. He remembered, decades ago before the death, exercising in the first chamber, swinging vigorously on parallel bars. That reminded him of his once excellent physical conditioning. He had been a gymnast in college. 100 meters to the east of the main complex, a smaller, anonymous blister of white rose a few meters out of the sand. Svard escorted them along a gravel path and picketed a greeting to the dome's receptor as they approached. A green icon of an outspread hand floated before each of them. "He wants us to come right in," Svard said. A square door in the wall curled aside, and Konrad Korzanovsky emerged, dressed in a simple dark blue caftan. Lanier had not seen him in person in over 30 years. He had changed little in that time, a simple, spare frame, round face topped by a short crop of pepper-gray hair, a sharp, long nose, and penetrating dark eyes. The eyes were more haunted and haunting than when they had first met. Having absorbed part of Patricia Vasquez's mystery, that part of the human personality which could not be synthesized, Korzanovsky had seemed to carry an ineffable aspect of the mathematician. His look had been enough to spook Lanier. Patricia was still discernible in the engineer's makeup, if anything more pronounced. What does he feel, with part of her making up his core? On Earth before the death, heart transplants had been commonplace before the perfection of prostheses. How does one feel about carrying a transplanted part of someone's soul? "Good to see you again, Ser Lanier," Korzanovsky said, shaking his hand. He hardly glanced at Mirsky, treating him less as a guest and more, perhaps, as an unresolved curiosity. He beckoned them enter and take seats. The free-form, white interior of Korzanovsky's quarters was cluttered with white and gray cylinders of all sizes, draped with lumps of what looked like white bread dough. He pulled a few of these aside. As he lifted them, they elongated in his hands, hissing faintly, and ordered the floor to form chairs, which shaped themselves rapidly. The Russian sat and folded his arms, appearing at ease. The trace of apprehension he had exhibited outdoors was gone. Svard made his farewells, picketed something rapidly to the engineer, and departed. Korzanovsky folded his arms decisively, echoing Mirsky's gesture, and stood before Lanier and the Russian. The engineer's expression had become stern, irritated. "We have a genuine puzzle here, Sir Lanier," he said, regarding the Russian. "Is this truly Pavel Mirsky, or a clever imitation?" He looked sharply at Lanier. "Do you know?" "No," Lanier said. "What's your intuition?" Lanier didn't answer for a moment, a little startled. "I can't really say. If I have any intuition, it's fogged by all the impossibilities. I know for a fact that Pavel Mirsky went down the way in one half of the Axis City, and that the way closed up behind him, and all who accompanied him. I know there has been no gate open to this earth since. If this is Pavel Mirsky, he's returned to us by some avenue we can't begin to guess at." The Russian shifted a little in his seat, folded his hands in his lap, and nodded agreement, content to be spoken of as if he were not there. "He seems self-satisfied," Korzunovsky said, rubbing his chin speculatively. "Cat with a canary feather. I hope he pardons a candid examination. Our instruments tell us that he is solid and human, down to his atomic structure. He is not a ghost in the old or new sense, and he is not a projection of any kind familiar to us." Korzunovsky uttered these observations as if going through a string of obvious truths, simply to get them out of the way. "His genetic structure is that of Pavel Mirsky, as recorded in the medical records of the Third Chamber City." "Are you Lieutenant General Pavel Mirsky?" The Russian glanced between them. "The simplest answer is yes. I think it is close to the truth." "Do you come here of your own free will?" "With the same qualifications, yes." "How did you come here?" "That's more complicated," the Russian said. "Do we have time to listen, Sir Lanier?" "I do," Lanier said. "I would like Sir Olmy to be here," Mirsky said. "Unfortunately, Sir Olmy does not answer his messages. I suspect he is on Thistledown, but I don't know where. I've sent a parcel to locate him and tell him the circumstances. He may or may not join us. I'd like to hear your story as soon as possible." Korzunovsky sat and pulled one of the white lumps into his lap, kneading it between his hands. Mirsky stared at the spotless floor for a moment, then sighed. "I will begin. Telling it all with words would be painfully slow and clumsy. May I borrow one of your projectors?" "Certainly." Korzunovsky ordered a traction beam to lower the nearest projector. "Do you require an interface?" "I don't think so," Mirsky said. "I'm somewhat more than I appear." He touched the teardrop-shaped device with a single finger. "Pardon me if I don't completely reveal myself to your apparatus." "Quite all right," Korzunovsky said, with absurd cordiality. Lanier's body hair tingled again. "Do begin." The quarter's interior vanished, replaced by something different for Lanier to comprehend at first, a condensed representation of the way, the Axis City, Mirsky's first few days in the forested walled of the central city, the journey down the way, accelerating along the floor. The projected information spun and dazzled. All sense of present time ended. Mirsky told his story in his own way. Korzunovsky and Lanier lived it. Call it escape, or the grandest defection of all time. Running from the horrid past, my own death, the death of my nation, the near death of my planet. If you can refer to as running the flight of half a city filled with many tens of millions of souls and perhaps a dozen million corporeal human beings, down an infinite tunnel in space-time, fleeing through the fury of a star's heart on the rail of an elongated knot, an umbilicus of impossibilities. The tunnel itself, an immense tapeworm curling through the guts of the real universe, pores opening onto other universes equally real but not our own, other times real and equally real.
those pores cauterized by our passage, the tunnel itself changing or having changed because of our flight, warping and expanding from the moment it was made with the prior knowledge of our escape. How do you explain this to an unaugmented human being? You cannot. I had to change to know all this, and change I did, many times across decades and centuries of flight. I became many people, and sometimes one of me would hardly know another until they could mesh with each other, exchange personal gossip. I was no longer the Russian Mirsky. Had not been, perhaps, since my assassination in the Thistledown Library, but an inhabitant of the Geschel neighborhoods of Axis, Nadir, and Central City. A citizen of a new world, adapting to its unlikely environment. We were no longer masters of all we surveyed, as the Axis City had once nearly been. I watched the humans who had come with me from Earth evolve as I did, or eventually fade away, die in the last way left to immortals, to forget oneself and be forgotten by others. The rest of us lived and merged. The journey lasted, from our point of view, centuries. You know that time is a variable thing, far less important than our youth and weakness once made us think, flexible but ever-present, warped and twisted into some barely recognizable form or another. I lived many different times, the time of the city traveling down the way at relativistic velocities, my time on the high-speed level of city memory, the time spent communicating directly with my fellow travelers as I do now with you. Time bunched and coiled like a spring. If all my time was stretched out in a straight line, I might have lived 10,000 years by your scale. We had long since passed beyond the point in the way where the last moments of this universe might have been accessed. Had we opened a gate there, something not possible to us, we might have witnessed the death of all we had ever known, all that was, however remotely, connected with us. And still we fled. I had defected from my own universe. Strangely, that moment was not particularly momentous. We had already closed in upon ourselves in an extraordinary way, like a pupating insect. We had isolated ourselves from our surroundings, even as we continued to study them. The way opened into an immense twisted tunnel. Our passage down this tunnel no longer followed any rational geodesic. There was no longer a flaw, a singularity in the middle. The city could not draw its power from the floor generators, so it sucked power from the very thin atmosphere of particles and stray atoms within the way. And because of this, we slowed rapidly. Within 10 years of our own basic time, the city traveled at less than relativistic velocities. The way grew broader around us. We studied this increase and foresaw what awaited us, a vast blister of space-time, capping but not ending the way, finite but unbounded. We had entered the egg of a new universe. We could not survive as material beings within this egg. We would have been dissolved by the nascent plasma of potential mass and energy as salt vanishes in water. But we learned how to cope with such an eventuality. The entire city, all of its citizens, worked to transform itself. We expected at any moment to simply die, cease to exist, for we were children facing a raging furnace. But there was another possibility, very remote. The possibility that we could adapt to the furnace egg, live in it, and finally shape it to expand into a mature universe. It would sever its connection with the way, drift free in superspace, and within the furnace egg, our transformed selves would expand butterfly wings, reborn. Is it immodest to say we planned to become gods? We had no choice. We had reached the end of the way, such as it had any end, and we could not go back. We had no choice but to make our own universe. To do so, we had to shed all of our material connections. We had to impose ourselves on the foundation of all space and time, beyond and below energy and matter, beyond the touch of the plasma amnion. I watched my companions wall themselves up in light, great rose windows of personalities, spreading and blurring at the edges, painted across the walls of the city, using the city's mass as a temporary restraint against simply dissolving away. The light of each of us touched the light of all. We were drunk with oneness. It was an orgy of incredible proportions. All the remnants of our humanity distilled into a vast merging sexuality. We almost lost sight of our goal. We might have become stunned by our own self-immersion in recognition, love, and pleasure, and plunged like a lovesick moth into the furnace. But we regained control, and managed to take the next step. All that we were, now united, was a frail and very delicate tissue of thought, wrapped in and around the remains of the city. We spread those tissues out to the particle winds within the way, much hotter now with the furnace egg so near. We toughened, condensed, and finally pushed ourselves through to a level beneath even that of light and energy. We flowered into the furnace, imposed our will, gave it the impetus to expand by converting the remaining mass of the city into energy, tipping the balance. The unbounded egg began to swell and cool, its plasma amnion condensing and taking shape. We became shapers of worlds. For a moment we considered simply reproducing our own birth universe, making galaxies and stars and starting things anew. But we learned quickly that we could not do this. This universe was far more constrained than ours had been. Its roots were humbler, coming not out of the ground of superspace itself, but from the tortured extending of the way. It would be smaller, less complex, far less ambitious. Still, we could shape it into a fascinating place, a universe that would absorb all our creative abilities, if we were careful. It is far more difficult to be a god than we could possibly have imagined. We had assumed from the beginning, I suppose, that one conscious will or a combined conscious will could shape and control a universe. We focused our pinpoint of will and shaped and made, guided and tuned, in ways that of course I cannot begin to describe, because in this body I cannot remember them or fit them into my thoughts even if I could remember. For a time it seemed all would go well. We rejoiced in our mastery. We were like a child in a vast playground. The universe became beautiful. We began to shape the equivalents of living and thinking beings to be our companions, perhaps to hold our own personalities in time. We still yearned for material form. We were still influenced by our origins. And then it began to fail. The universe ruptured, decayed, rotted. Its boundaries shriveled inward, eating and transforming what order we had established into sour, hot chaos. We had miscalculated. A single will could not create a stable universe. There had to be contrast and conflict. We desperately tried to separate ourselves into opposing forces to repair the damage, but it was much too late. The god we had become failed. We would have all ceased to exist, dissolved in the falling shreds of our failure. But we heard another voice. It was a less exalted, less ecstatic voice than ours, and it seemed far away. But it was much more practical and experienced, much more diverse. We thought for a time we had heard the voice of another god, or gods, but that was simply our ignorance. However advanced we had become, we were incredibly ignorant and naive. What we heard was the voice of our descendants, reaching us from the end of our own universe. All the intelligent beings who had grown up and grown old with the cosmos we had been born into had detected our failure, and felt us trapped within. They were no more material, no more distinguishable as individuals than we were, but theirs was a hardier, more practical intelligence. They had become the final mind, at once united and coherent, and yet made up of many individual communities of minds. They rescued us, pulled us back along the still open cord of the way, never quite severed from our furnace egg. Their rescue was not magnanimous. They had a use for us. Is it appropriate to describe the emotions of a failed god? We were chagrined, deeply embarrassed. We measured ourselves against this other matrix of thought, and saw we were less than infantile. We were puerile. We were young wine aspiring to vintage. We had begotten vinegar. But we were forgiven and treated, brought back to the equivalent of health. We were welcomed into the community of thinkers, one and separate at once, who occupied the end of the old universe. They revealed many things to us. I was reconstituted from the whole of my matrix, isolated, an experience worse than death, I can assure you, worse than loss of family, or city, or nation, or planet. I mourned and went crazy, and they reconstituted me again with refinements. Finally, after many attempts, they made me stable, and sent me back here. I carry a message and a request, if it can be called a request. They have their limitations, these descendants of all intelligent beings now alive, and they have their duties. They must bring the universe to an honorable and complete end, an aesthetic conclusion, but they do not have infinite resources. I am more than I seem, but I am far less than those who sent me here, and I must persuade you of one thing. I have described the way as a great tapeworm winding through the guts of the universe. It extends beyond our universe, as you know. The universe cannot die with such an artificial, such a young construct winding through its body. Rather, it cannot die well. It can only die badly, and our descendants cannot accomplish all they hope to. Lanier swam out of the projection and refocused his eyes on Mirsky. One particular image lingered in his mind. It terrified him. He tried to remember it clearly, but all he could retrieve was a vague impression of certain galaxies being chosen throughout time for sacrifice. Galaxies dying to provide the energy for whatever the final mind was trying to do. His head throbbed, and he felt mildly nauseated, as if he had eaten too much. Moaning, he leaned forward between his knees. Korzanovsky put a hand on his shoulder. "I share your distress," the engineer said quietly. Lanier glanced up at Mirsky, who had released the projector. "What in hell are you?" he asked weakly. Mirsky didn't answer that question. "You must reopen the way, and you must destroy it from this end. If you do not, then we have betrayed our children at the end of time. The way, to them, is a kind of magnificent hairball, an obstruction. We are responsible for it." 14. Gaia. On the evening of her 4th day in Alexandreia, after 7 frustrating hours trying to find her way around the maze of buildings, walking from classroom to distant classroom, as Rita sat alone in her room, digesting another unfamiliar and faintly nauseating meal eaten in the tiny dining hall reserved for women, she allowed herself a moment of supreme homesickness and misery. There was nothing she could do but cry. After a few minutes of that, and no more, she sat up on the hard cot and grimly considered her situation. There had been no word yet from Cleopatra. She had not yet met with the Mechanikos Demetrios, her appointed Didaskalos. On a rare occasion of providing useful information, Yalos told Rita that she should meet with the Didaskalos within a week or so. Otherwise, her standing in the academic competition might slip. She felt lost. She had had an appointment with a man since the week before sailing from Rhodos. Inquiring at his office in a dark, ancient, and ill-tended building in the western quarter of the Museion grounds, She had been told by a waspish male assistant. "He has been called to Crete for a conference. He will be back inside a month." What was worse than the indignity was her sense of loss and alienation. Nobody here knew her. It seemed scarcely anybody cared about her. Though women, with the unfortunate exception of Yalos, whom Rita had taken a strong disliking to, ignored her or slighted her. Yalos, with an air of coming to the aid of a simpleton, had appointed herself Rita's informal adviser. To the women in the dilapidated two-story building she was an island girl, unsophisticated and boorish. Worse, she was also from a well-known family, and yet had not been graced by the Museion with any apparent privileges. Her social status was a puzzle, then. She was fair game for their disdain. Within earshot they gossiped about her, speculating wildly. She had heard whispered rumors that the Celt was her island lover. That, she thought, was probably envy. She was not free to leave the Museion and wander the streets of Alexandreia. She knew very well what might happen to an innocent island girl there, and walking with a burly, taciturn Celt at her side was not the sort of stroll she fancied just now, though in time she might resort to his company just to get away from the Museion. She hadn't seen the ocean since leaving the quays in the great harbor. Rita longed for Rhodos, for the prancing sea-laughter of the waves when a storm sat offshore, the dusty green smell of olive groves and the play of dazzling clouds against lapis-blue sky. What she missed most of all was the company of Rhodians, simple and sunwise, as the island saying went, especially the beach children. Perhaps she was just an island girl. At almost any hour of the day, sometimes even at dusk or after the twilight had faded, on the rocky and sandy beaches of Rhodos could be found a few scampering adolescents, brown and naked but for shifts or loincloths. Usually they were Avar Altais from the south of the island, or the old refugee slums in Lindos, swarthy, oriental-eyed, round-headed, mouths full of curses, sun-gold limbs flashing as they spear-fished in the tide pools or carried makeshift metal detectors in search of lost coins or buried wrecks. She had stolen away as an adolescent from her studies, to run with them, laughing and learning their language, their curses and sunny expressions of enthusiasm, musical and harsh at once, so alien on her Hellenized tongue. Her mother had called them barbarians, an old word, seldom used now. Most of the citizens of the Oikoumenē were barbarians by her mother's definition. When Rita's breasts had developed and the shoulders on the beach boys had grown broader, something new had come into their play, a tender roughness. She had almost appreciated the curses thrown at her, half in jest, half as if growled by carnivores wanting her flesh. Had she been less protected, a bit more worldly, and less enshrouded by the Hypateion Gymnasion's code of behavior, one of those boys might have been her first lover. The Great Mother knows she had had enough caresses and kisses stolen from her. She still remembered their jokes, born out of centuries of struggle and desperation, not at all tempered by the tolerance and clime of Rhodos. There were cruel, wild jokes about ill-timed death spoiling great plans, raucous fables about separated families and lost relatives, about herd animals never seen on Rhodos. Once she had sat talking with a boy perhaps a year younger than she. He had told her his family's story, unnumbered centuries tangled up with the lives of other families, other tribes, perhaps even other nations. And she had tried to fit that into what she knew about the old Rus Oikoumenē Parsa alliances and the extinguishing of the Steppes tribes. In return, he had listened to her formal history with unusual politeness and attention, and then had told her, "That's what you winners say." Leaping up, he had brayed at her like an ass, and run across the beach, his bare feet unerringly picking a path on flat, sun-heated stones. With a sigh, Rita opened her eyes, losing that hot, pale noon sky and distant running boy. She picked up the electronic toikos,
that had belonged to her grandmother, switched it on, selected a memory block, and began to search through the volumes listed. Then, realizing she might be taking a risk, she turned the machine's lighted screen off. Examining the frail door, she decided the least she could do was block it with the room's single cane chair. She hadn't dared listen to any of the music cubes since her arrival. Discovery would be at best embarrassing, and at worst disastrous. The Museion might confiscate the objects. They might accuse her of all sorts of ridiculous crimes. How could she know? Rita hated this strange, difficult, clannish Museion, with its ancient, mazy grounds. She felt out of place among the city-wise students, drawn from all around Gaia. To her surprise, she had seen young men dressed in the peculiar fringed leather clothes sported by Nea Carcavonians, in imitation of the indigenous peoples they had subjugated a century ago. These were the children of the sworn enemies of the Oikoumenē. What perversion of diplomacy allowed them into Alexandreia? She had even seen students dressed in the shifts and leather skirts of Latin tribes. Not that she disliked any of them personally. Rhodos seemed so remote from all that. Though, having studied her history, she knew nobody was truly isolated from such conflicts. Rita drew the gap in the curtains tighter, old nutshell curtain rings rattling against the cane rod, and returned to her bed, feeling without reason a little more secure. Switching the screen back on, she surveyed the list. She had read or looked through virtually all of the 207 books listed. This time, however, her eyes alighted on a title she had not read. She could have sworn it was newly added. It said simply, "Read me now." She called it up on the screen. The index card preceding the display of the first page told her the volume was 300 pages in length, about 100,000 words. And it was in Hellenic, not English, as all the other books in the cubes were. She halted the display of the index as she saw a flashing cursor next to a description she had not seen before. Contents and catalog display suppressed until 4/25/49. That had been 2 days before. Rita pressed the keypad to read the first page. Dear Granddaughter, you have the name of my mother. Is it all my fancy some day you will meet her? When you were younger, you must have thought I was a crazy old woman, though I think you loved me. Now you have this, and I can talk to you, though I have never gone home, not really. Some say, even here, that dying is going home. Imagine that world I have told you about, and you have read these books, if you are my granddaughter, and I know you are. You have read these books, and they must tell you I made nothing up. All is true. There was a place called Earth. I did not come out of a whirlwind. I clung to this slate and the few blocks brought with me, all by accident, by chance, for years, when it seemed even to me I must be crazy. Now you are burdened by my quest. But all things are connected, even such far-away things as my world Earth and yours Gaia. My fancy could be important to you, and all on Gaia, if there is a gate. And there will be again. They have come and gone on the clavicle like dust devils. Who would taunt an old woman so? On certain days I will leave you something here to read, like the unrolling of a scroll, to be revealed only that day and after. She could not get the machine to display any more of the large file's contents. The machine had apparently been set to portion it out to her a bit at a time. Rita turned off the slate and screwed her knuckles into her eyes. She could not get away from Patricia. She had no life of her own. But if there was such a thing as a gate— And there was. Who could deny machines that spoke to her mind, or hundreds of books her grandmother could not possibly have imagined, much less written? If the gate was real, then there was more of a burden on her shoulders now than just responsibility to her grandmother. All the people on Gaia weighed her down. Rita was beginning to imagine what such a thing as a gate would mean to this world. Not all that she imagined was pleasant. It would bring change. Perhaps immense change. 15. Thistledown City. The tracer transferred itself to Olmi's library terminal and signaled with a black-and-white pict of a grinning terrier that it had completed its search. Olmi switched on blowers to collect the remnants of a meager cloud of pseudo-talcit, pushed himself off the couch, and stood before the teardrop terminal, concentrating on the tracer's picted condensation of its findings. No relevant file sources in Axis Euclid or Thoreau, or copies of library records of Nader and Central City. All file sources classified in Thistledown libraries. Classification limit has expired, but no records of access to files since the sundering. Last access, minus 52 years remote from Axis City. No identification, but likely from non-corporeal in city memory. 32 files containing references to Fifth Chamber Repository. By law, all security classifications in libraries and city memory storage were voided after 100 years without application and approval for renewal. Olmi inquired of the tracer how many applications for extension had been made on the files. The tracer replied, 4. The files were all older than 400 years. Records of file authors, he requested. All author records deleted. That was highly unusual. Only a president or presiding minister could approve of deletion of authors or originators from file records in libraries or city memory storage, and even then only for the most pressing reasons. Anonymity was not an approved concept in Hexamon history. Too many of the death's perpetrators had hidden themselves away from responsibility before and after the Holocaust. Description of files. All are brief reports, in words only. The time had come. Olmi was surprised to realize his reluctance. The truth might be worse than what he had imagined. "Show me the files in chronological order," he said. It was worse. When he had finished and stored all the files in implant memory to mull over at leisure, he gave the tracer its reward, the free run of a simulated grassy field on Earth, and released the meager cloud of pseudo-talcit into the room again. His decision was made infinitely more difficult by what the tracer had retrieved. Reading between the lines, the whole story was by no means contained in the files, which were adjunct files only, bare scraps left over after some hasty and none too thorough purge. Olmi put together his half-educated surmise. A living Jart had been captured some 5 centuries before. Under what circumstances there was no knowing. It had died before being returned to Thistledown, and its body had been preserved after its mentality was crudely downloaded. Not knowing Jart psychology or physiology, the downloading had been only partly successful. How integrated the Jart mentality was, how true to its original, not even its captors had known. They had even suspected the body. Several researchers felt that Jarts, like humans, could adapt their biological forms and even their genetic makeup to fit the circumstances. Hence the Jart's physiology had been studied, but the studies were inconclusive. They had not been passed on to military commanders or other researchers. At first, the investigations into the downloaded mentality had been conducted in secure but relatively open situations, with perhaps 10 or 15 individual researchers. 9 had died in the process. 2 irretrievably, their implants hopelessly scrambled. Direct or indirect mental links with a downloaded personality had been forbidden at that point. Research, so encumbered, came almost to a halt. Even then, Olmi knew, indirect examination of mentalities had been a highly developed art. He found it difficult to believe that a Jart, fragmented or whole, could injure investigators in such circumstances. And yet Benny had been killed, and Mark Kellen damaged. Olmi controlled another hormonal surge. Were he not so altered and augmented, the surge would indicate a condition called fear. For centuries there had been a law in cybernetic research. For any program there is a system, such that the program cannot know its system. That is, a program, however complicated, even a human mentality, could not always be aware of the system it was running on. If no clues were provided by that system, it could only know the extent to which the system allowed it to run. But less than a century ago, Hexamon investigators headed by a brilliant team leader, homorph Doria Fair-Taylor, had found mathematical algorithms which allowed programs to completely determine the nature of their systems. Thus, a downloaded mentality could tell whether or not it had been downloaded. Olmi could, in theory, know under any circumstances whether his focus of personality was running in implants or in his organic mind. In theory, such algorithms, fully developed, could allow a mentality or program to change the nature of its system, to the extent that a system could be changed. Because of the existence of rogues in city memory, such information could have had disastrous consequences. The rogues, even one rogue, could have destroyed city memory and all that was in it. Human mentalities were not disciplined enough to be given such power. The researchers had been classified. Olmi had learned of them through his police work, when he had been ordered by the presiding minister to investigate whether any mentalities in remote gate memories, human or otherwise, had independently discovered such power. None had. Olmi searched his deepest levels of implant memory for the Taylor algorithms. He had often tucked away such items, trusting himself to keep them secure, unable to resist the chance to incorporate them into his personal data file. They were still available. He would have to purge them before, if, he ever downloaded into the current city memory. Not likely, he thought. Judging from what had happened to Benny and Mark Kellen, as well as the early researchers, the Jart mentality was aware of and fully capable of using the Taylor algorithms. But at the time of its capture, humans had not even known of their existence. The Jart mentality, still an unknown quantity, had been removed to complete isolation in the fifth chamber, to be studied now and then across some number of decades, apparently less than a century, and then to be forgotten, but for an occasional inquiry as to status. Too valuable to be destroyed, too dangerous to be investigated. The investigators had apparently all passed into city memory in their allotted times. Most had been Geschels. Equally apparent, all of them had chosen to go down the way during the sundering. That could explain why there had been no further inquiries in the last 40 years. It did not explain 12 years of silence before that. He called up the complete list of data and looked at the file access dates. Why check on static files if not to see whether somebody else has accessed them? The access dates were all between 5 and 30 years apart over the last century and a half. The name of the accessor had been erased after the fact in each case. A clever trick, but perhaps not clever enough. Olmi requested the string length of the erased void in each access record. In every case, the name had filled 15 spaces. It seemed probable that only one person had accessed the files for at least 150 years, checking to see if the footprints were still hidden, if the dangerous skeleton in the closet was still secure. Someone, of course, could have accidentally stumbled on the security door in the fifth chamber, or found out about it as Mark Kellen had, but Mark Kellen had used code-cracking techniques developed comparatively recently to open the door. In all likelihood, nobody in the terrestrial Hexamon but Mark Kellen and now Olmi knew anything about the captured Jart. Mark Kellen was finding his way to an honorable obscurity. That left Olmi. 16. Gaia. The Boulay Conference on the Libyan attack on the Bruchaon had been discouraging. Jewish militia stationed all around the Nilos Delta had already shown their displeasure in demonstrations that bordered on mutiny. The Boulé was now reacting. Cleopatra, attended by her usual midge-cloud of counselors and advisers, had emerged from the session into the glare of lights wielded by an official Boulé recording crew. She had enough vanity to hate bright lights and cameras, and enough sense of duty to smile. Her position as queen was shaky indeed. She had long since come to regret the power she had regained for the Ptolemaic dynasty in the past 30 years. Power enough to take blame, yet not enough to assume control. She did not have the power to defy the Boulé completely and take charge of the military, yet she was held responsible by many groups if the Boulé military policy was a failure. Rumors of plots were thick in the air. She almost wished they would come true. The day did not improve when her Museion spy reported on how Rita Berenice Vascaisa was being treated. Her imperial Hypsilotes had long since learned to take every possible advantage of a situation. She had suspected for over a decade that the Museion's interests were drawing apart from her own, but not so far apart that they would be openly defiant. The Academia Hypatia on Rhodos was a thorn in the Bibliophylax's side. Cleopatra had thought she could provoke an interesting response then by allowing Patricia's granddaughter to come to the Museion, and if this young woman brought better news than Patricia had, so be it. Either way, she was useful. But what the spy told his queen was infuriating. She listened to the spy's testimony while seated on a camp stool in her private study. Her scar whitened as her jaw muscles tightened. She had not believed that the bibliophylax Callimachos would be so willing to flout her authority. Callimachos had sent Rita's chosen didaskalos, a young physics and engineering professor named Demetrios, away on extended sabbatical, against his own expressed wishes. Demetrios, the spy said, was a fine mathematician as well as a promising inventor, and had looked forward to working with the daughter of the Sophie Patricia. Callimachos had then rudely treated Rita, ignoring her privileged visitor status, forcing her to live separately from the Celt bodyguard who might very well be necessary for her safety. Rita Vascaisa, the spy said with some professional admiration, was bearing up well under these disgraces. "Is she a royal favorite?" the spy asked. "Do you need to know?" Cleopatra asked coldly. "No, my queen. If she is a favorite, however, you have chosen an interesting woman to favor." Cleopatra ignored the familiarity. "It's time to play the chosen piece," she said. With a deftly pointed finger, she ordered the spy from the room. A secretary appeared in the doorway. "Bring Rita Berenice Vascaisa to me tomorrow morning. Treat her exceptionally well." She hummed and stared at the ceiling, thinking what else she could do. Something for her simple satisfaction, without derailing any larger plans. "Send the tax auditors to the Museion. I want every administrator and didaskalos on the premises. Understand that only those who are immediately present, audited for tithe performance and royal taxes. With the sole exception of Callimachos. Tell him I wish to meet with him within the week, and see to it that any royalties and benefits transferred from palace funds to the Museion are delayed for 3 weeks. "Yes, my queen." The secretary touched clasped hands to chin and angled back to the door. Cleopatra closed her eyes and stilled her dull anger with a slow, breathy moan. She found herself wishing more and more for something apocalyptic, to cut cleanly through the political morass that was her life now. Neither supremely powerful nor weak enough to be ignored, she had to ply her power like a sailor with a ragged boat on Lake Mareotis. "Bring me something distracting and wonderful, Rita Vascaisa," she murmured. "Something worthy of your grandmother." The residence hall echoed with women's voices speaking Hellenic, Aramaic, Ethiopian, and Hebrew. Today was the beginning of classes, yet Rita had no didaskalos, no assignments, and hence no classes beyond the basics accorded to all Museon students, orientation, language, of which she had no need, and Museon history. By the second hour of morning, beginning after sunrise, the hall was nearly empty, and she sat in a dark mood in her cramped room, wondering about the wisdom of coming to Alexandreia at all. She heard 2 pairs of heavy footsteps outside her door, and felt a moment of anxiety. There was a rap on the doorframe, and a male voice inquired, "Rita Berenike Voskaiser?" "Yes," she said, standing to face whoever might come in. "I'm here with your bodyguard," the man said in polished common Hellenic. "Her Imperial Hypsilotes requests your presence by the 6th hour of this day." Rita opened the door and saw Lugatorix standing behind a tall, bulky Egyptian in royal livery. The Celt nodded at Rita, and she blinked. "Now?" "Now," the Egyptian confirmed. Lugatorix helped her gather the cases containing precarious objects. She felt faintly ridiculous, having tried the Museon at all, but that had been her father's strategy, at her mother's suggestion years back. Best not to approach her Imperial Hypsilotes directly, her mother had advised, especially after the fiasco of the disappearing gates. A much larger motorized wagon waited for her on the cobble road curving past the main archway of the residence hall. 3 other Egyptians, also in royal livery, carefully loaded her cases into the back. The Celt took a seat beside the driver, and the guards stood on running boards. With the wind horn roaring, she was driven from the grounds of the Museon west to the palace. Leaving the main gate, she looked back and realized with an intuitive shudder that her brief sojourn in the Museon was at an end. 17. Thistledown. Once, before the age of 30, life had been bordered by walls of reasonable proportions. Gary Lanier had not had to face a constant barrage of explosive reevaluations of reality and where he fit in. Since the arrival of the stone, he had had to come to grips with mind-stretching truths so often he had once thought nothing would amaze him any more. He lay in the bunk prepared for him by Svard, Korzanovsky's assistant. In the dark, on his back, half covered by a sheet, he sighed and knew that he was not so jaded after all. The Russian story had flabbergasted him. Mirsky had returned after traveling beyond the end of time and becoming at least a minor deity. He was an avatar, a reincarnated symbol of forces outside even Korzanovsky's comprehension. "Jesus," Lanier said almost automatically. The name had lost considerable power in the past few decades. After all, the miracles of the foundation of Christianity were almost all duplicated weekly in the terrestrial Hexamon. Technology had superseded religion. But what was Mirsky that his reappearance should supersede even the abilities of the Hexamon? Had wonders gone full circle back to the realm of religion again? What Mirsky had shown them, a combination of simplified visuals and words and incomprehensible sounds projected into their minds, his innards still curled at the memory of the experience. What would Karen have thought from her less Western perspective? Born in China, of parents defected from England, her capacity for wonders might be increased by a different attitude toward reality. At least she had never seemed quite as culture-shocked, future-shocked, as Lanier had felt. She had accepted the inevitable and undeniable with calmness and pragmatism. Lanier knuckled his closed eyes and turned over, trying to find elusive sleep. Now that he could not possibly see her, he realized he missed Karen. Even with the hidden bitterness of their last few years together, they shared something with her when they were together, a common link with the past. Was it that he was simply too old to accept these new realities? Would pseudo-Tauset help, or a cleansing of his mental channels through a new youthfulness? He swore under his breath and started to get out of the bunk, but there was no place he could safely go in the compound, no place where he was unobserved. And he needed isolation now, needed darkness and freedom from stimulus.
He felt like a transported animal clinging to the security of an enclosed cage. Opening the door, he might be assaulted by another barrage of impossibilities. While Lanier tried to sleep, Korzanovsky was arranging a meeting with the president and several key corp reps. There was a good possibility that Judith Hoffman, Lanier's boss and mentor 4 decades ago, would be present. Lanier had not kept up with her activities for years. He was not surprised to learn she had undergone pseudotalcet and transplant rejuvenation, but it came as something of a shock when Korzanovsky informed him she was leading the Thistledown faction that supported reopening the way. The trains between Thistledown's chambers were as efficient as ever, sleek silver millipedes gliding at several hundred kilometers an hour through their narrow tunnels. Lanier sat beside Mirsky, and Korzanovsky sat opposite, all lost in silence. Theirs was a cosmic shyness, with little room for small talk, not after what Mirsky had showed them. Mirsky took the silent treatment stoically, peering through the windows at the surrounding tunnel darkness and the sudden explosion of cityscape as the train emerged into tube light. The third chamber metropolis, Thistledown City, had been designed and built after the asteroid's launch, taking advantage of lessons learned in the construction of Alexandreia and the second chamber. Its enormous towers rose from slender bases to wide tops 5 kilometers above the valley floor. Soaring, suspended structures reached across the curve of the chamber like skyscrapers strung along a curtain. The glittering megaplexes, each as capacious as a good-sized town on pre-war Earth, seemed poised for imminent disaster. Much of Thistledown City was an architectural nightmare to unaccustomed eyes, always teetering, threatening to collapse in a stray wind. Yet these buildings had survived the stopping and re-rotation of the asteroid during the sundering, with comparatively little damage. "It's truly beautiful," Mirsky said, breaking the silence. He leaned forward and shook his head enthusiastically, grinning like a boy. "Quite a compliment from a man who's seen the end of time," Korzanovsky observed. "He doesn't act like an avatar," Lanier thought. After the sundering, Thistledown City had been reoccupied by citizens from the precincts. An abortive attempt to bring old natives to the asteroid and settle them had been called off after the new immigrants expressed great unhappiness. Most had been returned to Earth, where they would not be overawed by unnatural splendor. Lanier sympathized. Now the city was about 1/5 full, citizens clustering together in certain areas, others in less populated regions, often living 1 or 2 families to a building. If ever large numbers of Earth's inhabitants could be persuaded to make Thistledown their home, space aplenty waited for them. All of the city's parks had been restored, unlike in Alexandreia, where restoration was still in progress. Some had been replanted with flora brought up from Earth. Conservators were encouraging endangered animals from Earth to breed in various spectacular zoos completed within the past 2 decades. The second and third chamber libraries contained the genetic records of every Earth species known at the time of Thistledown's launch, but a large number of species had vanished in the years after the death. Now was their chance to prevent those extinctions. The Terrestrial Hexamon nexus met in the middle of a 1,000-acre rainforest. A wide, low, translucent dome, the color of a clear twilight sky, vaulted over much of the forest and the nexus meeting chambers. Under the dome, the tube light was transformed into glorious sunlight and clouds. The nexus was not in session this day. The meeting chambers, a circular arena, and central stage were almost empty. Judith Hoffman sat in an aisle seat near the central stage. Lanier, Mirsky, and Korzanovsky walked down the aisle abreast, and she turned in her seat, cocking an eyebrow. With a quick glance she summed up Mirsky and Korzanovsky, and then she smiled at Lanier. He stepped aside and met her welcoming hug while Mirsky and Korzanovsky watched. "It's wonderful to see you again, Gary," she said. "It's been too long." He smiled broadly, feeling more energetic and reassured just in her presence. She had allowed herself to age a little, Lanier noted, though she still appeared 20 years younger than he.
Her hair was steely grey, and her face carried a look of tired, careworn dignity. She had deliberately ignored the more advanced fashions of Thistledown City, where apparel might consist of illusion as much as cloth. Instead, she had chosen a stolid grey pantsuit with just a hint of feminine cut to her lapels. She wore a picture necklace and carried a small slate at least 4 decades old, the equivalent here of a quill pen.
"How's Karen? Have you been keeping up with Lenore and Larry?"
"Karen's fine. She might be here now. She's working with Suli Ram Kikara on a social project." He swallowed. "Lenore is in Oregon now, I believe. Larry died a few months ago."
Hoffman's mouth made a surprised "oh." "I hadn't heard." "Damn, that's a Christian for you." She clasped his hand and sighed. "I'll miss him. I've been out of touch up here, too much so. I've missed you all, but there's been a lot of work."
The other 3 representatives approached from another aisle. David Parr Jordan, assistant and advocate to the president, a small, delicate Thistledown-born man with white blonde hair. 6th Chamber Supervisor Deorda T. Negranes, a tall, lithe female homorph dressed in black, and Eula Mason, a squat, powerful woman with hawk-like features, corp rep for Axis Thoreau, an orthodox but not extreme Naderite, with substantial power as a swing vote in the lower nexus. Mirsky watched them all with his mild, distanced expression, like an actor waiting to be called on stage. Hoffman shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with Korzanovsky, then turned to Mirsky. She folded her hands in front of her chest.
"Gary," she said, "is this man who he says he is?"
Lanier knew his judgment would be relied upon implicitly. "I wasn't sure to start with, but now I think he is. Yes."
"Sir Mirsky, my pleasure to meet you again," Hoffman said. "Under circumstances more peaceful and certainly more mysterious." She unfolded her hands and extended one with some hesitation.
Mirsky grasped it by the fingertips and bowed. "Chivalry from the end of time," Lanier thought. "What next?" "Indeed, Sir Hoffman," he said. "Much has changed." As they adjourned to a meeting-room in the complex beneath the arena, introductions were made all around, with a social awkwardness that Lanier found amusing, considering the circumstances. Human convention could trivialize even the most momentous occasions, and perhaps that was its purpose, to bring enormous events down to a human scale. Korzanovsky pointedly did not go into detail about Mirsky. "We have some complicated and important evidence to bring before the Nexus and the President," Korzanovsky said, as they took seats around a small round table.
"I have one question, and I can't wait to ask it," Eula Mason said, features stern. "I know very little about Sir Mirsky. He's an old native, a terrestrial, and he has Russian ancestry, but your introduction doesn't explain his importance, Sir Korzanovsky. Where does he come from?"
"From a great distance in space and in time," the engineer said. "He's presented us with some disturbing news, and he's ready to testify before this select group. I warn you, you've never experienced anything like such testimony, even in city memory."
"I make it a habit to avoid city memory," Mason said. "I respect you, Sir Korzanovsky, but I dislike mystery, and I certainly dislike having my time wasted." For ostensible allies, united against the reopening, Lanier thought Mason was being remarkably uncongenial to Korzanovsky. Korzanovsky was unfazed. "I've asked the 4 of you here because this is so unusual a circumstance, and I'd like a kind of rehearsal before we go on to the full nexus."
"Will we need aspirin?" Hoffman asked Lanier, leaning in his direction.
"Probably," Lanier said.
Negranes' design as a homorph was a little too extreme for Lanier's tastes. Her facial features were too small on her head, and her body was proportioned in ways that exceeded the natural. Emphasis on length of legs and thickness of thighs, extremely long fingers, an almost masculine chest. Yet her bearing was regal, and it was obvious she knew her place in this room, and on Thistledown.
Is this evidence designed to discourage reopening, Sir Engineer?
I think it may allow us to reach a compromise, Korzanovsky said.
That's a bit optimistic, Lanier thought. Mason squinted with unconcealed suspicion. Obviously, Korzanovsky was not completely trusted in his own camp. That was hardly surprising. He had designed the way in the first place.
"Then let's have it," Par Jordan said. "This time I will not use a projector," Mirsky said. "I will spare Sirs Korzanovsky and Lanier. They have suffered my story once already." When the presentation was over, Hoffman laid her head on the table and sighed. Lanier rubbed her neck and shoulder gently with one hand. "God!" she exclaimed, her voice muffled. Par Jordan and Negranes seemed stunned. Mason stood, hands trembling.
"This is a farce," she said, turning on Korzanovsky. "I'm amazed you believed this willful deception. You are certainly not the man my father put his confidence in."
"Eula," Korzanovsky said, facing her coldly, "sit down. This is not deception. You know that as well as I."
"What is it, then?"
she asked, voice shrill.
"I don't understand any of it."
"Yes, you do. It's quite clear, however amazing."
"What does he want us to do?"
she continued. Korzanovsky raised his hand and nodded his head, asking for patience. Mason found just enough patience to fold her arms and sit rigidly back in her chair.
"Do you have any questions?"
he asked Negranes and Par Jordan. Par Jordan seemed the least disturbed of them all. "You think the President should see this? I mean, experience it?" he asked. "It must be the entire Nexus, please, for a decision," Mirsky said, "as soon as possible." They looked at him as if he were an unexpected ghost, or perhaps a very large insect. They were noticeably reluctant to speak to him directly. "Sir Korzanovsky, that's going to be difficult. I sympathize with Sir Mason's reaction." She slapped her open hand on the table, vindicated. Negranes lifted her head. "I've never felt anything like it," she said. "It makes me feel immeasurably small." "Is everything so futile that we simply vanish and are forgotten in time?" "Not forgotten," Mirsky said. "Please, you are not forgotten. I am here." "Why you?" Negranes asked. "Why not some better-known figure from the Hexamon?" "I volunteered, in a way. I offered myself," Mirsky said. Hoffman fixed Korzanovsky with her clear brown eyes. "We've been opposed on this question for a long time. I'm sure Gary is surprised to hear I've been supporting reopening. How do you feel, experiencing this? Have you changed your mind?" Korzanovsky didn't answer for a moment. Then, using a tone of voice that made Lanier jump, a familiar tone, that of Patricia Vasquez, he said, "I've always known it was inevitable. I've never enjoyed inevitability. I don't enjoy this now. I designed the way, and was punished for doing so by assassination. I was brought back, and I saw what progress we had made, and how much we had gained as human beings. Not lost. We were trapped by our own glories. I was certain that returning to Earth would balance out our problems, but the way is like a drug. We have been using this drug for so long we cannot break free of it, so long as the possibility for reopening remains." "You sound ambivalent," Mason said. "I think the way must be reopened, and then it must be destroyed. I see no alternative to the method presented by Sir Mirsky." "Reopening," Mason said, shaking her head. "Finally giving in." "Our responsibility is a heavy burden," the engineer continued. "The way must be dismantled. It blocks the designs of those whose goals are far larger than anything we can easily imagine." "Count on this," Mason said. "If we favor any kind of reopening, they will not let us dismantle." She nodded at Negranes and Hoffman. Hoffman looked at Lanier, her face only now regaining some of its color. By all means. The Nexus must see this. I believe this man is Mirsky, and that's remarkable enough to convince me.
Par Jordan said, "I'll make my recommendation to the President."
"What is your recommendation?" Mirsky asked.
"I doubt we can block testimony before the Nexus. I don't know whether we'd want to. I just don't know." He took a deep breath. "The disruption is going to be unbelievable." Lanier suddenly longed for a chance to relive that moment on the mountain, when he had first seen the hiker descending the path. Given another chance, he might run away as fast as cramped legs allowed. 18. Gaia, Alexandreia, Lokhias Promontory. Cleopatra the 21st greeted the young woman warmly in the sitting-room of her private quarters. The queen's hair was shot with grey, and her eyes lacklustre. The scar across her cheek, a badge of honour well known throughout the Oikoumenē, appeared red and puffy. She looked exhausted. The Celt was not allowed into the private quarters. Rita felt vaguely sorry for the man, always cooling his heels someplace away from his primary duty, protecting her.
"You were not treated well at the Museion," Cleopatra said, sitting across a transparent, rose-veined quartz table from the young woman. "I ask your forgiveness and understanding."
Rita nodded, not knowing what to say, thinking it best to let the queen speak. Cleopatra seemed agitated, ill at ease.
"Your request for an audience was expected and welcome," she continued. "I'm afraid your grandmother thought I lost faith in her."
The queen smiled faintly.
"Perhaps I did. It is easy to lose faith in a world of disappointments. But I never doubted her word. I needed to believe in what she said. Is that easy to understand?"
Rita realized her silence might be interpreted as shock at being in the presence of royalty. Strangely, she was not nervous.
"Yes, I understand. From what I've been told, you were not close to your grandmother, not all your life." "No, my queen."
Cleopatra waved away the formality, fixing her tired eyes on Rita.
"She chose you for something?"
"Yes."
"What?"
The queen's hand gestured for her to be more forthcoming, as if urging her closer.
"She put me in charge of the objects," Rita said.
"The clavicle?"
"Yes, my queen."
"Is it busy disappointing us again?"
"It shows a new gate, your imperial hypsilotes. This one has stayed in place for 3 years."
"Where?"
"In the steppes of Nordic Rus, west of the Caspian Sea."
The queen thought that over for a moment, brows drawn together. Her scar lightened in colour.
"Not easy to get to. Does anybody else know it's there?" "Not that I know of, my queen."
"Do you know where it leads?" Rita shook her head.
"There's nothing more convincing about this particular gate?"
"In what way, my queen?" Try as she might, Rita could not change her method of address. It seemed almost sacrilegious to speak to the woman baldly without some kind of obeisance.
"I suppose I'm asking for security. If I outfit an expedition, brave the diplomatic difficulties of sending it to Nordic Rus, should we be caught, I mean, since there's no question of asking permission, and it's all for nothing, a hole to nowhere—"
"I can't guarantee anything, my queen." Cleopatra shook her head sadly, then smiled again.
"Neither could your grandmother."
She took a deep breath.
"She was, and you are, both very lucky to have me as queen. Someone more intelligent, more pragmatic, would not listen to either of you."
Rita nodded solemnly, braced for rejection.
"Do you have any idea what lies on the other side of this gate? Any notion at all?"
"It may take us back to the way."
"Patricia's big water-pipe world."
"Yes, my queen." Cleopatra stood, holding her finger to her temple on the upper end of her scar, clenching and relaxing her jaw.
"What would your expedition need? More than what Patricia once requested?"
"I don't believe so, hypsilotes."
"Not a great expenditure."
The objects are all working properly. The Rhovian mechanicoi have kept them in good shape. They have required no maintenance, my queen, other than changing batteries. They are working properly. You could guide this expedition. I think that is what my grandmother wished. You are very young. Rita did not deny it. Could you? I believe so. You lack your grandmother's passion. She would not have hesitated to say yes, even if she doubted herself. Rita did not deny this either. Cleopatra shook her head slowly, walking around the table. She stopped with her hands resting on the back of Rita's chair. It's political folly. Risking a confrontation with a Rus and a storm in the Boulay should secrecy be broken. My position is not enviable now, young woman. There's a part of me irritated. No, not just irritated, angry, at your simply being here, making your tacit request. And another part, the part your grandmother took advantage of. Rita swallowed, locking her neck muscles to keep from constantly bobbing her head in agreement. I've already spread some minor punishments for your ill treatment in the Museion. In a way, I've already supported your cause. But it is not easy for me to simply give in to my desires. And I do desire that you find something wonderful, maybe even dangerous, wonderfully newly dangerous. Something far above this incredible tangle of low-level threats and high-level hatred and intrigue. She bent beside Rita, bringing her face close to the young woman's, eyes shifting over her features. What collateral do you offer? Collateral, my queen? Personal guarantees. None, Rita replied, her heart faltering. None at all? Very softly, hating herself, fearing herself and her own uncertainties, Rita said, Only my life, Hypsilotes. Cleopatra laughed. Straightening, she took Rita's hands in her own and raised her from the chair as if they might dance. There's some of the old girl in you after all, she said. Can you show me? Rita unlocked her neck muscles long enough to nod once. Then bring your clavicle here and show me, as your grandmother did. I enjoyed that experience. 19. Thistledown, 5th Chamber. After 31 days of investigation, Olmi had reached a decision. The Jart mentality in its present location could not be studied safely. He knew too little about the system it was stored in, whereas the Jart apparently knew everything. He stood in the second room, jaw muscles working. The mentality's displayed image had not changed noticeably in all the time he had studied it. Placid, undisturbed, timeless. Soon to be reborn, and perhaps to attempt its higher purpose yet again. Olmi had never put himself into a situation where his inner being could be violated. He had even shied away from mixing personalities with lovers and friends, not uncommon back in the heady days of the Jart Wars. Whenever he had joined entertainments in city memory, he had always carefully wrapped a tight shell around his self. He regarded this foible with as much amusement as anyone, but he had violated the rule only once, when he had downloaded Korzhanovsky's reassembled partials into his implant memories. Korzhanovsky's scattered mentality had been close enough to share only his outer layer of thoughts, and nothing deeper, however. In a way, he detested deep intimacy. He valued his singularness. He had never subscribed to the old poet's maxim that to be alone was to be in bad company. Olmi clearly understood why he rejected deep intimacy. He did not want to know himself completely, or to have anybody else know him. He did not relish the thought of exploring his own mentality, as others did. But to know the Jart, the best way would be to download it into an isolated implant within himself. He could not trust any device to resist the Jart's explorations. Inside, he could constantly monitor the downloaded mentality, and even shift it from an implant using one system to another with a different system. He had 3 large memory implants, one of them only 5 decades old,
the extra 2 installed in anticipation of carrying the engineer's partials, all of Talcet construction. Each could be modified at will, isolated, examined from outside with little or no chance of unwanted output from whatever was kept in memory. The plan had been inevitable all along. Olmi had simply avoided the obvious. How much was he willing to sacrifice for the terrestrial Hexamon? His mentality? His soul? If the Jart somehow managed to corrode its way through all internal barriers, to outwit and outmaneuver him, then more than that would be lost. The Jart had allowed itself to be captured. It was a Trojan horse. Of this much he was sure. And he was about to take the horse within the walls of his own precious citadel, his mind. If his safeguards failed, the Jart might do what it had probably planned to do all along. It could become a spy, a saboteur in human form within the Hexamon. It could control all of his memories, even, in the worst case imaginable, convince his enslaved personality that he was acting of his own volition. Hormonal implants kept his body chemistry in relative balance, but the sharp bite of fear was still apparent. Olmi had never been so unsure of the outcome of his plans. He returned to the first room, where Benny had died, and opened a small box of equipment. Onto the panel's output device he locked a data valve. Drawing several leads from the valve's smooth, round surface, he fastened them to the curved band that would slide tightly around the base of his skull. The downloading could take hours. The equipment here was ancient. The valve would not allow any unregulated surge of information. "You're about to become a bomb," he told himself. "A very dangerous rogue, indeed." The room was silent, but for the faint hum of the valve. He thought of the fifth-chamber landscape 6 kilometers above, and of the mass of the thistledown all around them, even more ancient than this equipment. A weight of history and responsibility that he had carried for most of his life. If he were to die right now, killed by this rash process or by some unexpected irregularity in his body, rare but not unknown, he knew he would have performed his duty to the Hexamon many times over. He would not regret simply ceasing to be, and perhaps Korzanovsky or someone else would pull the Hexamon through these dangerous times. He re-examined the wires. All fittings were correct. First, however, he had to take a few precautions. He rigged a strong traction field near the door, laying 2 small nodes on each side. The nodes would draw from the room's hidden power supply. If he simply tapped a remote button, or sent a sharp whistle, or blinked his eyes in a rapid code, the field would activate. And there was no way to turn it off or harm the nodes, since they would lie within their own field. He would not be able to escape. Nothing inside him would be able to escape. This would be a tomb for both of them. If necessary, Olmi would stay in the room for several weeks, waiting to see if the process was successful. He had rigged other traps for himself in Alexandreia, in the 5th chamber near the train station, in the 3rd chamber. All he had to do, should something go wrong away from this small sanctuary, would be to make his way to one of those traps, activate traction fields, and wait to die. Or wait to be discovered. Nobody knew of these traps. Nobody knew of his plans. And then there were the traps within his own mind. Mental tripwires controlled by the same internally downloaded partial that would oversee the Jart's mentality. If he felt himself losing all control and could not make it to a trap, a blunder across these tripwires would release a small explosive charge in his chest. Satisfied that everything was in order, he reconnected the leads and sat on the floor, legs in a lotus, before the panel. He removed a small vial of nutrient fluid from his equipment case, lifted it to the silent air in toast, and said, "Benny, Markellen, nameless researchers, star Fate and Numa be kind to you all." He drank it down and laid the vial aside. Then he reached up and touched the valve. The transfer began. 20. Gaia, Alexandreia, Lokhias Promontory. The evening after their meeting, Rita dined with the Queen on sturgeon, lentils, and fruit, in the hall of Ptolemaeos the Guardian. They took their seats at a marble table, a servant standing behind each, and looked out over the parapet at the sun setting on the ancient capital. Cleopatra explained the unusual menu as each dish was served.
"This is a royal fish, flown in fresh from Parsa, a fish beyond price, garnished with its own roe. The lentils are a common dish, coarse and healthy, served with unleavened bread made of bleached maize from the southern continent. The fruit is Gaia's gift to rich and poor, common to us all. Would that all commoners could eat as well as their rulers." As they ate, they did not discuss the gate or anything else of immediate consequence. "We've made enough interesting decisions today," Cleopatra averred. After the dinner, Rita was shown by a wizened, white-haired chamberlain to a windowless room deep in the ancient, cool lower floors of the royal quarters, in the palace's north wing. "Do you trust him?" the chamberlain asked her just outside her door, jabbing his finger at Lugatorix.
"Yes,"
Rita said. The chamberlain looked him over with a squint.
"If you say so."
He raised his hand, and a servant at the end of the hall advanced. A few mumbled words of Egyptian, which Rita did not understand, made the servant run to the end of the hallway. A moment later, while all three stood waiting in awkward silence, a dour, stocky old man in a leather apron and arm-chaps brought forward a Udaean machine-gun and a bullet-proof vest.
"This is the palace armorer,"
the chamberlain explained. He took the weapon from the armorer and handed it to the Celt, who accepted it with obvious admiration. Then the chamberlain ordered the armorer to instruct the Celt in its usage, which he did, using Hellenic and a touch of Parisiani.
"You wear an armored vest and she doesn't," the armorer explained, "because you should always be between her and a assassin. Understood?"
The Celt nodded grimly. At another gesture from the chamberlain, two massive Ethiopians stalked toward them from the end of the hall. The Celt raised his new weapon instinctively, but the chamberlain tapped the gun's black barrel with a disdainful finger and shook his head.
"Ceremony,"
the chamberlain explained.
"You're to join the palace guard."
The Celt was initiated on the spot in a brief blood-sharing ceremony with the Ethiopians. Judging by his astonished expression, he was quite impressed. Rita was less enthusiastic. She was tired and vaguely wondered why she had to witness all this. A cot was brought into the corridor and placed near the door of her sleeping chamber. Then the chamberlain gestured to the armorer and the Ethiopians, and they left. "You're going to be comfortable here?" Rita asked him, standing in the doorway. He patted the cot with the splayed fingers of one huge hand and shrugged.
"It's too soft, mistress, but it won't hurt me."
"What do you think of all this?"
she asked, her voice lower. The Celt pondered for a moment, thick, dark blonde eyebrows knitted.
"Will I go with you, or stay here?"
"You'll come with me, I hope."
"That's okay, then." He was obviously unwilling to comment further. Rita closed her door and walked around the room, trying not to feel closed in. The fanciful murals painted above a wainscot did little to add to the room's size. They depicted crocodile and hippopotamus hunters on Lake Mariotis, and were doubtless very old, perhaps 2,000 years. Their sense of perspective was primitive. Rita suspected she could do better herself, and she had never been a quick study at drawing. After examining the exquisite furniture, ebony and ivory and highly polished silver and brass, she lay on the feather mattress and stared at the purple silk canopy hanging from the ceiling.
"What in hell am I doing?"
Teeth clacking together with exhaustion and anxiety, Rita remembered she had not yet looked at the slate to see if there was a message for her today.
She removed the slate from her case and turned on the display. My dear granddaughter, if you have met the Queen, you know she is a very smart woman, tough and quite capable of holding her own in a troubled Oikoumenē. But she is also a woman who will die shortly, politically perhaps, before her body dies. The Oikoumenē will soon be run by aristocratic administrators, men for whom politics is a precise and clear-cut science. They already resent her for her intuitions and unpredictable decisions. That is why the gates must be found and examined before she dies or is deposed. She is our last chance. No reasonable politician would allow an expedition such as this. For one thing, no reasonable man would believe in the existence of something like a gate. Cleopatra believes because it gives her a much-needed thrill, a sense of bigger things in a life focused on day-to-day crises. I have disappointed her once, but I think the need is still in her. All the same, do not be arrogant with our Queen. Exercise your inborn caution, and beware the lure of the palace. It is a dangerous place. Cleopatra lives there as a scorpion among snakes. Rita thought about the chamberlain, the armourer, the Ethiopian guards, and the ceremony she had been made to witness. Somehow it all made a little more sense. She turned off the slate, grateful to the Sophet for her foresight and insight. But her teeth still chattered, and sleep was not easy to find. Planning for the expedition to the site in Nordic Rus began the next morning in secret. The pace of the next 2 days was dizzying. The Queen and her advisers seemed to be racing against time to get their preparations made, and Rita was soon made privy to the reason for speed and discretion. Cleopatra had once, decades before, controlled most matters involving exploration and research in the Oikoumenē. She had assumed this royal prerogative in her youth, even before the influence of the Boulè had waned and Cleopatra had gathered more and more power to the Ptolemaic dynasty and away from the Alexandreian and Canopic aristocracies.
"Your grandmother cost me dearly when her gates wandered and vanished," Cleopatra said, lips twisted in a wry smile. She shuddered and dismissed the past with her hand. "But the aristoi have been getting into a fair amount of trouble lately. Farmer and clericos revolts, conscription failure in the Kypros crisis. They've been in hiding for the past few months, letting me take the fall, and that gives me some room to breathe, if I breathe secretly. Secrets don't last long in Alexandreia. I have to have this expedition outfitted, and on its way within 5 or 6 days, or chances are it'll be stopped by the Boulè royal councillor."
Cleopatra introduced her to a trusted adviser, Orosias, an explorer and expert on the Nordic Rus, who had a fierce loyalty to Cleopatra. Orosias was tall and lean, of late middle age, strong and aquiline and white-haired. Centuries past he might have been one of Alexandros's generals. With his help, Rita hastily prepared a list of supplies and people necessary to the expedition. On something more than whim, she included the name of Demetrios, though they still had not met. She thought she might enjoy the company of a fellow mathematician. Orosias consulted with another trusted adviser, Jamal Atta, a short, black-haired man, retired general of the Oikoumenē Overland Security Forces. Jamal Atta was of Berber ancestry, but affected the style of an old Persian soldier. Together they plotted the difficulties and dangers of entering unfriendly territory. Rita thought about the long journey to Nordic Rus with no small amount of trepidation. As Orosias spread the plans before her on a cards and jackals table in the royal game room, his strong, badly scarred index finger tracing the likeliest routes, she wondered what the Queen's motivations really were. Had Patricia read Cleopatra's intentions truly? The expedition would be politically risky. They would have to avoid detection by the Nordic Rus high-frequency towers placed along their southern borders, from Bactra to Magyar Pontos. The independent Rus-allied republics of the Hanoi and Uyghurs also lay in the path, and both were renowned for fierce and heartless warriors. Intrusions might be regarded as justifying counter-intrusions, or even lead to small border wars. Jamal Atta mentioned these possibilities in passing as simple comments on Orosius's plans. The expedition's vehicles would be Eudaean B-craft, large hovering vehicles powered by Syrian jet turbines. Atta fanned out a handful of pictures of these B-craft with their top-mounted, long, broad spinning blades and forward canopies like bugs' eyes. "I cannot say how reliable they are," Atta said in his deep, froggy voice, with his face even longer and darker than usual. "We can get 2 of them from the Palace Secret Police. They have a range of 500 parasangs. A parasang is about 300 Oikoumenē skene, rope lengths." Rita said she knew military and Persian measures. Jamal Atta lifted an eyebrow, pursed his lips, and continued. "Weapons we can get plenty of. Black markets flourish in the Delta, if we can't transfer them from the palace armory or the weapon factories at Memphis. The question I need answered is, why are we going? What do we plan to do if we find what we're looking for?" Both Atta and Orosius had been told some details, but not all, about the unlikely thing for which they would search. Rita stared at the plans spread on the game table. "We'll try to enter the gate," she said. "Where will this door take us?" "Into a place called the Way." She described it for him. But Atta's eyes glazed after a few minutes, and he raised his hand. "If we can live there, then others can live there too. Will they resist us?" "I don't know," Rita said. "They might welcome us." "Who will they be?" "The people who made the way, perhaps." Atta shook his head dubiously. "Whatever someone has, they protect from invaders. This all sounds dangerous and badly thought out. I would feel safer with an army in front of me." Orosius, sitting to one side, said, "Obviously an army is out of the question. If this young woman is prepared to go, can an old strategos be less willing?" Atta held up his spread hands. "You're damned right I can. But her Imperial Hypsilotes commands." He fixed his weary eyes on Rita again. "What kind of weapons might they have?" "Nothing we could defend ourselves against," Rita said. "What does that mean?" "From what my grandmother told me, they have weapons we might dream of making in 100 or 1,000 years." "What are they, gods?" Atta asked, with a gloomy edge in his voice. "An old clericos on his plot might think they were gods, yes," Rita said. She blushed slightly, realizing she had used a queenly tactic against the strategos. "What about an old soldier hoping to live on his pension?" Atta asked. "An old man who's seen all the things this world has to offer, from the forests of Nea Carchathon to Africa's bottom." "You've seen nothing like the Way," Rita said, staring at him without blinking. Atta refused to engage in this kind of contest. He casually turned to Orosius. "Wonderful," he said. "Her Imperial Hypsilotes wishes us to end our days of service eaten by monsters or burned to ashes by gods." "Or being met by friends," Rita said, angry now at the strategos's cynicism. "Friends who could bring the Oikoumenē back to its days of glory." "Treasure beyond the monster's jaws," Orosius said. "Try to be more specific about their strengths and weaknesses, if they have any weaknesses," Atta urged her gently. "We only have a few more hours before we start putting everything together. Help an old ass carry a heavier load." "I've never seen these things. I've only been told about them," Rita said, suddenly afraid again. "Try to remember," Atta said with a sigh. "Any scrap can only help." 21. Thistledown, 5th Chamber. The Jart bided quietly within Olmi, apparently unaware of any change in status. Olmi lay in the second room, eyes closed, probing delicately at his new companion, like a surgeon seeking the best point of entry to a sleeping but dangerous beast. He could feel the depths of the asteroid all around him, unchanged across billions of years, implacable as time, primordial rock and carbonaceous materials and water that had fed and housed his people for centuries. He looked at the empty plate which had once revealed the Jart's placid patterns. Now the memory stores were empty. All that there was of the Jart had been successfully uploaded into Olmi's implants. His first discovery, in the first few seconds of investigating the Jart, was that a kind of translating shell or interface had been developed, either by the Jart itself in reaction to the probes of early researchers, or, less likely, by the researchers themselves. Without the shell, Olmi would not have picked up sensible communications when Markellen first hooked him to the system. The shell was incomplete, but useful for a beginning. Having confirmed that translated communication was possible, Olmi now double-checked his precautions. He had sent both the Jart mentality, which occupied one implant, and a downloaded partial of himself apart from his primary self, and erected a number of barricades, not the least of which was a timer that regulated access to all of his implants. The partial conducted the early investigation and reported to him periodically. In the super-fast world of implant functions, all of this took place within 10 minutes of the uploading. Olmi's partial determined that the Jart mentality was almost intact. That is, its major routines and subroutines appeared to follow the accepted rules for intelligence ordering. They were not fragmented. The Jart's lesser routines did not appear to function properly, but he would reserve judgment on that until later. One never assumed that any part of a ticking bomb was inert until one completely understood the bomb. Within the first hour, Olmi's partial had located some pieces of Jart experience memory. The first attempts to transfer these disturbed the Jart. Parts of its mentality seemed to wake briefly from its timeless slumber, and once again Olmi received a cacophony of anxiety messages. Duty unclear. Presence of duty arbiter. Unable to locate self. Abominations. And then a lapse back into the quiet pool of seeming repose. The memories he retrieved were far from clear or easy to translate. Jart sensoria were very different from human equivalents. Eyes were sensitive to both light and sound, combining such signals in a way unique in the Hexamon's experience. This did not cause Olmi's major difficulty with the memories, however. Algorithms had been known for centuries which could interpret nearly all sensory messages. What puzzled him, or rather at this stage his partial, most of all was the de-emphasis on individual perception to the advantage of larger cultural conditioning. A Jart individual's personal perspective seemed almost irrelevant, and there was substantial evidence that this Jart, at least, acted more as a remote sensor than a self-willed individual. Yet other indications contradicted this. The Jart had a strong independent motivation routine, what in human terms might be analogous to an ego. There were enormously difficult associated complexes of social and hierarchical responses which meshed with this motivation routine, however. The Jart was strong-willed, yet in certain situations, when enmeshed in its social environment, it would be completely docile and obedient, lacking almost any will at all, and it would find no contradiction between these states. For a Jart, obedience was indistinguishable from self-will, yet Olmi was certain Jarts did not comprise a group mind, at least not this Jart. Perhaps the Jart carried a model or artificially imposed simulation of the Jart hierarchy, a kind of monitor or conscience. For a time, as Olmi received data through the one-way link with his partial, he wondered if in fact 2 or more mentalities had been downloaded. It was difficult to accept such primary contradictions in the routines of an individual. The partial was finally able to assemble a series of sensory memories that could be translated into human terms. Not surprisingly, since the Jart had been highly stressed, the most prominent images were of its capture. Olmi saw what had to be the way, quite flat and colorless, and brilliant objects in the foreground, picked out with amazing detail. The details changed frequently, making him wonder whether his partial was translating properly. The partial, anticipating the reactions to its primary, assured Olmi its interpretations were correct. The Jart was perceiving objects from multiple and almost independent viewpoints, not in a Picasso-like cubist fashion, but by processing the visual input through many different routines. It then came to Olmi, and his partial independently concurred, that the Jart was using sensory interpreters adapted from other species. The Jart contained many visual brains, almost certainly patterned after those of non-Jart species. During its capture, the Jart had apparently shuffled through these alternatives, trying to duplicate a human viewpoint by using routines from beings thought to be similar to humans. Did this explain some of the confusion as to ego and motivation routines? Did Jart literally engulf the mentalities of other species, carrying them around like tools in a kit? How many intelligent species, how many cultures and societies had the Jarts conquered? What had happened to them? Olmi worked for an additional hour, trying to make sense of the visual memories. Finally, he was able to piece together a reasonably clear picture of the capture. First-level sense interpretation, perhaps the Jart's natural routine. The surround is pitchy black and cold, absent of sound. The foreground is occupied by hot and noisy objects moving very rapidly. The objects are machines, but the Jarts do not build machines like these. An image of seeding and virus-like development. Second-level sense interpretation. Foreign? The background is filled with detail, sharp to the point of destruction. The foreground objects seem irrelevant, ignored. This routine simply cannot interpret machines, or perhaps close objects at all. Is this an adapted sense routine? Olmi wondered, designed to augment or supplement the others? It seemed to have a minor place in the totality. Olmi had no difficulty recognizing the way. Tractor fields stretch across the vast expanse, brilliantly colored, purple and red. Some fields recede in sparkling tatters from penetration beams. The beams pierce through and intersect, but again this routine cannot interpret machines. An odd lack, Olmi thought. Seeing was akin to thinking, however, and it was possible the species this routine had been borrowed from had no knowledge of technology. Third level. Adapted Jart, similar to the first. The actions of the foreground objects are clearly understood in the abstract. Each machine is sharply delineated. Olmi recognized human armored physical penetrators, unmanned except by partials, and automated seek-and-destroy units, great and small, all nasty and black and seething with field energies. He shuddered. He had always disliked such weapons. They were simple and direct and unstoppable. They destroyed whatever they captured within their fields, reducing it to component atoms, pulses of heat and gamma rays. The Jart had witnessed such weapons, yet had survived to be captured. And this Jart had been in the front lines of whatever skirmish in the way these images represented. Humans sent only partials into such action. Was this Jart a natural organism in any way, or an artificial creation entirely? The original human captors had not trusted the physical form to be typical of Jarts. Why trust the mentality? Olmi concentrated on the sequence of events in the Jart's capture. As more sense memories arrived, he pieced together a humanly linear story. The Jart occupies a small vehicle, weaving through tractor field boundaries like a dragonfly through walls of reeds. Above, throughout this section of the way, very likely in the 1,000,000 kilometers or so of disputed territory at 1.9x9, Jart and human weapons engage in fierce combat. There is stalemate. This situation has continued for a considerable time. The Jart measures of time are not clear to Olmi. The Jart's vehicle encounters and destroys numerous small human machines scouring the way's barren surface. It encounters seek-and-destroy units and somehow evades them. It is now in territory behind the region of impasse, in human territory, where it will attempt to inflict a devastating blow to some command center.
a large floorship or armored fortress. But its next encounter is with a cloud of penetrators, and vehicles Olmi himself does not recognize. And before it can maneuver, it is caught in thick layers of traction, the shell of its vehicle stressed and mangled. A research and reconnaissance machine quickly seals off the crash site in a traction bubble. The Jart lies within its environment cradle, pulses of light crawling over the surface of this transparent shield as its generator begins to fail. Remotes shaped like giant black beetles push through the bubble and neutralize the weakening environment cradle, pulling the Jart from its controls. The Jart body is already severely damaged. Another vehicle, almost as large as a floorship, moves over the surface of the way. And the sense images blurred and came to an end. Olmi opened his eyes. The Jart's mission had been hopeless. He had never heard of organic forms occupying the Jart equivalent of penetrators. The entire action was more than suspicious. It was uncharacteristic, ludicrous. Yet the humans had taken the bait, hoping, perhaps believing, that they had at last captured a Jart. Perhaps they had. Perhaps the Jarts had been willing to give up the advantage of an enemy's ignorance in order to slip their Trojan horse past the walls. But then why kill researchers immediately? Why open the belly of the horse before night has fallen and the Trojans are asleep? Olmi closed his eyes and recalled the last few scattered visuals sent by his partial. They were too fragmentary to reassemble. But connected to the last was a scouring, biting node of corrosion. Olmi withdrew from this acid sting and shoved the entire sequence into his third implant, isolating it immediately. He then purged the third implant of all data contents. The Jart was not slumbering. Olmi waited for the downloaded partial in the second implant to deliver a self-analysis. When the data came through, the initiation string was badly flawed. The partial had been compromised. The Jart was active. His precautions had almost failed. Olmi raised more barricades around the isolated implants and prepared another partial. Sending partials into that alien hell was like sending himself. The partials were duplicated pieces of himself. His hormonal levels surged again, and he fought back a sick, claustrophobic terror that almost overwhelmed his peripheral controls. Less than 2 hours had passed since the uploading. Studying the Jart was obviously going to involve a battle of wits. After wiping the second implant and putting another partial in to replace the one that had been compromised, Olmi waited for results from a new series of probes. The Jart mentality did not attempt to tag the data with corrosives, nor did it corrupt the partial. They were taking each other's measure. Despite its attack on the first partial, a circumstance Olmi had been prepared for, the Jart had not yet succeeded in altering the basic system of the implants in which it was stored. Olmi believed the Jart did not understand the system it now occupied, but it probably knew that its status had changed. His safeguards were effective. Having accomplished this much, he decided to leave the buried memory storage rooms and continue his interior researches in the fourth chamber. The cramped quarters and the sensation of being surrounded by kilometers of rock had become oppressive. However, he was not yet ready to return to human society. There were a great many more probes to make and tests to run before he took that risk. If the Jart was reawakening, the time had come to expose it to some of the greater reality of human existence. 22. Gaia, Alexandreia. Within the cavernous palace garage, Rita stood at the center of the circle of members of the Queen's expedition. Clavicle in both hands, she closed her eyes and focused on the spinning globe. Continents raced beneath her disembodied eyes, their features etched in bright relief. There were many things about the display she did not understand. Certain features flashed as if they might be of interest, others were cross-hatched or dotted. Some land masses or ocean areas were outlined in red or yellow. Yet the clavicle did not reveal the meaning of these functions. It simply rotated the globe to the canopic mouth of the Nilos,
then twisted and rolled the globe again to the position of the gate, marked by a cross. Her point of view fell to the surface of the globe, and she crossed bright, feverishly colored landscapes to a grassland that burned with green fire. There was the gate, marked only by an unlikely cross with wide, splayed arm-tips. She opened her eyes.
"It's still there,"
she said. Orasiah stood beside her. She hesitantly took his hand and placed it on hers where it gripped the clavicle bar.
"Close your eyes,"
she said. He did, and she felt the projection move through her into him. He stiffened as he had the first time they had shared the images, then forced himself to relax. After a few seconds he opened his eyes.
"I confirm that," he said. "We know our goal."
Cleopatra sat in a portable throne on a stone platform above the circle. All turned toward the queen. She stood and held her hand out over them.
"The blood of the keepers of Alexandros the Uniter, the Conqueror, flows in my veins."
Her lips twisted in that peculiar smile Rita had seen several times.
"However diluted by Persians and Nordic folk. To some this seems like a royal whim, the shadowy wish of a weak queen. But can you feel this day's importance? What you find, what you learn and bring back with you, could mean rebirth for the Oikoumenē, and a century of order and prosperity, rather than decline and strife. We might look for a talisman, for the penis of Acer, or the lost magic of Neat. We might be fools. What we seek instead is real, and I only regret I cannot share your danger."
Her tone was convincing. None, Rita saw, doubted the words of their imperial hypsilotes.
"Go with the gods and the spirits of your loved dead. Apollo shines upon you all. I love you as my children. I envy you."
Sour, long-faced Jamal Atta's eyes filled with tears. Orasiah saluted the queen with a hand held high, fingers splayed. Alexandros' sign of friendship and cooperation. "We will return, my queen," he called out. "We will return," the members called out in unison. Cleopatra nodded and kneeled before them. Rita felt Orasiah's hand on her arm. He led her to the cab of a covered steam freight wagon. 7 such wagons waited to carry them and their equipment from the staging area in the garage to the aerodromos in the western desert, beyond the old necropolis.
"This had better be worthwhile,"
he murmured in her ear, not in accusation, but in camaraderie. Jamal Atta accompanied a tall, black-haired man with ruddy skin. Both climbed into Rita's wagon and found their assigned seats. When they were settled and the wagons began to roll from the garage, the military adviser introduced the stranger. "This is your long-missing Didaskalos, if I recall correctly," Atta said. "He has just returned from Kalamakos' exile. Demetrios, this is your patient and disruptive student, Rita Berenike Vaskaisa. She asked that you accompany us." Demetrios turned his genial features on Rita and smiled with a mix of confidence and shyness that Rita found disconcerting. "I am honored," he said.
"As am I. I hope you weren't troubled by your journey. I seem to have been the reason for it."
"Irritation no more," Demetrios said. "I'm still not sure what I'm doing here. We seem to be going on a long journey, and the Queen personally told me I was needed. I can't imagine why."
"Because you're the Mechanikos with the most advanced ideas," Orasiah said. "Her Imperial Hypsilotes expects we'll be seeing some real marvels and hopes you can explain them to us, if our mistress Vaskaisa cannot."
"She did discuss wonders. I confess I couldn't understand all she said. Are we looking for the door that opened for the Sophe to enter this world?"
"Maybe,"
Rita said. "That would be a marvel indeed." He shook his head in wonder, and then looked at the box holding the clavicle. "Is that one of the objects?" Rita nodded. Demetrios had the features of an aborigine from Nea Carchedon, but with lighter, more olive-toned skin. There was perhaps some Latina blood in him, or Egyptian. "You will pardon my reverent curiosity," he said. "Mechanici in my studio have been taught about the Sophé's objects from childhood. To actually see one—" He seemed about to ask if he could touch it, but Orosius shook his head discreetly. "I am pleased to meet you," Demetrios concluded, smiling again. Rita glanced at the other men in the wagon. She was the only female in this wagon-load. There were only 2 other women in the entire expedition. She had hoped there might be more, but even under Cleopatra's influence the attitudes of Alexandreia were very different from those of Rhodos. The steam wagons wound through the Brucheion and Neapolis in the early dawn, passing a few market owners and fishermen walking or riding donkeys to their stalls. The air was crisp, cleaner than it had been the past few days, which seemed auspicious. Alexandreia had once been renowned for the purity of its air. The factories of the Delta had changed that. Once through the Neapolis and Egyptian district, where the roadway rose above the hovels on disdainful concrete pillars, the necropolis spread out before them on the city's western border, a jumble of limestone, red and grey granite and marble tombs. They were not stopped at the city's gates. The Queen's influence among the police was still strong. The sun was well up as they passed through the city of the dead. The poor had invaded the necropolis centuries before, moving into the tombs of forgotten families and setting up a unique, violent social structure that had become a way of life unto itself. The most the police could do was keep the necropolis from moving into the Neapolis. The Egyptian quarter acted as a buffer. Still, the caravan was not bothered on the rutted, potholed highway through the tombs. The Queen had her contacts and supporters here as well. Beyond the last dismal scatter of old graves, a military highway rose out of the scrub grass and sand like an inky mirage. The caravan followed this route to the aerodromos, an additional 10 skinae to the west. Upon their arrival, the morning was well under way. Rita could smell kerosene and oil on the wind, and heard a continuous low roar as jets and other gold craft took off to patrol the Libyan borders. She could see little through the plastic windows and the canvas covering the wagon. They faced away from the aerodromos. "We're here," Orosius said, standing and flexing his knees. Demetrios stood beside him, still unsure of his place. The caravan had stopped on an apron of asphalt, near a broad concrete quadrangle. As she stepped down, glancing left, Rita saw long rows of gleaming silver goldcraft, sleek fighters that were all wing, and larger, needle-shaped bombers, with markings of the provinces of Judea and Syrian Antiochia. Beyond them lay the western desert, a narrow ribbon of cream above the white concrete and black asphalt. A fighter screamed down the closest runway, passing within barely 100 arms of the line of wagons. Rita shifted the box with a clavicle to one arm and covered her left ear, wincing at the din. As they walked around their wagon, she saw the 2 B-craft squatting on the apron, sullen and nondescript brown with patches of yellow and white. They seemed ugly and ungainly compared to the fighters, like flying houses. Their wide horizontal blades drooped, man-sized nacelles on the tips coming within 3 arms of the ground on each side. A few men in red and white flight outfits stood beside the B-craft, engaged in conversation, watching the wagon's passengers disembark. Climbing down from the back of the next wagon in line was the Celt and a small contingent of the palace guard, all to protect her, she realized. She stifled a sudden urge to drop the clavicle and run into the desert. A whistling breeze riffled little lines of sand on the asphalt, scattering grains about her feet. She looked up at the sun, shading her eyes against the brilliance. It was a perfect day for flying. She had hoped it might be otherwise. She thought of the sanctuary of Athene Lindia, with its stone steps hot in the sun and the lapis blue water beyond. "Time to board," Orosius said. "Didaskalos, assist your student, if you please." Demetrios offered his hand, but Rita declined, moving ahead of them with quick, small steps to show her determination. "Ours is the machine on the right," Jamal Atta instructed. Orosius shaded his eyes and looked across the field to the low buildings nestled among sand hills to the south.
"Are we expecting a reception?" he asked. Rita followed his pointing finger and saw a line of distant vehicles about half a parasang from the asphalt apron.
"No," Atta said, tensing. "We have this part of the field to ourselves."
"Then we'd better hurry." Demetrios moved up behind Rita as if to protect her. The palace guards and the Celt joined their group at the B-craft hatchway, falling in line at Atta's command. The military adviser cursed repeatedly under his breath, eyes flicking between the people and piles of supplies yet to be loaded and the approaching wagons. Orosias rapped on the plastic canopy, and the Kybernetes opened a small window. "Get this thing off the ground first, if you have to. Get her out of here if they reach us before we're ready."
"I've got a query on the radio," the Kybernetes said.
"There weren't supposed to be any queries," Orosias told him sharply. "Then I don't suppose they expect an answer," the Kybernetes replied casually. "Everybody has to be loaded 2 minutes before we can leave the ground. I need time to get my blades up to speed." He snicked the window shut. Rita found her seat within the narrow fuselage. A thinly padded canvas square stretched across 2 parallel iron bars. Demetrios handed her the case containing the slate and helped her secure the clavicle in its box behind a net in an overhead rack. The whine of the jet motors directly overhead was hideously loud, disorienting. A crewman handed them ear covers and motioned for all to be seated and strap themselves in. Outside, the last of the supplies was being hastily piled into the second B-craft. The wagon drivers retreated to their vehicles and spun them away from the apron toward the military road. Rita wondered what would happen if they were caught. Why had things gone wrong? Had they gone wrong? She clapped her hands over the ear covers and closed her eyes. She had never flown before. Orosias tapped her shoulder, and she opened her eyes. "We're going," he mouthed to her. She glanced out the square window between the explorer's seat and her own and saw the ponderous jet nacelles blurring as the blades picked up speed. The roar seemed to turn her entire body to liquid. She hadn't urinated in hours. The need was intense. She clenched her teeth. The 2 B-craft left solid ground and drifted off the apron, accelerating north. She couldn't see what the soldiers in the vehicles behind them were doing. She hoped they weren't shooting. Demetrios, sitting beside the Celt across the aisle, grinned despite his grey face and strained expression. Rita closed her eyes again. She knew she would never again see Rhodos or Ramon or the sanctuary of Athene-Lendia. The feeling came to her as an absolute certainty, beyond question. For the first time she actually understood the parallels between her grandmother's journey and her own. Her grandmother had been young, too, only a couple of years older than Rita was now. She had not just flown from her home, but had been lifted by rockets into space, away from Gaia, from Earth. So who was responsible? What could she have done to avoid this misery? Rita prayed, remembering the comfort and peace of sitting quietly in the shadow of Athene's sanctuary, and for the merest instant she was back there, with Athene towering above her in the dark wooden shed. Then the B-craft lurched sharply, and she saw dazzling iron pewter sandpaper through the window, ocean directly below them, hundreds, perhaps thousands of arms away. "We're turning east," Orosias shouted in her ear. "I think we've gotten off without any damage. At least we're not being followed."
"What will we come back to?"
Atta shouted. Even at high volume his voice expressed dismal unhappiness. He flung his hands out and rubbed his temples with his fingertips.
"What went wrong?"
The question remained unanswered. As planned, they kept radio silence, staying 5 or 6 parasangs off the coast. The pressure in her bladder was becoming too much. She leaned forward, gestured for Orosias to lift an ear cover, and said something in a low voice. He still could not hear her. "I have to urinate," she shouted. The explorer raised an eyebrow and pointed to the back, where a crewman was pissing into a metal canister. "There's a curtain." Rita nodded. Not too embarrassing for a former Gynandros, what Patricia called a tomboy. When she was done, as a small sign on the canister instructed, she poured the contents into a funnel in the floor. Presumably it fell from the B-craft and dribbled across the sea, her own personal rain.
She finally became used to the noise and ate from a packet of dried fruits and nuts, drinking wine thoroughly diluted with water. One of the 3 crewmen handed out plastic packets of olive oil, telling everyone, "For your health, suck it down." Rita glanced at the overhead rack and saw the clavicle secure behind its netting. She tried to persuade herself that the expedition was underway and there was no sense feeling regret, but regret dominated her thoughts anyway. In an hour her attitude began to change. She was almost used to the bobbing and the rising and falling in her stomach. Looking out the window and seeing the clear, cloudless air of the coast, and then far to the southwest, the smoggy haze above the delta, gave her a new perspective that was actually exciting. She listened to Orosias and Jamal Atta plotting their course for the Kybernetes, who had left the bee-craft in charge of his assistant. Behind and to their right flew the second craft, matching course precisely. The Celt and the palace guards took the situation quietly and stoically. Rita thought there was a kind of contest between them. The first to show any sign of unease lost. Demetrios no longer looked so grey, but he was obviously unhappy. Rita leaned across the aisle and then unbuckled her harness to get closer to him. She tapped his ear covers, and he lifted one side away.
"Let's have a contest," she said, giddy.
"What kind of contest?" he shouted.
"The first one to look scared or sick or upset loses."
She nodded at the guards and the Celt and grinned.
"Game?"
"Game," Demetrios said, returning her grin. "I've lost already, though," he said ruefully.
"Starting now. Let's sober up."
Atta looked at them with patent disapproval.
"Where are we?"
Rita asked him, lurching near the group of 3 and grabbing hold of an overhead rack. Her bravery seemed unlimited now. "West of Gaza," Orosias said. "Making good time. We're following Alexandros's route. Sort of. We have a stop in Damascus for refueling, then Baghdad, then on to Raki below the Caspian Sea, where we're followed by an aerial tanker. We refuel in mid-air over the Hunos Republic, and within 2 hours we're at your site in the prairie steppes. I hope our allied provinces are good on their pledges to the Queen." The sound of the bee-craft's engines equated with security for Rita now. She napped for an hour, dreaming of sandy wastes, and found they had crossed Judea and were nearing Damascus. Like an enormous pastry fresh from the oven, the sand and rock-encrusted mountains passed below. She thought of caravans and days of travel, of dying of thirst and digging for water in ancient wells. That was romance. Crossing it all like God's bird was simply unreal. Out of the baked pastry desert came a distant patch of green, spread across the sands like a spill of paint. Rita smelled Damascus before she actually saw it, a smell of life and water and greenery that made her lift her head and twitch her nose, hoping for more. Demetrios and Orosias were deep in expedition plans. The Mechanikos was catching up on what he had missed. She wondered how she would feel if she had been conscripted as Demetrios had. "But I was conscripted," she reminded herself. "My grandmother chose me." She crawled from her harness and looked through a window. Damascus claimed to be the oldest city in the world. Excavations at Jericho in the last century had challenged that claim, but Jericho was a much smaller community, hardly more than a village. Damascus had truly been a city for millennia. It was the major trading center of Syria, surrounded by orchards and fields, squat glass and steel and stone ziggurats rising from the Jewish quarter and the Hurrian quarter, the massive stone Persian fortress dominating the south of the city, and south of that the international civilian aerodromos of El Zara. Atta returned from the Kybernetes cabin and told her they would be landing on the outskirts of El Zara for refueling. "I hope to get some news there, if anybody's talking." He shook his long head gloomily. The bee-craft dropped low and approached the aerodromos just above treetop level. Rita smelled dates and cook-stove camel-dung smoke and smiled despite the tension. She had never been to any of these places. If she lived, she would be a very well-traveled young woman. The bee-craft set down on a flat concrete pad near a few ragged old fuel wagons. Tired, dusty men approached the two craft, dragging long, flat, sand-colored hoses behind them. They waited for the props to stop spinning, then tugged the hoses to within a few steps of the side doors. Orosias swung their door open and jumped down, followed by Atta, the bodyguards, and Demetrios. The Celt took a deep breath and shook his head as if to clear it. Atta conferred with the closest field attendant, who seemed reluctant to say anything, concentrating on hooking up the hose and starting the fuel pumping. Atta then walked over to speak to a wagon driver and seemed to have better luck. When he returned, he appeared, if such a thing was possible, even more desolate. Rita stood beside the Mechanicos as Atta told them what he had heard.
"There's no communication out of Alexandreia. We're getting our fuel, but we were supposed to get aerial charts of the steppes from the Syrian map center, and they haven't shown up."
"What do they mean, no communication?" Orosias asked.
"Just that. No radio, no telephone, nothing, as far as the driver knows. He's an officer, too. He talks with pilots coming into the aerodromos. All flights are being held in Alexandreia. Ours are the only craft to land today."
Orosias circled his fingers around his wrist and twisted them. "Something's gone wrong."
Demetrios squinted quizzically.
"What?"
"We're being slighted," Atta said. "We get our fuel, but the powers in Damascus are being spared with other amenities. That tells me the Queen's influence may now be less important to them."
Orosias chafed his wrist until the skin seemed about to rupture. "A blow against the palace?" Atta shook his head, unwilling to speculate.
"We still have our mission, but something's wrong. It must have begun just before we left. We can't radio back. It would take an hour or more to go into the city, or to the Aerodromos administration and place a cable." He shrugged. "We have no choice but to go on."
Rita stared at the distant towers and squat ziggurats of Damascus, realizing she was not scared, but should be. The flight's mixed exhilaration and boredom still had a grip on her, like a drug. "Check with your clavicle, please," Orosias told her softly as they reboarded the B-craft. "I want to know whether our goal is still there." She pulled the box from its rack and opened it, touching the handlebars with one finger. The brilliantly colored world spun before her again, and the cross reappeared in the same position, unchanged. "Still there," she affirmed. Orosias strapped himself into a seat, leaned his head back, and closed his eyes. In a few minutes the B-craft were refueled and ready for the flight again. Atta came aboard at the last, and angrily slammed the sliding hatch shut.
"What about our aerial tanker?" he muttered. "What about the return leg?"
23. Thistledown. Olmi arrived in the 4th chamber an hour after hiking to the abandoned station in the 5th chamber. The train crossed over a broad expanse of shimmering silvery water and dropped him off at a rest station on North Spin Island, in the first quarter, near the northern cap. Avoiding the few other hikers, he rented a tractor, drove 10 kilometers to a distant trailhead, and walked into the dense coniferous forests. Within his implant memories, isolated from his primary personality, the freshly created partial conducted its more cautious investigation of the Jart mentality. 3 hours later he stood beneath a 1,000-year-old redwood, a light mist drifting from spinward, his feet sinking into ancient loam. Whatever isolation and abstraction he had felt before, after his months of research on non-human psychology, was nothing compared to his sense of self-exile now. He kept thinking of Tapi, perhaps even now working through his incarnation exams. He did not think he would see his son for some time, if ever, or Suri Ram Kikara. It seemed unlikely their paths would cross. He felt the redwood's thick, tough bark and wondered if he should feel a kinship with this old tree. In truth, he felt a kinship with nothing, not even his fellows, and that disturbed him. It was barely possible his implant regulators were not working properly, and that he was experiencing an unhealthy mental state. Just to be sure, he ran a test string through his primary mind, and through the regulatory implants. No inappropriate states, the results told him. Merely extreme stress and danger. All of these trees had survived the re-rotation after the sundering. They had lasted through temporary weightlessness, floods, chaotic weather, and years of neglect, and now they seemed to thrive. Why couldn't he feel simple encouragement from their example? Why can't I feel anything at all? A scheduled status report emerged from behind the barriers. His partial sent a string of information indicating successful penetration of the Jart's cultural and personal memory stores. In addition, the partial had exchanged cautious greetings. Olmi sat back against a tree and took a deep breath. A kind of dialogue was happening a lot sooner than he had expected. The Jart, for the moment, was finding some advantage or other in cooperation. He might soon be able to tell how much of the Jart's ostensible memories were real and how much manufactured. It seemed unlikely the Jart would willingly give up actual information about its kind. But then, everything about the situation was unlikely, and Olmi still had no idea what a Jart's psychology was like, what it was capable or not capable of doing. When the partial transferred its findings to Olmi, for a time, as he sat with eyes open, he saw both the forest and great prism-shaped Jart flawships moving with majestic slowness over a colonized segment of the way. Again, in several visual layers, but these more ordered, less frantic, and dancing clouds of midge-like attendant machines and vehicles moving from the flawship to broad curving ramps on the floor of the way. With a start, replaying the memory, Olmi realized that beneath the nearest ramp was an inverted image of the exterior of a planet. He tried to reinterpret, but could not. It seemed that, at least in this case, Jart gates were not circular holes, but slashes in the way, several kilometers wide. There was always the possibility that all the information he had received thus far was deception, that the Jart itself was a ruse. One way to find out would be to ask Korjanovsky about the possibility of elongated gates in the way. Even if they were possible, other details might be distorted. Another memory. Mingling with other beings. Jarts? Clients of the Jarts? In a thick green liquid, much smaller silver worms passing between them, occasionally wrapping around one individual or another, and cinching tight enough to crease flesh. Some of the beings resembled the Jart body in the fifth-chamber memory store's second room. Others were flat, white-specked black carpets with undulating fringes, flying through the liquid, or trilaterally symmetric starfish with flexible mandibles or fingers on the end of each arm, or thick, shapeless extrusions from colorless tubes. All seemed to have some remote and nightmarish seafloor as a common origin, and none of them did anything Olmi could even begin to understand. There were other images, too many to experience for the moment. Storing these findings without examination, he moved on to the exchanged greeting. Partial. Replay of capture memories and a string signifying awareness of the Jart's existence and status. Jart. I am beyond reach of duty. Where is duty expediter label? Partial. You are beyond reach of all your kind. Jart. What is brother-father status? Is this communication from command oversight? Partial. Brother-father status not known. Not command oversight. You are captured and under examination. Jart. Acknowledge personal status as captured. The partial then sent a long list of questions. Those were being processed now. At least for the time being, he had an illusion of progress. The partial passed along another string. Jart. Cooperation and transfer of status information? Replacement of command oversight and command? This seemed to be a kind of surrender. Olmi marked the phrases duty expediter, command oversight, and the isolated command, wondering if they were levels in Jart society. The Partial had agreed to the condition offered by the Jart, subject to further explanation. The limits and methods were being worked out now, with the barriers still up and not likely to be lowered, except for the transfer of more findings and status checks. Olmi dug his hand into the loam and stared up at the tree branches overhead. All of his defenses were on alert. It was possible the Jart was simply preparing for another assault. Somehow he didn't think it was that simple. Having failed to immediately kill or subdue Olmi, the Jart was apparently taking a different tack. Where it would lead, Olmi had no idea. But a detailed exchange was beginning. 24. Gaia. Elamite Baghdad was a ruin slowly being rebuilt by the Mesopotamian Nekamites, who had moved west in armored, mechanized hordes and sacked the city 20 years before, while the Oikoumenē concerned itself with one of the endless Libyan incursions on its own borders. The Nekamites had proved themselves barely able to control the effete but efficient people they had so piously slaughtered in the name of their faceless, demanding god. They had then turned to Cleopatra, one of the few queens left on Gaia, and requested that she be a bride to Nekhem. The request was so ludicrous and so opportune that it could not be denied. Henceforward her imperial Hypsilotes was worshipped in effigy in Baghdad, and Oikoumenē money and technical assistance flowed into the ancient city. In return, the Nekamites guarded the frontiers of the Hunos Republic and Nordic Rus. Jamal Atta thought it very unlikely they would face any trouble in Baghdad, and indeed, after 3 hours of flight from Damascus, the turbaned and red-robed attendants at the new aerodromos gave them all the fuel they needed and maps of the Kazakh, Kyrgyz, and Uzbeki territories of Nordic Rus. As they departed sad Baghdad, the Celt bent over to investigate the floor and held up something, grinning foolishly. Tiny plastic statues of Cleopatra mating with Nekhem had been tossed through the B-craft doors along with their supplies. The Celt gave her his find. Rita fingered it thoughtfully, fascinated by its crude vigor. Inelegant, ignorant, vicious and cruel beyond her experience, yet honest and full of life, the Nekhemites might some day own all the middle lands of the old world. She hoped they had deposed Nekhem by that time. He was an ugly god. From Baghdad they crossed the land of the Nekhem and picked up a tailwind, which brought them in 2 hours to Ragi of old, once again on Oikoumenē territory. Raki was an isolated city on an island of peace heavily fortified on all its borders. There Arasias learned from a military field inspector that no news had been heard from Alexandreia, and that their air transport escorts, an aerial tanker and an old cargo plane that would be abandoned, were ready to accompany them from that point. They now began their incursion into truly dangerous territory. 1,500 years before, the Persians and the Oikoumenē in Europe had been swept to the west and then driven to the seas, the Prydanean Sea and the Middle Sea, by the Alanoi and Hunoi, working their nomadic peoples and subject Teutonic tribes into a vast mobile nation of warriors. An empire had been set up from the shores of Gallia and Cimbria to the great walls of Jin, the greatest the world had ever known, and the most fragile. In 50 years that empire had vanished like a dream of blood and smoke, and the Scythians and Nordic Rus had moved into the void. The Alanoi and Avars had finally held their ground east of the Caspian, and the Hunoi north and east of them. For 1,000 years these territories had been in flux, but had kept their basic shapes until the arrival of the Aegean Turkmenoi, pirates and ravagers of Hellas. The Turkmenoi had carved their own niche, transferring their piratic tendencies to the Caspian, and it was over that slender mountainous territory between the Altaic republics that the B-craft now flew. The Turkmenoi recognized no one as their betters or their masters. They isolated themselves and tried to hold back the incursions of the outside world. There would be no mercy for goldcraft should they be forced down, but it was unlikely the Turkmenoi could muster such weapons. Rita looked at the hundreds of miles of broad, naked mountains passing below, and felt lonelier than ever before. She realized the variability of human thought and human history, the contradictions of cultures, as unmappable as these rocky passes and pinnacles, and it seemed that humans would never share a single truth. That meant either there was no single truth, or humans would kill themselves trying to find it. Either way, thinking about it depressed her. Her exhilaration of a few hours before had faded into dark unease. She was tired. Sleep on the bee-craft was not refreshing. Accompanied as it was by the unending roar of the jets, her stomach was touchy again. She did not feel it was safe to eat any more, yet she was hungry. She complained about nothing, but the flight was dragging on and on. They refueled in the air near the northeastern border of Turkmenia. That process was interesting, what little she could see of it. The tanker veered away from their group and flew back to Ragi, leaving them with a cargo plane as escort. So far, despite her unease, she had to admit the expedition was going well. Against her will, her thoughts wandered to home. She had never had opinions one way or the other about the Oikoumenē. It had always been there. It seemed to be immortal. Within her lifetime there had never been disaster broad enough to affect her world. Still, Rhodos had been peaceful for only 80 years. As a youngster she had swum in huge, rain-filled pockmarks in the hills, shell-holes from bombardments older than almost anyone alive. But if the Queen herself was in peril, the entire Oikoumenē could change its character. There might not be a home she could safely return to. Rita squirmed on her seat, thinking of war, rebellion, death. The mountains below gave way to ochre flatlands, with raw, rounded, naked-looking hills and rocky promontories. The ochre became patchy green, and long ribbons of green bordered shallow streambeds. "We've passed over the southern extremes of the Hanos and Alanos republics," Orosiah said, returning from the front cabin. They swooped close to ground level for 20 minutes. Atta seemed especially forlorn, shaking his head and pounding his hands despairingly on his knees, waiting for the Nordic Rus, Uzbek, and Kazakh watchtowers to sense them. But defenses never appeared. They apparently had passed through, either unseen, or a blip too small to be credible. 1 hour, Orosiah said. The jets droned, and wind rushed by, whistling through cracks in the bee-craft hull. She tried to sleep again, but could only close her eyes, not bring on oblivion. She ached all over from tension and trying to hide how uncomfortable she was. The men sat still as statues, stoic, faces dull, rocking back and forth in unison as the bee-craft maneuvered or hit a pocket of air. How could she be so uneasy and yet so bored? She might die, and not be excited when death caught her. Would death— she imagined a large black serpent with skulls for teeth— recoil from such a cool, calm victim? Was it against death's principles to eat the uncaring? Looking out the window, squinting in the sunlight, using the can in the back again and voiding it, watering the steps, sitting, strapping herself in. "How close?" Orosiah asked, bending over her. She had managed to fall asleep somehow, dreaming of turtles flying. She rubbed her eyes and gripped the clavicle. The globe seemed much larger now, and the sweep across the surface much shorter, with more and more strange symbols and abstract shapes flashing by unexplained. Then she was in the swale, and the cross was still there, vibrant red. "Let me sit up front," she said. They made way for her to the Kybernetes cabin, and the assistant gave her his seat. She clutched the clavicle, feeling its responses, and looked out over the endless grasslands. "Down, please," she said. "How far?" the Kybernetes asked. "Slow down, and descend to 100 arms? Less?" She looked back at Orosiah. Demetrios had crowded in the hatch behind him, eyes wide, face still pale. 50 arms, Orosiah said. "Will we see it?" he asked her. "I don't know. It might not be large, but I'll know when we're there." The two bee-craft slowed and descended, while the cargo plane and tanker began to make wide turns over the landscape, flying above them every few minutes as they searched. Rita concentrated on the prairie, trying to match the terrain with what she felt in the clavicle. an exercise not really necessary, as it turned out.
"Here," she said. "Stop, here."
The clavicle had simply told her, in no way she could specify, that they were over the site. The bee craft overshot, and she guided them back until both craft were within 150 arms of each other, and the site lay beneath them, recognizable now, a grassy, fertile swale around a small, muddy stream-bed. She could not see the gate with her eyes, but the clavicle told her its precise position. "Let's land," Orosias instructed the Kybernetes. The Kybernetes spoke with his counterparts on the other bee craft, and they descended the last 50 arms, touching down with a gentle bump on the grass, their blades causing rippling waves to spread and clash between them. "Stop your engines," Atta instructed from behind Orosias. "We want silence. We've come here like a horde of drunken demons, no sense overdoing it."
"Is there a place for the gull craft?"
Orosias asked Rita. She was confused for a moment. How could she know, when she remembered that the clavicle could tell her? In the clavicle's display she flew over the simplified landscape and searched for a flat, undimpled area several stadia in length for the plane to land.
"Northeast a few 100 arms," she said. "It looks smooth, though there's probably a few holes. Might be rough."
"From which direction?" Orosias asked.
"They should fly in from the south. They'll see it. It's quite broad."
"Wish them luck," Orosias instructed the Kybernetes as he relayed her message. "Is it safe to go out?"
"I don't see why not,"
Rita said, though she trembled. Not seeing the gate with her eyes disturbed her. She could not tell anything about it except its position.
"Perhaps it's nothing at all."
The doors were pushed open, and a sweet, clean, cool breeze blew into the stuffy interior. Grass smell like a horse barn. Tang of something else. Wet soil, perhaps. From horizon to horizon the prairie steppe rolled with dominant confidence, ignoring them, ignoring all humans, concerned only with its dreaming fecundity. Its surface provided some of the richest land on Gaia, where water was available. To the west a clean orange-yellow sun was within half an hour of falling below the horizon. The sky was cloudless and pure. The blue of Athene's hemline spread over her domain, with a few bright stars, or perhaps planets, twinkling in the expanse, drops of glitter from Aphrodite's makeup box. The cargo plane made its descent to ground a couple of stadia distant, followed by the tanker, their motors obscenely loud in this calm, this aloofness. They stood, all the expedition, beneath the still blades of the bee-craft, looking down the gentle slope into the swale. They had arrived at their destination without real difficulty. Nobody, judging from their expressions, expected the absence of trouble to continue. Atta kept glancing at the horizon all around, one heavy eyebrow lifted doubtfully. The Celt stood beside Rita, with his weapon ready. The other palace guards followed a few moments after, expressionless, alert. Birds returned to the grass, tiny feather bullets, shy and curious. Rita lifted her clavicle. "It's there," she said. She swallowed. "I'll go down and look at it. Nobody comes with me, except him." She indicated the Celt. It would deeply insult her bodyguard to keep him away when she walked into danger. Demetrios stepped forward, still pale from his ordeal on the bee-craft. "I'd like to go with you," he said. "I'm here to make an opinion about what we're seeing. I'm useless if I just stand here." Rita was too tired and nervous to object. "Just Lugatorix in you, then," she said, hoping there wouldn't be any more brave men volunteering. There weren't. Orosias and Atta stood at the edge of the swale, arms folded, surrounded by the bee-craft crew and Kybernetes and the other expedition members, while Rita, the Celt, and Demetrios walked down the gentle slope to the muddy stream-bed. Not of her own volition, Rita lifted the clavicle into a better position and carried it before her. She saw the gate in the display as a red circle now, barely 5 arms ahead of them. "Is it close?" Demetrios asked. Rita pointed. "Right there." She could finally make it out with her eye, an almost invisible lens floating about 8 arms above the ground, slightly darker than the sky around it. It seemed quiescent, but still it terrified her. The clavicle told her things she barely understood, and she had to ask it silently for a repeat. Not using words, it informed her again that this was an incomplete gate, requiring very little energy to maintain, a test gate, through which probes might be dropped and samples taken. It was not large enough for anything wider than a hand to pass through, and it was not at this moment open for passage anyway. She relayed this to Demetrios. They walked around it, heads inclined, while the Celt stood a few arms away, weapon ready. "Can I open the gate myself?" she asked. The clavicle responded that there was a possibility the gate could be expanded from this side, but that such an action would undoubtedly alert anybody or anything monitoring the gate, whatever they might be. "Do you know who opened this gate?" "No," the clavicle said. "Gates at this stage of their creation are pretty much all alike." She turned to Orosias and Atta and said, "It's too small to pass through. If I try to open it wider, people on the other side will know we're here." Orosias considered this for a moment. Then he and Atta conferred in low voices. "We'll think about this overnight," Orosias said. "Come back to the bee-craft. We'll set up camp." The sun was already below the horizon, and the sky over the grassland darkened quickly. Rita squinted at the lens again, seeing a watery star distorted through it, and nodded at Demetrios. "Let's go," she said. Camouflage nets were thrown over the bee-craft, making them look like grassy hillocks. Not a very good disguise, she thought, considering how flat everything was around them, but better than nothing. Orosias and Atta met with the kybernetes of the cargo plane, while 4 large tents were erected. Rita listened to their plans for the next day from her cot on a pad of grass flattened by a canvas sheet. Flies and moths buzzed around her light in the corner of the tent. She was exhausted, hardly able to keep her eyes open, and yet she could not seem to drift off. Demetrios brought a can of soup from the makeshift galley, and she sipped it, asking herself silently again and again, why here? Why open a gate here? Who could have followed Patricia to this Gaia, and who would want to? There had been no messages on the Toikos for the past 2 days. This evening, however, she flipped the switch and saw her grandmother's words again. She had been no witch, after all. She was still advising Rita about politics in Alexandreia, a world to all intents and purposes lost to her granddaughter now. Rita read the long message and closed her eyes, somewhat relieved. For a time she had thought perhaps Patricia was staring over her shoulder, holding her accountable. Now it was apparent that the Sophe had been mortal after all. Exhausted, Rita turned off the slate, packed it into its goat-leather case, and turned down the kerosene lantern. In other parts of the tent all was quiet. Outside, the day's gentle wind had settled, and the prairie was wrapped in expansive silence, with thousands of stadia of emptiness all around. 25. Thistledown City. Lanier, feeling a need for simple amusement, rearranged the decor of his guest quarters below the Nexus dome. He walked from room to room in the palatial suite, giving voice instructions. "Polynesian," he said in the dining hall, currently austere, sharp-edged, and classical. The decor projectors searched their period memories and produced a fire and torch-lit ceremonial chamber, matted with brown and white tapas, set with wooden bowls. The walls were constructed of palm logs and faced with more matting woven of grass and palm leaves. "Very good," he approved. By making fun of such marvels, he felt he could soothe his wizened little ego, or at least put himself in a better mood. Once powerful governors, senators, presiding ministers, and even presidents had lodged in these quarters. The rooms had been empty for centuries after the exodus down the way, and were now used only for ceremonial occasions. Korzhanovsky had gone off to make arrangements for the full Nexus conference. Mirsky was in his own quarters, similar to these. Lanier had nothing to occupy him but his thoughts. He felt like a fifth wheel. He was old, if that mattered. His understanding had never been adequate to a problem like this. Yet he had not expressed his reservations to anyone yet, and that worried him still more. It meant the administrative dog within him was starting at last to grip the bone being forced between its teeth. He did not want that. He wanted repose, not mind-bending excitement and challenge. He wanted, not to put too fine a point on it, Gary Lanier realized he wanted to be dead. His eyes opened a little wider, and he sat on the step of the staircase leading into the dining hall, carved from volcanic rock, the projectors perceived. He felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. Always willing to hide his feelings from himself, he had never directly confronted this particular personal truth. An end to life and experience. Acquiescence to rest of the final sort. Reassurance that whatever the advances in medicine and technology, for him at least, all life could end in darkness and quiet. Lanier had lived through more unusual things than he could clearly recall. Much of his memory was clouded by simple incomprehension. He might spend a century researching what he had seen and be only a little wiser. So he would chuck it all and lie back. Still, the admission shocked him. He rubbed his hollowing cheeks with his long, thin, still strong fingers and repeated this interior revelation several times, savoring its bitterness. Whatever he had never been a quitter, and yet this was nothing, if not wanting to quit. Heinemann had not wanted to quit. He had accepted mortality, but had enjoyed life to the end, and he had survived as much trauma as Lanier, perhaps more. Lenore Carlson's spirit was intact. She still had vitality and purpose. And Karen relished life so much she refused to think of dying, postponing that day with Hexamon technology. No wonder he and Karen had parted ways. Like Lenore, she had not been blunted by all she had seen, and she had seen as much as he. She had grieved for their daughter as deeply as he. Grief made all the more difficult because it was mixed with an impossible hope that they might some day recover Andia's implant. Where was his failure, then? The room's voice announced a visitor at the main entrance. Lanier groaned, hoping for time to chew this over before having to confront his fellows, but that was not to be. He could not deny visitors now. "All right," he said. He walked to the suite's main entrance, a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide steel bridge, suspended in a hollow sphere of meteoric crystal. A slice of the crystal moved aside from the opposite end of the bridge. Pavel Mirsky stood there, smiling his usual chagrined smile. "Am I interrupting?" "No," Lanier said, spooked more by the man's normality and solidity than by anything else. "Why couldn't he come dressed as a god, at least, a thunderbolt or two flickering in his hair?" "I do not sleep normally, and I am bored, just searching for information. I need company. I hope that is fine with you." Lanier nodded weak assent. Of course he would be bored. Even the Stone's incredible libraries would seem childish to him, wouldn't they? "I haven't apologized for imposing on you, have I?" "I believe you have," Lanier said. "Surely his memory can't be faulty." "Perhaps I have." He smiled again and crossed the bridge, passing Lanier. "These are spacious living areas, yet not, I think, much more luxurious than where common folks lived. Technology finally made equals of leaders and lead." "It's too rich for my tastes." "I agree," Mirsky said, as they crossed the reception rotunda, passing beneath a dome depicting the heavens as viewed from the Thistledown's northern pole. At the moment the moon was visible in full, and its light cast shadows under their feet. "This is a nice effect, though, no?" He seemed more like a child now, more spontaneous, playful, yet in control. Lanier followed Mirsky into the suite's small, informal sitting-room. The Russian tried out a stylish and neutral chair, neutral in that it did not possess traction cushions or any other field effect. He bounced on the centuries-old cushions, still pliant, and shook his head with mock sadness. "I was such a mess when I left this place, this starship," he said. "I had lost much of my personality, or so I thought. Very confused. I remember one thing clearly, however." Lanier cleared his throat. Mirsky's long stare was unnerving.
My admiration for you. I found you an incredible force. You faced all from the beginning and did not crack. Lennier shook his head slowly, not quite denying that he had kept his sanity. Those were hard times. The worst. I can hardly believe what I am now came out of those times, those circumstances. But this evening I feel this urge to talk, and I want to talk more with you. You and I are not much alike, most would say, but I see similarities. Even now? Mirsky's face became bland. You are not enthusiastic. I fear you have come to the end of your rope. Lennier barked a laugh. Yes, he said. How true. Softly. You know, a man reaches the end of his rope, he falls off. Hangs himself, actually, Lennier said. That's the cliché. But a dog, he reaches the end, bites the rope. He's free. Old Russian wisdom? Hardly, Mirsky said, still bland. He did not quite look at Lennier, not quite away from him. He seemed a kind of pudding into which one could comfortably fall, to live a life of vanilla and sleep. The itch to confess flared. Lennier sat opposite him, trying to revivify that fluid body motion of his youth, just to compete with this avatar. Competition not being practical, but... All right, he said. I'm tired. I've lived too long. You've lived out a universe, and you're not bored or tired. Yes, but I have been bored and tired, in ways I cannot see clearly now. Exhausted by failure. We who went down the way failed miserably, and it cost us in ways. Well, it cost dearly. We were scarred. We suffered what I can only call an ego loss, and that alone was almost enough to bring us to self-extinction. When you exist in a nullity, ego loss is like loss of blood. We nearly sapped ourselves away. Mirsky rested his hands on his thighs and splayed his fingers, examining them as if looking for dirt or hangnails. Almost shyly he asked, Are you curious about me? What I am now? We're all curious, Lennier said, again softly, gently, as if not to disturb Mirsky's enchanting blandness. I am back to my old self, mostly. Sometimes I do not control my capabilities, and that is when what I must do exceeds the comprehension of my old self. Lennier raised his brows, not understanding. Mirsky continued without elaboration. But I come to talk about you, and why I came back to you. I owed you a debt. I could not discharge that debt across all of time. In some of my forms this debt did not bother me, since all my past was tucked away like an old book, unread. But when I knew I would return as my old self, the debt surfaced. I don't know of any debt. Lennier felt the impulse grow, not just confession, but a bursting and exploding. He wanted to hold his head and keep himself together. A simple debt. I need to thank you. Tears came to Lennier's eyes, unbidden, unwanted. You were decent. You did your work and did not ask for thanks. You are the reason I survived to make our long journey, and come back now. In every situation there can be a seed crystal of goodness and decency, of sensibility. You were that crystal on the stone. Lennier leaned his head back on the chair, tears streaming down his cheeks. Had it been in his character, he would have sobbed. He held those spasms in, but felt a release none the less. A simple thanks, Mirsky reiterated. How incredible that in all the time he had worked on the restoration, he remembered no one thanking him, not even Karen, too close to see the need. He had sacrificed life and time for the people he had administered, yet because of his manner, a confident self-sufficiency, he had never been thanked, or because of some personal flaw, could not remember the thanks. Perhaps he had never put himself in a position to be thanked. The release now was like the unwinding of an ancient spring that had pinched his vitals.
He lifted his head and stared at the Russian's blurred face, embarrassed and grateful at once.
"I was your enemy," he managed to croak. He touched his face and was surprised to find old skin, soft and yielding.
Mirsky clucked his tongue, a startling mannerism in an avatar.
"To have a decent enemy is a blessing beyond measure," he said, rising.
"I have disturbed your rest. I will go."
"No," Lanier said, lifting his arm. "No, please. I do need to talk with you."
The fear and envy this man aroused had turned in a moment into a kind of love, a homecoming of feelings he would never have acknowledged 4 decades ago. With these feelings came a sudden, wary, almost painful concern for Karen. What was she doing now? He needed to speak to her, too. His skin, so old.
"Shall we reminisce? There appears to be time enough now, and may not be later."
Mirsky nodded and sat again, leaning forward, elbows on knees, hands clasped. The blandness had gone from him.
"Maybe we both need memories refreshed," Lanier said. "I wanted to tell you how tired I was, but I don't feel very tired now."
Mirsky waved his hand nonchalantly. "Old warriors always chew the bull long after."
"Chew the fat," Lanier said, smiling.
It seemed very unlikely Mirsky made an unconscious error.
"I'd like that."
"Tell me what happened after I defected."
"First, I'd like to ask a question. 1,000 questions."
"I cannot answer 1,000 questions," Mirsky said.
"Then 1 or 2.
Mirsky nodded skeptically.
"Your presentation, there was so much power there. You tell us they are taking whole galaxies and converting them, destroying them."
"Lifeless galaxies?" Mirsky grinned. "Wise question. Yes, stillborn, you might say. Huge, full of too much energy, burning themselves out anyway, or quickly falling into frozen stars at their center. You call them black holes. No life, no order in those galaxies will survive. The final mind accelerates and controls their death."
Lanier nodded stupidly, caught himself, and licked his dry lips. "With so much power, why not just force us? Send a kind of army of people like yourself, or something stronger."
"Not subtle, not the right way."
"What if you fail?"
Mirsky shrugged. "Even so."
"What will happen between now and the end of time?"
There it was, bald. He had had his interest in the future renewed, and with that came curiosity. "I remember only what I need to remember. If I remembered more, I would not be allowed to tell you. Not everything."
"How long will it be until the end?"
"Time means less and less in that region of history," Mirsky said. "But an estimate, a ballpark figure, is not too misleading. About 75 billion years."
Lanier blinked, trying to absorb such a span.
Mirsky shook his head sadly. "Sorry, I am not trying to be evasive, but there can only be so much revelation now. Perhaps later, much later, when humans join the communities."
Lanier shivered and nodded.
"All right," he said. "But I'm still curious. Others are probably more curious than I am. The very people you have to convince."
Mirsky agreed with a wry expression.
"Now, Gary, I have my own questions. Can we talk about what happened after the Gesell precincts left?
Starting from when?"
"From the return to Earth."
Lanier thought, found a starting point, and began his confession, after the need for it had finally passed.
26. Gaia. Birds sang, and something else was in the air. Something electric. Rita pulled down her covers and listened to the men moving around in the rest of the tent, grumbling. She rubbed sleep from her eyes. She had been exhausted, strained to the breaking point, she realized now. For a moment she simply hung on to the comfort of her bed, refusing to listen to her instincts.
Then something exploded not far from the tent, and she was on her knees and on her feet, dressed only in loose-fitting underwear. The air crackled and wind beat the outside of the tent. A few men screamed questions and orders at each other. Demetrios lifted the edge of the tent flap, stared at her, embarrassed, and said almost sternly, "Thunderstorm! It's going to pour rivers on us any minute."
"Just what we needed."
She stepped into her pants, not at all embarrassed to be seen by him. In fact, she found the moment slightly arousing, the appraising look in his eye before his politeness made him look down. "It adds to the excitement," he admitted, back turned. She looped her shirt closed and zipped up her jacket, then bent down to put on her shoes, buckling quickly. In seconds she was fully dressed. She brushed past Demetrios and skipped by a Kybernetes and a soldier, down the covered gap between two sections of the tent, into the outside. Orosias and Jamal Atta stood at the edge of the ravine, Orosias with hands on hips, Atta speaking into the mouthpiece of a mobile radio mounted on the back of a soldier.
"What happened to radio silence?"
she asked herself. Demetrios came through the tent door behind her, just as big drops of rain splashed on her face and hands and darkened the fabric of her jacket. Atta lifted his hands and shook his head, the last straw, more than any human could bear. The two bee-craft seemed hunched under the onslaught, blades drooping almost to the level of the grass. Soldiers stood in the hatchways, smoke rising from several long pipes as they casually watched the downpour grow more intense. Orosias handed the soldier the mouthpiece and drew his jacket up over his head, running toward them. Lightning flashed to the south, lighting up the canopy of clouds and the steppe around them with cold, pale brilliance.
"There's disaster in Alexandreia,"
Orosias shouted over another crack of thunder. He pushed Rita and Demetrios back through the door into the tent and threw aside his jacket, running his hand like a comb through his wet hair, rubbing water out of his eyes with his knuckles. Atta remained standing in the middle of the storm, raising his arms now and then, shouting or whispering, they couldn't tell over the noise.
"He wants lightning to hit him. Might be better for all of us," Orosias said. "There's been a revolt. Elements in the Museon, I gather, and the Jews. The Lokhias is under siege, and the palace has been locked up. Soldiers loyal to the Queen have dropped bombs on the Museon."
"No!"
Rita felt the word leap out of her, a futile, outraged, countermanding order. Orosias grimaced in shared pain.
"We should have known from the attitude in Baghdad and Damascus. We have no protection on the way back. For all we know, the Hunos and Rus border stations are being alerted now. I don't think they have a radio fix on us yet, but they will if we have to send any more messages."
Lugotorek stood tall and protecting over Rita, his eyes dark under a heavy frown.
"What do we do here?"
Demetrios asked, apprehensive but not fearful.
"Our mission," Orosias said. "We have 2 hours before I order a pull-out and we try to get back. We'll unload what we need from the cargo plane."
He ordered several soldiers to organize the transfer of supplies. Outside, the tanker's engines roared over the storm. The fuel had been transferred, and now it was taking off.
"A long, leisurely expedition is no longer possible, but we can investigate this gate, learn as much as we can, and save our skins before the Kirghiz or Kazakh Tatars or their Rus masters are upon us."
Atta had given up imprecations against the thunder and joined them under the tent.
"Lightning hit the gate," he said breathlessly. "It glowed like a lantern."
Simultaneously, he and Orosias looked at Rita.
"My turn, isn't it?" she said.
"I will bring the objects,"
Lugotorek said. She looked at the Celts retreating back with some surprise.
"Everybody pushes me to this. I don't like the feeling I have. My instincts say no."
Or was she simply afraid?
"Will lightning strike the clavicle, too?"
Orosias asked.
"I don't know," she said softly.
"What?"
"I don't know,"
she shouted. Demetrios nodded phlegmatically, and she turned away from him with a flash of disgust, contradicting her earlier attraction.
"He can't help. Nobody can help. I'm trapped."
Lugotorex returned with the large case. She unlocked it with her keys and removed the clavicle, holding it low before her, feeling its power in her hands and thoughts.
"It tries to reassure me."
The Celt adjusted his machine pistol and shifted from one foot to the other behind her. Orosias smiled and pulled aside the tent door. Without hesitation, refusing to show any weakness to anybody, disgusted with herself and everything else, especially with her weak-minded notions of adventure the day before, she stalked out into the driving rain. She stopped and turned, eyes blinking against the pounding drops. "That way," Demetrios said, pointing her in the direction of the swale. "It'll flood soon," she called over her shoulder. The men followed her, all but the Celt hunched over. Lugatorix strode through the storm like a walking tree, hair plastered across his face, eyes mere slits, teeth bared in a grimace. The bottom of the swale was already ankle-deep in rushing water. She slipped and stepped gingerly down the bank, somehow staying upright with both hands gripping the clavicle, until she splashed across the bottom and stood beside the shivering lens of the gate, seeing it with her eyes and also in her mind, undisturbed by the storm or the lightning strike. The clavicle showed her how wide the storm was, and odd symbols flashed through the display, bunching up at one point in the clouds and blinking green, just as lightning brightened the grassland yet again. The clavicle kept her informed about all conditions around the gate. "A pity grandmother didn't tell me about all this," she thought. She might not have known. "It's still here, and it hasn't changed," she called to the men. Only Lugatorix followed her into the swale. Demetrios stopped halfway down the bank, not, she surmised, out of fear, but in deference to her position, her control of the situation. "Do you need help?" he asked, holding out his hands. "I don't know," she said. "I've never done this before." "What do I do to widen the gate?" she asked the device. She assumed that was what they were all after, with no time to be extra cautious. She could hardly conceive of who or what might be waiting for them on the other side, ogres or gods. She was still a child of Rhodos, however sophisticated she might pretend to be. She did not have her grandmother's upbringing. The clavicle instructed her below a level she could follow with her conscious mind. Her hands tingled. The effect was almost painful. Her muscles jerked minutely, growing used to new directives, new channels of command being blazed through her nervous system in just a few seconds. For a moment Rita was both tired and nauseated, but that passed, and she straightened. Surprised, she blinked away a few drops of water. The rain had stopped, and she hadn't noticed. Had she fainted or blacked out? She turned and saw Lugatorix behind her, eyes focused over her head, Demetrios halfway down the bank, and Atta and Orosias and the soldiers along the edge, all stared at the gateway. Rita looked up. The lens had risen and expanded, flattening. It gleamed oddly in the fresh rays of a morning sun shining at a low angle between parting clouds. She consulted the clavicle. "The gateway's changed. What's happening?" "We have made it expand," the clavicle told her. "You ordered it so." "Can I go through it?" "Not advisable," the clavicle said. "Why?" "We cannot know what is on the other side." Rita thought that made a great deal of sense, but their time was limited. "There's no way we can find out?" "None." "But it is open?" "Yes." "Can someone come through from the other side?" "Yes." The enormity of what she had done began to sink in. She stood below and to one side of the gate, admiring its uncanny beauty like a suspended raindrop, or the lens from the eye of some huge fish. Water had risen above her ankles in the swale. It tumbled in glassy sheets over the bent grass, muddy foam catching against the bank. Rita glanced down at it, annoyed, and decided it would be wise to climb up the bank, away from any possible flood. She stood beside Demetrios, holding the clavicle level with her knees, breathing heavily. "It's open," she told him quietly. He glanced at Atta and Orosias, then back at her. "Don't you want to tell him?" "Of course," she said. "It's open," she called back over her shoulder. "I opened it. The clavicle opened it." Atta nodded, lips drawn down, eyes squinted in speculation. Orosias gave her a short smile. "We can pass through?" "It says we can, but that we shouldn't. It doesn't know what's on the other side." Orosias walked down the bank.
"We came here to investigate," he reminded them. "Whatever's happened in Alexandreia, that's our mission. You're too valuable to send through," he told Rita, "and we need Atta to command the pilots and soldiers in an emergency, which this situation is, probably." "Demetrios, I'd love to go," the Mechanikos said, eyes sparkling. "No." Orosias lifted his hands and shook his head. "You didn't sign on to take risks. I did." Lokhias watched them all closely, his eyes following the circle of conversation. "Bring down the second object," Orosias ordered one of the soldiers. The man ran off to comply. "I don't know how to use it," Rita said. "Grandmother didn't tell me." "Careless of her," Orosias said, face glowing with a challenge. "We'll see if it still works, and whether or not we can work it. If it works, I go through. If not—" "I'm responsible for all of the objects," Rita said. "And I'm responsible for you," Orosias said. "If it doesn't work, we can at least poke one of our caged animals through first, and then I'll follow, if the animal comes back alive." He touched Rita's arm lightly. "I'm not a complete fool, and I don't want to die. We'll be cautious." The case containing the second object was brought down into the swale by the soldier. Rita opened the lid while he held it and brought out the control box and recirculation box, both attached to a thick black belt. "It's very old," she said. Orosias held up his arms, and she wrapped the belt around his waist. "How would you make it work?" Rita thought for a moment, then touched the control box with her hand. The device did not communicate with her mind. Apparently it was less sophisticated than the clavicle. "What would Grandmother do?" she asked herself. "She'd talk to it." "Please turn on," she said in Hellenic. "Please protect this man." Nothing happened. She thought about that for a while, and then decided to use her grandmother's English, a difficult language that she was not at all fluent in. "Please turn on," she said. "Protect this man." Again no response. Rita felt a flush of anger at her own ignorance. Why didn't Grandmother teach me how to use all the objects? Perhaps toward the end of her life Patricia's brilliance had faded. "I can't think of anything else to try," she said, "unless it might work if I'm wearing it." Orosias shook his head firmly. "If her Imperial Hypsilotes still sits on her throne, she'd have my head if I put you in any danger. We'll try the animal first." He ordered that a coney be brought forward. "I'll go," Lokhias told Rita in confidence, speaking softly in her ear. She shook her head. Everything was confused. They were amateurs. None of the others, probably not even her, had any idea of how momentous this occasion was, how dangerous, and not just for them. The coney arrived, a small bundle of fur in a wicker cage, twitching a pink nose, its cage suspended by a metal hook on a long wooden pole. The water had not risen appreciably, so he took the far end of the pole and stepped into the stream, walking awkwardly with the cage dangling before him. "Where should I put it?" he asked. Despite herself, Rita grinned. "In the center?" Lokhias seemed to find this amusing too. The Celt seldom found anything worth smiling about. Orosias lifted the long pole and maneuvered the cage up to the center of the glimmering lens. "Like this?" he asked. The cage and coney disappeared, as if by some magician's sleight of hand. "Yes," Rita said softly, awed. She tried to visualize Patricia falling through such a lens, landing in an irrigation channel. "I'll leave it there for a few seconds," Orosias said, the pole trembling in his grip. Rita heard a deep pounding sound to the north. Jamal Atta looked up from the swale and flinched. "Tatars! Kirghiz!" he shouted. "Hundreds of them!" Orosias's face blanched, but he continued to hold the pole in position. "Where?" Lokhias leaped to the rim of the swale. Rita was torn between staying near the gate and Orosias and following the Celt to find out what was happening. Soldiers shouted around the bee-craft. The pounding grew louder. "Horsemen and infantry," Lokhias called down to her. "They're close. A couple of stadia." "What banner?" Orosias asked, his entire upper body trembling with the weight of the cage and pole. The lens hung steady and undisturbed, absorbing the cage just as an invisible doorway swallows the top of a magician's rope. "No banners," Jamal Atta said. "They're Kirghiz. We must leave." Orosias pulled the cage from the gate convulsively. Rita saw a limp blur of red and grey in the cage as Orosias swung the pole out over the stream to the bank. They both peered down at the coney. It was dead. It hardly resembled an animal at all. "What happened to it?" Rita asked. "Looks like it exploded, or something tore it apart," Orosias said. He fingered the wooden bars. They were intact, their contents dripping a thin fluid of blood onto the grass and dirt. He unhooked the cage and stuffed it hastily into a rubberized sack. Lugatorix came down the decline to grab her arm. "We go now," he said firmly, machine pistol in hand. She did not resist. They stood on the edge of the swale for a moment to get their bearings. Soldiers ran through the grass to the bee-craft with boxes of supplies. One stumbled and fell, screaming. Rita thought he had been shot, but he regained his footing and picked up his load. She looked to the north, beyond the bee-craft, and saw a line of dark riders moving rapidly toward them, horses up to their withers in grass. Clods of mud flew up behind them, and their voices joined in a heavy, ululating song above the pounding of hoofs. Some waved swords and long rifles in the air. Hidden by a low hill until just this moment, a flimsy, multiple-winged gull-craft suddenly vaulted into view behind the riders, buzzing like a summer dragonfly. The gull-craft flew over the line, gained more altitude, and passed above them at about 50 arms. Wings dipped almost vertical, as the Kybernetes and one observer in a rear seat tried to see the invaders. She clearly made out a long black telescope in the observer's hands, and then Lugatorix lifted her by her arms, pinned to her sides by his huge hands, and ran with her to the nearest bee-craft. Orosias tried to keep up with them. She turned and saw Jamal Atta scrambling with arms outflung, cape billowing in the direction of a clump of soldiers bearing yet more boxes of supplies from the cargo gull-craft. "Drop them! Get to your craft!" he ordered. But it was too late. The horsemen were already riding through the camp, some plunging into the swale, barely missing striking the gate, and up the other side, horses chuffing and flinging ribbons of foam, their nostrils flaring. The riders wore black leggings and dark grey pants, with loose magenta tunics belted and tied around the wrists with rope. Their hats were made of skins, ear coverings flapping loose as they bounded around the tent, pointing their rifles and laughing and screaming. Soldiers cowered in the grass, on their knees, or stood their ground with wide eyes, cringing this way and that, not daring to bring up their own weapons. They were clearly outnumbered. To add to the confusion, it began to rain again. Lugatorix lifted her into the bee-craft and leaped up after her, pushing her behind a bulkhead with one boot, while he took a position with pistol behind his back near the open hatch. Other soldiers hid in the craft, and some crawled beneath it, seeking refuge from the pounding hooves. There were at least 300 riders. The second bee-craft started its jets. Rita crawled to a low window on the opposite side and saw the props rotate ponderously, jet pods low, almost in the grass. Horsemen rode around it, rifles pointing at the forward compartment, shouting and swinging their free hands down. Orosias crawled up beside her. Demetrios coughed behind him. "They won't let any of us leave," he said. Jamal Atta strode with some dignity between 4 riders on plunging and rearing horses, glancing this way and that with a fierce grin. "He's showing them he has no fear," Rita thought. Atta turned and approached the area of the rotating blades. The pods were picking up speed now, the props rising slowly and the grass bending outward. The horsemen rode clear, rifles still at ready. Atta shouted at the bee-craft, but from inside their own vehicle they could not hear what he said. "He wants them to stop the engines," Orosias guessed. Demetrios found his own position near a second window. "What happened to the coney?" he asked. "It's dead," Orosias answered bitterly. "Our luck has been steady throughout this expedition." "Dead? How?" Demetrios persisted. "Like something ate it and spit it out," Orosias replied, eyes wild. "We may all be dead in a few minutes anyway." Encircled by riders, Jamal Atta spoke with a brawny fellow in a thick black wool coat shiny with rain that made him seem twice his already formidable size. The Kirghiz swung a long, curved sword idly near Atta's ribs.
Atta seemed to pay little attention to this, maintaining an admirable calm despite being soaked to the skin, his hair hanging in long strings. Other riders herded scattered soldiers before them. The second B-craft's engines moaned sadly, turbines dropping in pitch, and the props swung to halt, pods undulating.
"He's surrendering," Orosias said. "Not much choice."
Rita still held the clavicle. She had ignored the device for several minutes, yet she clutched it firmly in both hands. Lowering her head from the window, shaking her aching hands out one by one, she returned her full attention to what the device was telling her. Her thoughts filled with the display again. She saw the gate, still represented by a red cross, and she saw what must have been a haze of raindrops around the swale. The riders did not seem significant to the clavicle. She could detect no symbols indicating their presence. But something was happening to the red cross. It was surrounded by one red circle, and then by another, and a third. The circles broke into 3 segments and spun about the cross. "What's happening?" "The gateway is still expanding," the clavicle told her.
"How?"
"Controlled from the opposite side." Rita's heart fell. She had not been truly frightened, exhilarated, shocked, surprised, but not afraid, until now.
"What have we done?"
she murmured. Once again she prayed to Athene Lindia and closed her eyes, wishing Patricia were here to advise her. A trio of riders seemed to rise up out of the ground before the B-craft hatchway, screaming and waving their rifles and swords. Orosias stood and faced them, hands outstretched to show he was unarmed. The lead rider, bareheaded, bald, and with a long, thin moustache, leaned forward in his minimal saddle and motioned for Orosias to approach. "You speak Hellenic?" the rider asked. "Yes," Orosias said.
"Our strategos, he wishes a word with you. You are Orosias?"
"Yes."
"You command with this Arabios Jamal Atta?"
"Yes."
"Why are you here?"
The bald-headed rider leaned forward with an expression of intense, solicitous interest. Then he leaned back, shaking his sword vigorously. "No. You tell the strategos, with the Arabios all together." Orosias climbed down from the hatch and followed the trio across the grass, around the B-craft, to where Atta conversed with a man in the wool coat. Rita still had half her attention on the clavicle display. The circles spinning around the cross had become a blur. That, the clavicle told her, was an indication of the strength of the gate. A great deal of energy was being expended. She could not see the swale or the gate directly.
"Something's happening,"
she told Demetrios. He knelt beside her, hair dripping rain. They all resembled drowned cats. He held out his hand, and she released the clavicle to clasp it, then pull it down to touch a handle. His eyes grew large.
"God," he said, "it's a nightmare."
"I guess the Tatars don't see anything unusual," Rita surmised. "But it's getting wider, stronger."
"Why?"
"Something's going to come through," she said.
"Maybe more people like your grandmother," Lugatorix said. He laid the machine pistol behind the winch housing, out of sight but quick to hand. Not, however, immediately in hand, in case they were searched. Rita shook her head, feeling hot, almost feverish. "They are not human," the clavicle told her. "They do not use human methods on the gate." Demetrios stared at her, having heard the message as well, but not knowing what to make of it.
"How soon?"
she asked. "The gate is open. When they will pass through cannot be known." 27. Thistledown, 4th Chamber. There was no time to worry about the Jart's almost total cooperation with his partial. Olmi could hardly keep up with the flow of information they were exchanging. Some risk was involved. A particularly subtle corrosive or worm could be embedded in the Jart's flood of information, and might even make it past Olmi's filters and other defenses, but that was a risk Olmi was willing to take. The exchange was not one way. Olmi's partial was providing the Jart with selected information about humans. Physically, Olmi sat on a rock by a narrow streamlet. tube light filtering through a haze of pollen that dusted the quiet pool near his feet. Mentally, he explored the labyrinth of Jart social strata, convinced by now that the Jart's information was accurate and not made up. It was too convincing, too true, to what little humans had learned about their long-time adversaries in the way. This Jart was a modified expediter. Expediters carried out orders passed through duty expediters, slightly different in mentality and form. An expediter might be thought of as a laborer. Although their tasks were often non-physical, expediters might just as often be assigned thought processing as physical work. Duty expediters designed practical ways of carrying out policy. They decided who should be called up from a pool of expediters, who were stored, Olmi learned, in a kind of city memory but kept inactive. If physical forms were required for their labor, they were assigned to bodies which might be either mechanical, biological, or a mix of the two. Another description of another kind of body existed which Olmi was not sure he understood. The translation came across as mathematical form, but was not complete by any means. The Jart was not above holding back key information. Neither was Olmi. Above duty expediters was command. Command made policy and foresaw the results through intense simulation and modeling. Command was always made up of Jarts in their original natural bodies, without augmentation of any kind. They were mortal, and allowed to die of old age. They were never downloaded. Olmi puzzled at this bottleneck in an otherwise extremely advanced and amorphous group of beings. Why not give what was obviously an important level in the strata more flexibility and more capabilities than they naturally had? He made a note to have his partial ask the Jart about this. Above command, and all other ranks of Jarts, was command oversight. At first, Olmi could not understand what role command oversight played. Individuals in this rank were immobile, lacked any bodies, and resided permanently in a kind of memory storage different from that where inactive expediters were kept. Command oversight Jarts, if they could be called Jarts at all, were stripped of all but pure reasoning faculties, and rigorously modified for their tasks. Apparently they gathered information from all levels of the strata, examined it, made judgments of goals achieved and efficacy of actions, and presented recommendations to command. In all of Jart's cybernetic technology, as far as Olmi was being informed, there were no artificial programs. All processing was accomplished by Jart mentalities which had, at one time or another, occupied natural and original Jart bodies. However far from their natural origins, however duplicated, modified, and customized, these mentalities always had a connection with their original memories. It was possible, then, that there were Jarts still active who remembered a time before their occupation of the Way, who perhaps remembered the Jart home world. If there had been a single home world. The Jarts might not be a single species, but a combination of many species, a kind of Volvox of beings and cultures. The only level within the strata allowed to breed naturally was command. No impression of what command looked like came through in the information. Olmi was beginning to realize that understanding Jart physiology was much less important than humans had once thought. Jarts, far more even than humans, had superseded their physical origins. Most had been consumed by their cybernetic structures. But in all honesty, Olmi could see that had the infinite Hexamon continued its development, humans might have ended up in a society not qualitatively different from that of the Jarts. They might yet. Neo-Geshels were pushing the terrestrial Hexamon to return to the old ways. Did freedom or individuality mean anything at all in such a culture? Another note, another question. In all the information, Olmi found nothing that could be considered directly strategic, nothing about the Jart activities in the Way, about their trading partners, if any, or their ultimate goals, again if any. He decided it would be best not to press for this information until he saw fit to provide the Jart with similar insight. It was a kind of dance, this exchange of information. The moves had started out awkwardly, rapidly become fast and furious, and might soon slow to a measured back-and-forth rhythm. For the time being, there was almost total cooperation. Olmi doubted that would last. The Jart had its mission, after all, and probably suspected that a great deal of time had passed. Vigilance was the order of the hour. 28. Earth. There was no physical sensation when the shuttle lifted off from the landing field at Christchurch. Karen Farley Lanier closed her eyes briefly and listened to the exclamations of the delegates, many of whom had never flown until the last few weeks, much less travelled in space. They would spend 7 hours in transit before docking with the stone. Thistledown, she corrected herself. Only the old natives referred to the orbiting asteroid as the stone. Still slender, her blonde hair graying into sunlit ash, Karen seemed mature, but nowhere in age near her 68 years. She might have been a well-preserved 40. Pride in her appearance and fitness had been part of her bulwark against the death. If she could maintain her strength and youth, she felt more subconsciously than otherwise, then the earth could regain her vitality. Sometimes she accused herself of self-serving vanity. But what did she have to be vain about? Or, for that matter, who could she be vain for? Her husband hadn't complimented her on her looks in at least 5 years. They hadn't made love for 3 years. She had neither time nor inclination for affairs. Life had made her almost completely self-contained, a kind of emotional analogue to the homorph Olmi. The atmosphere in the shuttle was electric with excitement. The delegates sat glued to the ports, eyes wide. After an hour and a half, the novelty passed sufficiently for some of the delegates to turn away from the view of stars and earth. Karen looked around the broad, dimly lighted white interior of the cabin. As with almost all Hexamon shuttles, the furnishings resembled ingeniously molded soft white bread dough. Couches arranged almost casually for maximum efficiency, all capable of customizing themselves to fit their occupants' bodies. Opacity where no windows were needed, transparent ports where passengers wished to see out, pools of light where a delegate read a small stack of papers, archaic in this setting, and shadow where another slept. This Hexamon shuttle was much larger than most, easily capable of carrying several hundred passengers. There were 45 aboard now, 41 men and women from around the earth as well as herself. It was going to be a grand experiment, a by-your-bootstraps knitting of these individuals into a single family, teaching them to see that their problems were not separate, but intimately linked, and to see their companions not as competition, but as helpers. The introduction at Christchurch had gone smoothly enough. Karen had blended in, despite her rank as Chief Earth Coordinator, and had been accepted by most of the group as a peer. A number of delegates had attached themselves to her in an attempt to form a proto-ruling class. One such was a middle-aged mainland Chinese woman whose community, near Karen's home province of Hunan, had not known the touch of the terrestrial Hexamon until just 5 years ago. Another was a badly scarred, very proud Ukrainian, representing a group of independents who had held off the would-be salvagers of their villages and towns for nearly 20 years after the death. Yet a third was a North American from Mexico City. Mexico City had survived the bombs only to succumb to lethal radiation, and had been repopulated by Latinos from Central America and refugees from the border cities. Karen appreciated their confidence in her, but she subtly discouraged the hierarchy they were unconsciously forming. She did not desire eminence or power, only success. Theirs was a unique opportunity. The circumstances had to be handled carefully. Their faces bore the mark of Earth's agony, even though some had been born after the death. Few of these people had received pseudo-Talcet mental therapy, having kept their sanity and abilities even in the worst of times. They were incredibly tough and resilient.
They had been hand-selected by Hexamon sociologists who had spent months searching the recovery census, completed only in the past 4 years, for just their kind. "We call them high primes," Suli Ram Kikara, the project coordinator, had told Karen. "Strong naturals with little or no previous tampering." Most of them were natural leaders, having come to power without Hexamon help. They seemed at ease together, though few had dealt with each other as leaders before. Their communities were far enough apart that the borders did not touch, and there had been little commerce between them. But with the completion of the Hexamon social structure over the next 10 years, their peoples would certainly interact, and the experience they received aboard the Stone would make them all, it was hoped, a kind of seed broadcast over the recovered Earth. Ser Ram Kikara's prejudice against the Hexamon's extensive psychological meddling still showed. It made her the perfect coordinator for this project, an attempt to let Earth stand on its own feet. Some citizens of the terrestrial Hexamon seemed to feel the Hexamon would not remain stable for the indefinite future. The shortage of materials necessary for the maintenance of society aboard the Stone, the shifts in deeply held attitudes, the repercussions of dealing with their own origins on the post-death Earth, all were taking their toll on Hexamon's stability. If Earth had to survive a crisis among its saviors, it would have to be weaned. Karen spoke Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish, having brushed up on her Russian with Hexamon devices, and having learned Spanish the same way. That was enough to communicate directly with most of the delegates. Those few whose language she didn't know, including 3 whose dialects had arisen since the death, could usually communicate with others in the group through a shared second language. No outside human or machine translators diluted this early stage of their interaction. They were being taught to rely on each other. Before the week was out, they would all speak each other's languages, having acquired them within the Third Chamber's city memory, and many more besides. For the first time in years, Karen felt on the edge of fulfillment. She had suffered as much as Gary during the last 4 decades, traveling around the ravaged Earth, seeing more death, destruction, and seemingly unending agony than she thought she could stand, losing their daughter. Her breath still took a hitch at that memory. But she had dealt with her grief in a very different manner, not internalizing it as world guilt, but finally rejecting it, setting her personality aside as a separate thing, and dealing with her work as a nurse might. She did not succeed entirely. She had her own hidden scars, but she had not declined into a permanent funk. She forced the thoughts back again, a little surprised they had gotten loose. Karen had long ago learned when and how to block off the area of her mind having to do with her husband. She usually managed not to think much about Gary when they were separated, concentrating on the delicate tasks at hand. But their last meeting, Gary nervous, perhaps even frightened, though doing his best not to show it, escorting a man who could not possibly be on Earth. She glanced out the shuttle window at stars, temporarily ignoring the steady, polite conversation of 3 delegates sitting beside her. Was Gary aboard the Stone, with the impossible Russian? She had, in her own stubborn way, come close to resolving the mystery by deciding that someone had played a trick on her husband, that Mirsky had never gone down the way. But the more she thought about it, and she could not help thinking about it now, with little else to do, the more she realized how unlikely this was. She felt a flush of anger. Something was going to happen. Something momentous. She resented the mystery of Mirsky's return, feared it might drive Gary deeper into his funk by making him face cosmic imponderables even farther outside his control than Earth's pain. She frowned and turned away from the stars. Unlike Lanier, Karen felt little dismay at the changes in her life. She accepted change easily enough, space flight, the Stone, the opportunities offered by the Hexamon, but Mirsky's return slipped from her understanding like a fish through her fingers. "Sir Lanier," the Chinese delegate called, smiling broadly and inclining her head as she sat beside Karen on the free-form couch. Her face was wreathed in fine sun wrinkles. She was small and round, matronly, probably 10 years younger than Karen.
You seem pensive. Are you worried about this conference?"
"No," Karen said, smiling reassurance. "Personal difficulties."
"Your mind should be at rest," the delegate said. "All will go well. We are friends already, even those whom I worried about."
"I know," Karen said. "It's nothing, really. Don't trouble yourself." "He's doing it to me again," she thought. "I cannot get away from him." She closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. 29. Thistledown. Korzanovsky's parcel located Olmi in the fourth chamber forests of North Spin Island, 2 days after Lanier's arrival. Downloaded into a cross-shaped tracking probe, the parcel searched the fourth chamber with infrared sensors and located 750 humans. Most were in groups of 3 or more. Only 70 were solitary, and only 2, across half a day of activity, showed signs of deliberately avoiding company. The partial analyzed the heat signatures of both of these possibilities, and settled on the one most likely to be a self-contained homorph. Under any other circumstance, this kind of search would have been unthinkable, a gross invasion of privacy. But Korzanovsky knew the importance of having Olmi speak with Mirsky. And he needed Olmi for the upcoming Nexus debate on the reopening of the way. The engineer could no longer completely oppose that project. Mirsky's arguments were too persuasive, however bizarre. How could one deny the requests of gods, even if they existed only at the end of time? It was not the partial personality's duty to analyze these problems. It flew above the valley floor to hover near Olmi's campsite, and then projected an image of Korzanovsky with the appropriate pict, revealing its status as an assigned ghost. From Olmi's point of view, Korzanovsky seemed to walk out of the forest, his face wreathed in a smile, his eyes cat-like, piercing. "Good day, Sir Olmi," the ghost said. Olmi pulled himself away from the flow of Jart information and hid his all-too-human irritation at being found. "You've gone to considerable trouble," he picted. "Something extraordinary has happened," the ghost informed him. "Your presence in the third chamber is required." Olmi stood by the tent, unsure of his emotional state for the moment, neither moving nor picting nor speaking. "A decision is to be made regarding the way. Your presence is requested by my original." "Is this a Nexus summons?" "Not formally. Do you remember Pavel Mirsky?" "We never met," Olmi said. "I know who he was." "He has returned," the ghost said, rapidly picking the few salient details. Olmi's face seemed to contort with pain. He shuddered, then his shoulders sagged and the tension left him. He pushed aside the Jart information, refocusing on his humanity and on his relationship with Korzanovsky, once his mentor, the man who had shaped much of his life, or rather lives. The fact of Mirsky's reappearance then assumed its proper color. Deeply bizarre, more than puzzling, entrancing. He did not doubt the ghost's message. Even had someone besides Korzanovsky summoned him, this news alone would suffice to bring him out of the forest and away from his meditations. Events were moving more rapidly than he had imagined. "Is there time for me to hike out?" Olmi asked, smiling. The mild social humor was as sweet as sugar in his mind, and he realized how starved he had become for human company. The ghost returned the smile. "Quicker transportation will arrive soon," it said. "The prodigal son," Korzanovsky said, hugging Olmi firmly in the Nexus antechamber. "I apologize for sending a parcel to hunt you down. I assume you didn't want to be found." Olmi felt a kind of shame, standing before his mentor, unwilling to speak of what he had been doing. He still had to keep his balance within his own head, watching the implants he had given over to the Jart. "Where is Mirsky?" he asked, hoping to sidestep the questions. "With Gary Lanier. The Nexus is meeting in 2 hours. Mirsky is testifying before the full chamber. He wants to speak with you first." "Is he real?" "As real as I am," Korzanovsky said. "That worries me. Olmi forced a grin. "He has an amazing story to tell." Korzanovsky, unwilling to find humor in anything now, looked away from Olmi at a wall of natural asteroid iron, his reflection milky and distant in the polished metal surface. "We've caused a lot of trouble." "Where?" "At the end of time," Korzanovsky said. "I remember thinking about this possibility centuries ago when I was designing the way. It seemed a vain fantasy then, that anything I could be involved in would have such repercussions. But the idea has haunted me. I half expected someone to return from the precinct, like a ghost." "And here he is." Korzanovsky nodded. "He hasn't pointed any accusing fingers. He seems happy to be back, almost childlike. Still, he frightens me. We have such responsibilities now." Korzanovsky turned his square, discerning eyes on Olmi. "Would you resent a request for help?" Olmi shook his head automatically. He owed more to the engineer than he could ever repay, more than even bringing him back to life could tally against. Korzanovsky had shaped Olmi's life, opened vistas to him he would have missed otherwise. Still he was not sure how his plan, already fixed and irrevocable, might match Korzanovsky's. "I am always at your service, sir. Sometime in the next few months, perhaps even today, if the time is right, if Mirsky puts his story across as clearly to the Nexus as he did to us. I am going to recommend that the way be opened," Korzanovsky said. Olmi's smile was faint, ironic. "Yes, I know," Korzanovsky said gently. "We've been opposing forces on this." It seemed no one understood his position, not even his mentor. Olmi did not think it worth the time to correct him. Still, he could not help but gently chide the engineer, if only to make sure he was keeping everything in perspective. "I hope I don't presume when I say that you are not completely unhappy with this turn?" "There is excitement and challenge," Korzanovsky said. "And then there is wisdom. I've been clinging desperately to wisdom. Which of us is more eager to have this monster back?" "Which of us really wants to face the consequences?" Olmi asked. Lanier and Mirsky left the elevator and approached them. Mirsky walked ahead of Lanier, smiling expectantly, and extended his hand to Olmi. "We have not met," he said. Olmi shook the hand firmly. "Warm and human." "You are the expediter of our duty," Mirsky said. Olmi could not completely contain his reaction to that choice of words. Mirsky paused, examining his face. Who is he looking at? Olmi wondered. "You understand the problems, no?" Olmi hesitated, then said, "Perhaps some of them." "You've been preparing?" There was no question now of not understanding. "Yes." Mirsky nodded. "I would expect nothing less from you. I'm anxious to testify," he said, "anxious to get things moving." He walked away with an abruptness that puzzled all of them. Olmi turned to Lanier while the Russian paced near the door to the Nexus chamber. "How have you been?" he asked. "And your wife?" "She's fine, I suppose, working on a project." "She's just arrived on Thistledown," Korzanovsky said. "She's working with Ser Ram Kikora." "Will the Nexus listen to me?" Mirsky asked, walking back toward them. "I am nervous. Can you believe that?" "No," Korzanovsky said in an undertone. Mirsky suddenly turned and faced Olmi. "You believe the Jarts will oppose us," he said, "and you suspect they won't be the only ones. You know the Talsit were Jart allies before. You think they probably are again. You have been working on this, haven't you?" "It's what I expected from you," he said again, staring earnestly at Olmi. Olmi nodded. "Is he the same Mirsky?" Olmi asked Lanier when Mirsky returned to the opposite side of the room. "Yes and no," Lanier said. "He's not human." Korzanovsky glared at Lanier. "Knowledge?" or supposition. Lanier pursed his lips. He can't be human, not after what he's gone through. And he's not telling us everything yet. I don't know why. Does he know whether he will succeed? Olmi asked. No, I don't think he does. A dreaming expression came to Lanier's face. I've never met anybody like him. I envy him. Perhaps we should all be cautious in our evaluations, Korzanovsky suggested dryly, having an angel in our midst. Mirsky paced back yet again. Nervous! I haven't felt nervous in a very long time. It is exhilarating. Korzanovsky's irritation grew. Are you beyond caring? He asked. I beg your pardon? Mirsky stopped pacing, facing the engineer with an intensely puzzled expression. I am being forced to make a decision I have tried to avoid for 40 years. If we do have to fight the Jarts, the results might be disastrous. We might lose everything. He grimaced. Including the Earth. I am more concerned than you know, Mirsky said. There is more at stake than just the Earth. Korzanovsky was not mollified. If you are indeed an angel, Sir Mirsky, you might not be as concerned as we are about our own skins. Angel? Are you angry with me? Mirsky asked, his face bland again. I am angry with this situation, Korzanovsky said, drawing his head closer to his shoulders. Pardon my outburst. He looked to Olmi, who had stood with arms folded throughout the exchange. We are both torn by our emotions. Sir Olmi would love to get back to his paperwork, keeping our Hexamon intact in the way, and I am fascinated by the prospect of reopening. The part of me that remembers Patricia Vasquez. Lanier almost flinched as Korzanovsky glanced in his direction. That part is eager. But what our less responsible selves want, and what is safe for our Hexamon, could be very different things, Sir Mirsky. Your reasons are compelling. I am just irritated by your carefree attitude. Korzanovsky looked down at the floor and took a deep breath. Mirsky said nothing. In truth, Olmi interceded, the pressures on the Hexamon to reopen would be strong even without you. Thank you for your guidance, Mirsky said quietly. I lack perspective. I must approach the Nexus carefully. He spread his arms and looked down at his body, still clad in hiking clothes. To have limitations, to think in channels. It's exhilarating to be back in flesh again. A wild, half-drunken blindness, a fleshy peace. The Earth, circled by a strand of DNA, the symbol of the terrestrial Hexamon nexus in session, appeared by the doors to the chamber. A partial of Presiding Minister Driss Sands materialized beside the symbol. Full chamber, the partial said. Please enter now and be sworn in. Mirsky squared his shoulders and smiled, walking through the doors first. Lanier held back, entering the chamber behind Korzanovsky and Olmi. Guided to his assigned seat in the lower circle, he was reminded of the time when he had testified before the infinite Hexamon nexus on the Axis City. Now, that time didn't seem so long ago. Earth's wounds had been raw and fresh then, nearly fatal. Mirsky stood patiently in the armillary sphere of testimony before the presiding minister's dais. President Farin Siliam occupied the dais beside the PM. Lanier faced the picture near his seat, aware that the experience would drain him again, but eager to see what Mirsky would say this time, whether he would elaborate. An Orthodox Naderite corp rep, seated beside him, smiled politely, picking polite curiosity about Lanier's age. "I'm from Earth," he answered. "I see," the corp rep said. "Do you know anything about this testimony?" "No fair telling ahead of time," Lanier said conspiratorially. "Get set for the ride of your life."